Page number 56. As you continue to be mindful, your wisdom, also known as the Bodhi or Buddha nature, continues to develop. This Buddha nature is an emptiness, a supreme solitude, a love. As wisdom grows, the mind becomes pure and untamed. When the ignorance is erased little by little, you begin to see the pure truth in everything. You awaken to a pure and untamed mind, O Prabhaswara Sita. The Prabhaswara Sita that you had when you were born, the Prabhaswara Sita does not have fetters or akusal such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you begin to reduce or dissolve your fetters such as lobha, dvesha, and moha, you are known as a Srinaswara Rahatan Vahanse. Being mindful and seeing everything outside according to the Yathabhuta Jnana makes you develop wisdom to enter the first supramundane plane called Sotapanna. At the beginning of the path to Nirvana, you need to practice that all what we see outside are only thoughts. At the beginning of the path, you will learn to see through the images on the screen and be mindful of the pure truth, which is the white screen. This is the first step on the path to Nirvana, and this practice will lead you to attain the first stage of the supramundane plane called Sotapanna. The second stage of being mindful is to develop the wisdom to attain the stage of Anagami. To attain the wisdom of an Anagami, one has to be mindful that there is nothing as thoughts, that thoughts do not exist. How do we learn to see that all what we see are thoughts? For example, the scientists named a virus as corona, and after some time they changed the name to COVID. When they change names like this, you realize that there is no truth to anything. The vehicle production company produces a vehicle according to a certain shape, and they call it a car. Then the same thing they will produce in another shape and call it a jeep. They would continue to change the shape and give it different names. It is we who assign different names to different shapes. Everybody.
Thervan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book and starting the discussion. We all worship Aryan Vahase, Terva Saranai Aryan Vahase, and we warmly welcome all of you uh, to this English Zoom discussion. Terva Saranai to everybody, and also we are very grateful to our colleagues who are doing the technical side of these Zoom discussions. Terva Saranai everybody. So, as usual, we will discuss briefly what was read from the book and then go for the discussion. Uh, we learned few new words today from this today's reading because all this time we were discussing and talking about the thoughts and the mind, and we uh, listened to few new words. One was this radiant mind or Prabhashara Manasa, and also we talked about being mindful. Uh, Now here we use this word mindful, but we know that this same term is being used in the uh, Western world for a slightly different meaning. And the difference between, actually speaking, the most suitable English words may not be found to explain what was actually disclosed by Lord Buddha and our Aryan Mahanse. So therefore, some of the words we have to sort of borrow and use them, but maybe with some explanations we might be able to give the better picture about it. So being mindful is being used in various aspects. Nowadays, we hear it very often. It's mostly towards the concentration meditation side, but here in the word mindful is indicating not focusing on a particular thing. Here, to be mindful, the essential component is that to have a clear understanding about the true Dhamma, how the thoughts are formed, how this system is working, how this self-perception and this feeling of existence occurs. So without that basic knowledge and a very clear uh, picture about this process, this system function, you cannot talk about the mindfulness which was described by Lord Buddha. So even the word wisdom actually gives slightly a different meaning in Buddha teachings. So briefly, if I say about this radiant mind, as it was mentioned, it's something that we all had as a little baby because we had only these sensor functions at that time. We could, the baby can see, but there is no naming, no thoughts to describe what was seen. And the baby can hear, but again, there is no thought to describe what is heard, so there's no naming. Similarly, the taste, smell, and also the skin touch. So all these senses are functioning, but thought formation occurs subsequently after some time when the baby grows up. So when the thoughts are formed only, all the defilements, in other words, the lobha, dvesha, moha, which means the clinging, aversion, and this feeling of existence. So those will gradually come up, develop when the thoughts are formed. I think I will stop from there. I will invite Dr. Kokila to continue the conversation. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion as well. If there's any questions anyone is able to ask it? Yes.
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Yes.
I have a question. I mean, these days I'm learning. I respect Aryan Mansa's book a lot. Still, that I component, a thought of I component is still popping up.
Mm-hmm.
And how could I catch this thought and pass this thought away? Is there any practical tips that I can do to, when I thought comes or any thought comes, how could I reduce that vibration? Is there any practical way or practical exercises that I could do, Doctor?
Well, we actually don't suppress it as such. If it is really bad, you can do some, going for a walk, maybe something like hiking or some activities with nature might help that. But what we mainly focus here is usually understanding that thoughts are not real, that's all. We don't really try to suppress any thought because thought has no we know that we get the burning with that. Some thoughts bring up the burning because this is a question that has been repeatedly asked in the Zoom discussions before. So, like when a child dies, mother is so much in sorrow, so sad that the thought of the son is tearing the mother away. So mothers come to the Zoom meeting and may ask Aran say that how am I going to reduce this burning? Actually, there's we know that if we actually engage in some other activities, this will get suppressed. Thought coming up, but that is not the point we talk about, because while doing that, we can do that. Go for a walk, be with the nature. You can do some breathing techniques. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Just changing the subject kind of thing, changing the staying away from the stimulus. But in Dhamma, what we are trying to understand is that this is a thought. Most importantly, Joel, what we try to understand is that understanding I, me, myself. What is I? What is me? What is myself? That is all we are trying to search for. So if I ask, where is Joel? Joel might say, I'm here. So when you say I'm here, if I keep asking, where are you? You might say, I'm sitting on a chair. But then, are you sitting on a chair? So we try and see whether the I is inside the body or associated with the body. But then, if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you can see that it's only we focus on the body is there. Otherwise, we don't know that we are sitting. If we are if you are engrossed in a conversation, we can't even feel that we are sitting, isn't it? So, when we keep understanding that the focusing on the body only brings up the body, then you tend to think, okay, then maybe this is Joel may be the mind. I'm calling. I'm calling myself Joel, but when we ask who is Joel, then maybe if it is not the body, because you always say, in the sense any human being always say, this is my heart, this is my liver, this is my skin, this is my face, these are my legs. So who is my? If all the body parts are mine, who is me? So, and when we try to think about the other way around, okay, then me must be the mind. Well, is that so? Because you're so much struggling to handle the mind. You first foremost, you join this Zoom discussion to actually find out how to tame this mind. You wanted to tame it, kind of handle it. You wanted to control the mind because you didn't want some thoughts to come to the surface. You wanted them to go away and to the better thoughts to come all the time. That's why you actually joined the Zoom meeting, which is great because that's how we got to know you. So then, what Aranuhanse is actually
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, at his feet. Terwa Sarnai Aryan Mahanse. We are always grateful to you for your guidance, showing us the pathway and the address where to go, this Dhamma pathway, what Lord Buddha disclosed nearly 2,600 years ago. You are showing us in a simpler way again. So, Peruvan Saranai, may all our Dhamma friends who are joining, listening, be blessed by Triple Gem. May our Dhamma friends who are helping us always with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. May they be able to have this inner transformation in the earliest possibility. So this is another session, continuation of the Dhamma sessions of Buddothpado PeoTV series in English medium. Every day from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. They are all sermons except the session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. This is for the discussion, so you are invited to join us at any moment between those 2 hours, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. If you have any queries to ask us, so this is a small introduction about the Buddothpado PeoTV. An English series was started a few months back because our noble friend R.N. Mahanse felt that there are many people who speak only the English language are in thirst of finding out the truth. Maybe they have not found the truth in the belief or the religion that they have been following, or maybe a person who felt that he doesn't believe in any of the religions or faiths, but he still feels that there is a truth to be found. So this is for the benefit of them. We are trying to explain the basics from what we learned from our noble friend, which are originally the disclosures of Lord Buddha. They are all included in the sutras, and collectively it is mentioned as 84,000 sermons done by Lord Buddha. And in association with that and taking the facts from those teachings, and also with the self investigation, self research, the facts that were found practically to be true is combined in these Deshana sermons done by our noble friend. And we are trying to follow those teachings. We are trying to convey the message within our capacity. Of course, ours is not effective as noble friends' teachings, but we are trying to do in our best to convey this message. These days, actually, our noble friend is traveling throughout the country. From village to village, he's traveling, and in each village or each uh, monastery or each Metmal center, which is our foundation. Metmal Foundation is the main foundation here. And under that, there are many Metmal centers which are functioning. Some are actually private houses, some are temples, some are sort of centers. So in those, uh, programs are conducted by the people who Aryan Mahanse felt is suitable to do so. And while they are going on regular basis, Aryan Mahanse is traveling from village to village. And today he's at a faraway place, a remote area from it's in the north central province. He has been traveling like this continuously for about 10 days at each time, and then with a very short interval, sometimes he starts the next round. So what he tries to do is to give this message to the people uh, at the basic level uh, who are struggling for their life, who are spending a hard life with cultivation, poverty, and also poor level of education, and also who do not have the opportunity to listen to the true Dharma facts. So it's very successful because those people are actually uh, at the ground level. They do not have lots of expectations. They do not have lots of drushtis, misconceptions. Uh, they do not have long term plans. So the lifestyle is very simple. And we know that our RN likes to do these sermons or discussions with the nature. So often it is done in the open areas, sometimes in a garden where there are lots of trees, sometimes in the paddy fields. After harvesting, you can get some space in the paddy fields. So like that, it's everything is blended with the nature, which is very beautiful. He also reminds the fact that Lord Buddha was born under a tree, under a sal tree, according to the Buddhist history, and he attained the Arhan state or the Buddha state under a tree, which is a tree, and his passing away also happened under a tree, which is a we call it Sal. The name is Sal in Sinhalese, so Uh, so everything happened blended with the nature. So this is something that our Aryan Mahansa is reminding us always. Dhamma means, Buddhism means something always blended with nature. And we are bound to protect the nature. And also we know that while in the nature, in the natural setup, natural environment, the vibrations of the mind or the current of the mind is also less because the current or the vibrations in uh, such a natural environment is low. And usually, when one of us, when a system or a person is also in the same setup, that low vibrational level tend to synchronize to this system, and then the vibrations can become slower. That is why sometimes people say that when they are disturbed with some thought, they want to go to a place where there are no people. They say that I want to go to a faraway place, just be with myself and be in the natural environment. So that actually proves the fact that the low level of vibrations or low current equalizes or synchronizes to the system at that moment, which helps to calm down the current in the mind at that time. And these days, actually, R.N. Mahasi is traveling from place to place, as I said. People who have never listened to these uh, Buddothpado sermons gather there. So he explains the things in a very simple manner, and the same thing is being repeated in the villages wherever he's going, because people seems to be understanding when it is explained in that way, rather than going to all kinds of detailed explanations or scientific explanations. This simple way with less explanations, less details, and of course, less words seems to be helping, because we know that wisdom is the only essential thing here. Wisdom doesn't mean intelligence, the knowledge that you gain with your book reading. So therefore, it's really worth for these people from the village setup who are going through a lot of hardships. Their cultivation is sometimes destroyed by the drought or sometimes heavy rains, and sometimes the crops are being destroyed by the wild animals, particularly elephants, or sometimes wild boar. uh, and uh, therefore, the life is a struggle to them, and they have enough challenges to check themselves, because when the life is very comfortable, when you do not have challenges, it's very difficult to test your mind, test the way that the mind is behaving. But when there are lots of challenges, like for these farming people who doesn't have much education also, they have a very basic level of education and limited resources. It's a kind of hand to mouth type of living, and there are disasters very often that they have to face, and they have to survive those disasters. They may not get enough help even from the government or the public private sector. So they have to tolerate and balance many things by themselves. And when the crops are damaged or destroyed, when the crops are damaged or destroyed, they have to compensate with whatever they are having. They do not have much savings, and they, of course, they like the nature. They want to save the nature also, because they know that balancing with the nature is the essential thing in the uh, in the day-to-day life. So they are tolerant to many things. They are trying to help each others. Uh, they have a close link with the village temple also, and they know that they have to be very careful with the water. So the pattern of life is different that from an urbanized crowd. And these people, we know that even at Lord Buddha's time, there were people who were housemaids, who could have this inner transformation with understanding of this Dhamma. So therefore, it is a wisdom. Wisdom is like a flower which will bloom little by little, provided that the surrounding, the environmental factors permit. The flower will bloom into a full, beautiful flower. Take the example like the lotus flower. So it's a wisdom that has to bloom, and when the wisdom is there, whatever the level of the person, they are capable of understanding what Lord Buddha was trying to say. We remember one story from the Buddhist history. There was a Brahmin person. They are supposed to be from the high caste in India those days. And Lord Buddha used to pass his paddy field when he was doing the cultivation. He was a rich man. He had a lot of land. And the Lord Buddha was passing that paddy field at different levels. He was plowing at one point. He was spraying the spraying the paddy seeds. and planting and removing the weeds, uh, and then different stages of the growth of the paddy. And Lord Buddha just will pass that place, greet him. He will greet Lord Buddha. And so this was going on. And for the wisdom of Lord Buddha, he could see that there is a natural disaster which is going to destroy this beautiful paddy cultivation. But the Brahman had a different idea. He thought that Lord Buddha was expecting something once the harvesting is done. He was expecting some paddy or rice from the paddy field. So anyway, he was happy to give some, donate some, or offer some rice from the paddy field. But uh, just suddenly, as Lord Buddha was foreseeing, there was a heavy rain with flooding, and the whole paddy field, which was almost ready to be harvested, was underwater, and the whole thing got destroyed. And next day, Lord Buddha passed that place, and this Brahman was crying and he was wailing in sadness because he lost the whole thing. And he was saying, I was going to offer you some rice taken from this paddy at one stage, but see now what has happened. And Lord Buddha knew that this was the best time to give him the Dhamma. And because he said that none of these material things can be expected to be permanent. These material things will not last. They can be destroyed at any moment unexpectedly. So what you have to do is to understand the nature of this material world. Material world is a creation of our five senses. So the Brahman could understand when he went into that disastrous situation and he became a follower. He took the refuge of Lord Buddha. So, like that, these people, these peasants from the remote areas in Sri Lanka, I'm sure this is the common thing to every country. They are very down to earth people. So, our noble friend Aryan Mahanse is explaining this Dhamma in a very, very simple manner. What he says is that everything is a thought. Try to understand this world completely is a thought created in your mind. Even if you see a thing, it is named or recognized as a thought. The eye is unable to give a name to what is seen. Ear cannot give a name or description to the sound that it is heard, and like that, the nose is unable to give a naming or description to the smell. Tongue is unable to give a description to the taste, and the skin is unable to give a description to the uh, solid nature that it feels, liquid nature that it feels, the nature of the air that it feels, and also temperature, whether it is cold or warm. Uh, it cannot give a reason or name to that. These are all something that we feel as a vibration. So what Aryan Mahansa says is that to see that everything is created in the mind, a scolding, somebody scolding, and it is a creation at the ear level and the eye level. But the thought called this person, so and so is scolding me, is a thought. So like that, he makes it very simple to them. And also one of the questions that he's asking is, who are you? Do you identify yourself? That is another question that he's asking. He usually selects a person from the crowd and then uh, takes him along the pathway, asking him the questions so that the others are asked to investigate themselves and uh, to find out about each and every person. So he usually, I give all this honor to R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend. I thought these steps that he's following, if I explain it to the English speaking people, it will be really worthwhile because these steps, he explains it as journey to nirvana. uh, and he has found out that it is a simple way to explain these Dhamma facts, particularly to a crowd who have never listened to Buddothpado sermons in the past. So he generally, I will just try to explain how he's doing that and hope I will be able to convey the message correctly to you and try and see whether you can work it out yourself. So he asked the question, what is Nirvana? What is Nirvana or Nirvana? Nirvana is a Sinhalese name. Nirvana is the uh, Pali term, and it is also used in Sinhalese language also. That means that putting off something which is burning. The nivima means putting off or extinguishing something which is burning. So, what is burning? Who is burning? Where is the burn? Is the question that we have to answer. Burning is something felt, isn't it? I'm not talking about the fire that you are seeing. We are talking about the burning of the self. So, burning of the self is not something something that can be seen or something that can be heard. It is something felt uh, as a product of the mind sensor. So the nivima is something felt. Uh, then what is there burning? Now to put it off or extinguish, there should be some form of burning. What is the burn in the human mind? Now we are not talking about the fire which is lit up outside. We are talking about the self fire. So what is meant by self fire? We are always burning in our thoughts. If I say something like that, I don't know whether you will agree. You may not agree. You might say that, no, I am very happy and I'm not burning. So that is one of the things that go wrong actually. Burning doesn't mean that it is always the sadness or the uh, anger or disappointment or hatred, jealousy. Not that, or not only those. The burn includes the cravings, attachments, and also overwhelming happiness. So the both categories, the happy fires are there, sad fires are there, angry fires are there. They are all the same raw material. So you have to first acknowledge that you have a fire. If you do not have a fire, there is nothing to put off. But with realization or without realization, all of us are burning inside. Every time where the thought is felt real, that is, there is a fire. So if you feel that this banana tree in front of you is real, that is also some form of fire. If you feel that your son who went to the class is studying there, that is a different type of a fire. If you feel that your parents are in their ancestral home now at this moment, that is also another form of fire. You just want to eat some ice cream right now. You are craving. That is another type of a fire. If you see some delicious food uh, on a dining table where the lunch is served, if you see one of your favorite ones, and you are in such a hurry to serve some from that, and the other people are serving quickly, and by the time you reach that dish, the dish is empty. That is your craving. That is a current. That is a place where you are burning. You remember about uh, an unusual, uncommon type of ice cream that you tasted a few weeks back. You really crave for that. You want to look for it in the supermarket when you go again. That is another burn. You love your grandchild very much, who is cute and who is very much attached to you. And that is an attachment. That is another type of a fire or a burn. So, like that, whether you have an attachment or craving, whether you are angry or whether you are averse or resentful to something, or merely you feel that there is something really existing, those all three are actually different types of burns. But the common thing is that they are all kind of currents that are formed in the mind as a part of it. So these are in Pali or Sinhalese we call raga, dvesha, moha. Raga means the cravings and attachments. Dvesha is the uh, aversion, hatreds, and being resentful. Moha means simply you feel that they are real. People are real, existing. The things are really existing. Uh, you might say that what's wrong with that? What we don't think of or what we don't concentrate is that the fact that world is instantly created with the sensor functions. If you didn't have eyes from birth, you can't talk about light experience. If you didn't have, if you're deaf from birth, you can't talk about the sound experience. So these are the I'm just mentioned about two of the senses, but those are the common things, relatively common things that we see. But due to some unusual medical condition, if a person is born without a tongue, if a person is born without the smelling tissues of the nose, or if a person is born with complete numbness of the skin, or without a skin, those are actually imaginary situations. But if you do not have any of those, can you talk about experiencing anything? You can't experience a single thing if you are born without those five senses, because we have the five senses related to this physical body. Sensor doesn't mean that sensor does not that it is the physical component, but you need the physical component to uh, have this function. So the sensor means actually the function of seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, smell, and the skin sensation. So those are called sensor functions. So uh, coming back to the question, uh, who are you? How are you created? what is meant by myself. Because we always feel that I am alive and I am existing, isn't it? And always you feel that the world is existing. Uh, Parents are living, parents are alive, parents were alive, even if they are not no more there. The children are alive and they are real. So this is the impression that we have. So this is something that we have to undo, disentangle and see what is the true thing. These are all illusions. If I say these are all illusions, Lord Buddha said that these are all creations of a very, very clever magician called Vijnani, or the consciousness. The consciousness, word consciousness means that the feel that you get as if it is there. Uh, the light, the eye consciousness means the feel that the feeling that the light is really there. Feeling of real sound is called Sota Vijnani, or the sound consciousness. The taste consciousness, or the Jivha Vijnana, means feeling that there is a real taste. Uh, Smell consciousness, or the Gana Vijnana, is the feeling of really existing smell. The Kaya Vijnana, or the body consciousness, means the feeling of really existing uh, four natures: the solidity, liquidity, airiness, and the temperatures. So that is the vijnana, or the consciousness, which is a magician who is creating. And five of these consciousness will automatically, no one is doing it, no outsider, not myself. These five senses combine in different ways to form another form of consciousness, which we label as thoughts. So we feel as the mind consciousness means that the feel that the thought is real. Thought means everything around you. Thoughts, the whole world are thoughts. Whatever the name, whatever the description given is a thought. So in other words, myself is also a thought. So this is going a bit deeper and deeper, sounding a little bit complicated. So when R.N. Mahansa is explaining this Dhamma to the rural people, he approaches in a slightly different way, which makes it simpler for them. So first he asks, is the body you? Now, the concept of body is mine, or body is me, is something that has been strongly got established because as a small child, we had no concept about this body being myself. That was a data which was added as a small child, because as small children, we didn't separate out this body as myself from the rest of the figures. But what happened was that maybe our parents, maybe the elders who were looking after the small child, elder siblings, all kinds of resources, the sources will indicate that this body is me. Sometimes the baby was shown the reflection on the mirror and shown that this is baby. So that is a very basic level of this concept. They will show this body is me, what is shown is myself. And not only that, the body parts sometimes are shown. This is baby's hands. These are baby's legs. The ones that the baby can see with his eyes are shown uh, and imitating. So the child will start gathering those data. This physical thing, this is moving around, which is uh, having some functions called myself, called me. So that is a very basic level that we start with, the concept of this body being myself. But if we didn't have the five senses, as I mentioned earlier, for some very imaginary reason, the concept of myself will not be built up, isn't it? Because you can't see, you can't hear the sounds of yourself, your voice, or your coughing or sneezing or anything like that. And you can't feel yourself, you can't feel the smell of your body. So, if those senses were not functioning, you can't talk about the concept of myself being built up. In the same way, you can apply this to any other item because, as I said earlier, the thought called myself is a part of the world. So, if you take the other things which might be easier for you to understand, how the parts of this world, how the different components of this world was built with the five senses. uh, Now, if you take the moon, this was actually a question that was asked in one of the practical programs. Uh, a first time listener was kind of arguing, saying that, how can you say that sun moon is not there? People have already landed in the moon. So how can you say that the moon is not there? So if I try to elaborate on this, the moon is a part of the world. So if you evaluate how the moon, how the concept called existing moon was created in the mind, the concept of myself also created in the same way. Uh, so the little baby didn't have a moon when the baby was small, isn't it? When he was a bit older, when he could raise his head up, maybe like 10, 11 months, uh, you may not be able to remember yourself, but certainly you can remember about how you showed the moon to your children or to your grandchildren. You would have taken the child out on a day that there is good moonlight, showing it and say, moon, you give the sound. The baby has a vibration of the eye because the eyes are functioning. There is a vibration of the eye creating a shape, and you give a sound. Your voice vibration will be equal to baby's eardrum vibration, and there's some creation of a sound there. So the moon appearance combines with the shape, the sound. That may be the just very basic concept, very basic thought about the moon. And what happens thereafter? When the child starts going to, and maybe every full moon for a day or around that, whenever there is bright moonlight, you would have brought the child out, showing it again and again. Now that thought becomes more stronger. Child gets the concept that this is existing. Because whenever something is repeated again and again and again and again, that concept or that thought becomes stronger and stronger. Stronger means it gives rise to an additional strength or power to feel that it is really there. It's not something that was just constructed at the eye and the ear level, but it is there. Now, we are not talking about not something We are not talking about things not existing outside. What we try to explain is that we do not know. We have a limitation with our senses at the time that we are not experiencing. We can't definitely say whether it is there or not, isn't it? But what we feel is that what we have, what the misconception that we have is that whether we experience or not, it is there. So the moon is there, other days also we can't see. How can you say like that? Because when you do not have the experience of the senses, how can we so sure to say that it is existing but we are not experiencing it? What Lord Buddha said, he used the word anitya, which said that what we experience or what we assume is not there outside. It is an assumption that the moon is there all the time, but we are not seeing it. And oh, we don't remember, that is how we say, isn't it? But what Lord Buddha said was that world is instantly created. We can't say, we can't be sure whether it is the same thing, whether it is in the similar way existing outside or not. Because we have the limitations of our sensor faculty, sensor function. So going back to the story of the moon, the child may have now he has an existing moon, which is coming up in the sky in the night and which is bright on some days. And to this data, so many data will be added. At school, he will learn about the moon, the details about the moon, that it is a planet, how far it is, and the fact that it is getting light reflected from the sun and it's rotating around the world and around the sun. Now, all kinds of stories, all kinds of data is being added to that basic thought. Now, that thought is much more stronger and much heavier. And if you remember, as adults, when you're small age, we heard about somebody landing in the moon. Now that was again limited to our sensor functions, isn't it? We could see it on the papers, or I don't think there were television sets that time. If there were television sets, okay, so you could see it as a shape. You could hear the sound of announcing. If you saw it on the newspaper, again, it is something to the eye, and the reading, again, is a sound to the ear. So that is how that uh, landing on the moon also concept came up being real. What would they have experienced? The astronauts who went there, they would have experienced a touch component when they were landing, isn't it? So that was a touch where they felt the leg and the ground. That is again Kaya Vinyane. They may have seen it. So that is eye consciousness. The body consciousness, eye consciousness. And there may have been ear consciousness also in the role. And the concept that they built up was that we landed in the moon. Now see how in every situation it is the senses which are responsible. And we assume that what we experience with the sense faculties is quite true. So what Narayan Maharshi asks is that, is this body you? And also he gives another example. If you happen to replace some parts of the body or remove some parts of the body, you wouldn't say that it is this body is me, this part is me. You will say they are mine. It belongs to you, but it's not you. So there's a bit of a confusion in this state, isn't it? Even though you think that the body is myself, if you show your body which is moving around, doing various functions, is you, there's a bit of a confusion. Because if we didn't have that data from the small age, we don't have this concept that body is myself. And also, if the body parts, certain parts are removed, you will not take those parts as me, but you will say that they were mine. And also, Lord Buddha did one of the Kaya Anupassana meditations. He divided the body parts into 32 parts, which included a group of Patavi or the solid nature, a group of Apo, liquid nature, a group under the category of air, Vayu, and the last one, a group categorized under Tejo or temperatures. So he divided and said that none of these body parts can be called as me because they are all called mine. So where is this me? That was the question that he asked. So with this number of uh, angles, when you look at this question, you cannot say that this body is me, isn't it? But of course, you say always, the assumption is that this body is myself. So that is one of the questions that Aranhas is asking. Is the body me? So then now you have a doubt, even though until now you felt that this body is myself. Now you can see that it is simply an assumption. You thought that the body is myself. Then also, Aranvase asks, is this is a name yourself? So he will ask the name of a person and ask, is this name you? Now naming, we know that you are given a particular name when you are a few days or maybe a week or two old. It depends on the country. Some countries it takes even a longer time. Until that time, you have no name. And of course, the parents can give just whatever the name they can use, they can decide. And not only that, even uh, later on, if you are not happy with the name that you are given, you can change it, isn't it? There's a legal way of changing the names. So now that indicates that the name is not me either, because name can be changed. Name can be name is just an identity only to this self, and identity means it can be changed at the wish. So two things have been now uh, clarified. The body doesn't seem to be me, even though you assume that the body is myself, and the uh, name also doesn't seem to be me because name is changeable. And also another question that RNRC asked is that your appearance, the picture, can you call that picture is myself? Now again talking about that picture is something that changes with time, isn't it? Uh, the if you take some photographs from your small age until now, you can see the evolution of the uh, picture changes. Not only that, you can use some various measures and change your appearance also. So if you can change your picture or the appearance, That indicates that you can't label that appearance as myself. Now, three things we have excluded. The name doesn't seem to be myself, the body doesn't seem to be myself, and the appearance doesn't seem to be myself. But we think that this body is myself, isn't it? Now we have to turn back to the thought. Now, understanding this is a bit more deeper than the other three things. Why do you say that the thought is not myself? We know that the thoughts are formed as a collection or combination of the five senses. All five senses may not act always, and all five senses will not be combined at once. It will happen in different stages. So the five senses are always responsible for the formation of the thoughts. So when the five senses are changing, the thought formation also can change. And also the type of the thought that is formed. Now, if you get a thought now, right now, it is a previously formed thought which is reproduced when the same causes meet together. So the thought, that past thought, is a production due to the collection of the five senses. Now, if you talk basically about the thought, there's nothing solid single called thought. Sorry, there's nothing solid and single called mind. Mind is a stream of thoughts, a flow of thoughts. So there's nothing permanent in the mind. Now, I can see the rain now, right now. We call it rain because the water is falling from the sky to the ground. This is an example given by our Aryan Mahase, our noble friend. It's called rain because it is falling from the sky to the ground. If it is static, you wouldn't call it a rain. When you touch it, it is simply water, isn't it? A similar example he gives about the river. We call it a river or a stream when it is flowing from one place to the other. When you touch it again, like the rain, there's a little bit of water only. And you can't have the same water when you touch it again because it's the previous thing is gone. What you touch is a new bit of water. So it's a flow. So the mind is also like that flow of thoughts. So the thoughts are not lasting, thoughts are very fast uh, formed and it's gone. And we do not feel that the going part, we do not experience that going or disappearing part. We feel that as if the thoughts are solidly formed and we see only the birth of the thought only. This clear picture is understood only by the Arhants, who will experience the birth and death of each thought, which we are unable to do. So, when you talk about the thought, why don't you say that the mind or the thoughts are myself? Uh, if it is myself, myself should have a control of this. This is again beautifully explained by R.N. Vahanse, our noble friend. The thoughts, if you are your thoughts, or if you are the mind, the controller should be yourself, or controller should be myself. I should be able to control all my thoughts the way I want. So the sad thoughts, unhappy thoughts, angry thoughts, which are actually taxing yourself or making yourself exhausted, should be able to stop. instantly, isn't it? If the mind is you, or if the thoughts are you. I'm just using both words because mind means a flow of thoughts. So, if you cannot have any kind of control, then it is a question, isn't it? If it is something that cannot be controlled or changed the way you want, then the mind or the thought should be different from this feeling of self. Now, if you want to concentrate on something, particularly we talked about this in the concentration meditation, you are trying to keep the mind in one focus. You are trying to stop the other thoughts and keep only one thought actively at that moment, which is extremely difficult. Some people are good at it, but some people say that it is simply not possible to keep the mind or the thoughts in one focus. So, if it is so, that again indicates that there is no control, isn't it? Again indicates that the control is poor. So then, uh, in both instances, you sometimes you feel that this my mind is really bothering me. That is, those are some of the sentences that we use in the day-to-day life, isn't it? I want to get rid of this bad thoughts. I want to control these thoughts. Now, also another example that is given by Aaron Hansen. A person might suddenly uh, get an impulse, sudden impulse, and kill a person, and he will regret later on. He will say that I'm not such a person, I'm not such a brutal person like that. I'm a very calm down person. And at that time, I don't know what happened to me. And I'm very much regretting of what happened. Now, in those two situations, it is the mind or the thoughts which provoked that situation, and then that unfortunate incident happened. And at the same time, later on, it is the same mind or the thoughts which is regretting about what happened. Now, can you say that mind or the thought is myself? Then there shouldn't be two situations, isn't it? That at one point you are kind of you feel that it has to be done, and in another situation you regret about doing it. So these are some of the examples in the day-to-day life to prove that the thought or the mind simply is not myself. On the other hand, as long as the breathing is there, as long as this physical body is functioning, the five sense organs are functioning, which means the muscular eye, muscular ear, muscular tongue, nose, and the skin. So those physical components are functioning as long as the breathing is there, which means those tissues are getting the nutrition and oxygen. And when these organs are functioning, as a part of that, the thoughts are formed. When the hearing, seeing, tasting the smell, feeling the smell, tasting the taste, feeling the taste, and feeling the skin sensations automatically occurs. So those are the five functions or five senses. When the five senses are functioning, the thoughts are formed. So this process is there even for the Lord Buddha or all the Arhants until the physical body comes to an end. This process is happening. So, in other words, you get the thoughts which are formed as a result of the five sense functions. So, then what is the difference between the Arhants and people like you and me? Arhants also do get thoughts, and you and me also get thoughts. So there should be a difference between the two then, because you need thoughts to live as long as a physical body is functioning. We know that Lord Buddha has to think about giving a sermon. Lord Buddha has to think and get the thoughts to go on arms round. Lord Buddha has to decide about uh, advising people. So there are so many things in the day-to-day life which are essential for the uh, survival. Survival in the sense, until the physical body comes to an end, this thought process is essential. Then what is the difference between the arhants and people like you and me? And that is where you find the self. Arhant do not have that self perception, but you and me do have that self perception. Self perception means, in other words, feeling of existence, feeling of existing things. Feeling of existing things means feeling of self. So, this is what is not there in the Arahant's mind. They have the thoughts, but the weight, the current which is coming up as a weight which is tagged to this thought is the one which is not there. They do not experience the Itta Sanyava and the Atma Sanyava. Itta Sanyava means the perception of existence, bhavaya, uh, and perception of self is the Atma Sanyava. So the Itta Sanyava and the Atma Sanyava, they are the ones which are not there for the Arahants, and you and me do have it with every thought. For them, every thought is without this Itta Sanyava and Atma Sanyava. Now, what is this Itta Sanyava and Atma Sanyava? Itta Sanyava means feeling that it is really existing, it's real, it's alive, the lively, live feeling, alive feeling. And the current or the power is also another name used for that. And another name used for that is defilements. Now you can see so many words have been used to explain the same thing, isn't it? The feeling of alive, feeling of existing things, and uh, defilements, self. So many words are being used to explain the same thing. So now we have come to uh, the final point, as Aryan Mahansi is explaining in the Nirvana journey, the last point. The defilements or that current which is there, which is created instantly, is what is felt or what is called as myself. Now you have found out myself, isn't it? This current can be created in different levels. So, first of all, you have to identify that there is something called current. Now, when you do not know that there is a current, there's nothing to put off, isn't it? First of all, you have to recognize that the current is created in each and every thought. And when you recognize only, you can talk about gradually putting it off. Then only you can talk about the nirvana or the nirvana, gradual putting off of this fire. Why does it, why is that power created? We know that when something is happening repeatedly, when the same thought is given a repeated rising or repeatedly when the thought is created, that is where the power is created. Now, longer the association with that topic, longer the association with that thought, the current or the power is higher. So, in other words, Lord Buddha said that if the chair becomes a thing to you, what does it mean? Putua Basaganima. Basaganima means you feel as if it is real. And the explanation or the words that we use is the chair becoming a thing. Now, this is a bit different from uh, the normal English explanations or normal wordings. You don't use such terms when you are talking in the normal way. You don't say that the sun became a thing or chair became a thing to you. What is meant here is that the bhava or the creation of the self because you feel that it is really existing. So the fan is felt true, the chair is felt true, truly existing. The picture on the wall is felt true. The sound of the rain is really felt true. Each and every stimulus, whatever is felt true, always there's a spark self. So it's a self who is uh, experiencing these stimuli. So when this self is appearing in each and every thought, we feel that the self is persisting because, as I said, there's a fast flow of thoughts. Each thought, when it is felt real, the self feel is there. So in each thought, when the self feel is there, you feel as if you are alive and you are existing. But it is that current of the thought, the power of the thought, which is felt or interpreted as myself. So, what we have to understand is that here it's a kind of a machine which is functioning. The machine is actually uh, is equal to this body, physical body, and it has the sensors, and the sensors are given the data, like you feeding data to the robotic machine. Now, after you assembling the robotic machine, it has some cameras to see the things. It has some microphones to hear the sounds. Also, it has, I don't think they have, maybe the advanced robotic machines have the taste, smell also fixed accordingly. And the touch is something which is, again, is a part of a robotic machine. So there are very much advanced robotic machines which can do so many commands, which can be fed with so many data, which will function almost similar to a man or a woman. Now, depending on the data, the outcome will come. Outcome is totally depending on whatever the data which has been included in the computer part of the robotic machine. Isn't it something that is happening even in the animals or the humans? You say you are training an animal. Sometimes you take the simple examples. You are training the dog for something. And it is a data that you are putting again and again, isn't it? You throw a ball and ask him to say, pick, bring, or whatever the command. That's a sound. And the dog sees it. So it's a eye function and a ear function. And when he returns with the ball, he is given a treat. That is a function of the tongue and maybe even a function of the smell, nose, when the treat is given. Now, isn't this function that you throw a ball to the faraway place, ask the dog to bring it, and when he comes with the ball, he is given a treat. This is going on as a cycle. You say you train the dog, but what happened actually? It's an automatic function. It's like a robotic thing. that you feed the data. If you do this, you are given the treat. Now the dog has tied up four sensors. It's not the dog who is doing actually, even though I used it that way. It is a part of that system, isn't it? The eye function is there, ear function is there, and the body function of moving, running there, and then followed by the taste, the tongue function, and the smell function. So the five senses are taking place according to the mental picture which was created in the past. Now compare this with the human beings. Isn't it the same thing that's happening in these humans also? They are more advanced actually. Human is a more advanced robot, and the more advanced means more data, more complex activities can be done. So in this, if you identify this mechanism, you can really feel that there is no myself who is doing all these functions, isn't it? It is not me who is doing, but it is the robotic function according to the data which has been fed, the functions are occurring. Now, talking about the anger, now you might, what is a bit difficult to understand is the mind sensor. Now we feel taste to the tongue. Sometimes when we bite a chili pod, it gives rise to a very strong burning pain. But is that me? Is that my job? No. It is actually uh, the function of the sensor. Now you hear a very irritating sound. It's very uncomfortable also. But it is due to the sensor function. It is not something that you heard it and you felt irritated. It is just a function of the ear. So, like that, the five, just try to research on all five senses. Sorry, research on all five senses and see. When the sensor function is not there, you don't experience that. Because the sensor function is there, you experience something. And as a result of the sensor function, the thoughts are formed. Again, it is another sensor function because the five sensors combine together to form another different type of a sensor, which we label as mind sensor. So that is a different type of single vibration. Now, the thought is a bit more complex because, as I said, thought is something that is reproduced from the past experience. Past experience doesn't mean that there is something formed and stored somewhere. It is a reproduction or synchronization to a past thought. Now, this is a bit more complicated, as I said, because it's a bit more complex, not complicated actually, it's a bit more complex than the other senses, because always you have to have a thought previously formed for you to telepathize to this moment. The word synchronization or telepathization both are used to uh, indicate something again formed newly here at this moment. So, something which was formed in the past at some point is formed again, but it is not coming from one point to the other. So, the thought has to be formed earlier for you to have a thought here at this moment. If you have never had a thought in relation to that stimulus, you will not have a thought. It will be just a sensor function of the one of the other five. Now, for example, the easiest thing will be seeing something that you have never seen, never experienced. So now we will take just an imaginary situation where a person was kept imprisoned somewhere for the whole life in a dark place, and all of a sudden he's being brought out and shown the sun or the moon. Now this is something that he has never experienced. He will experience something, but there is no thought formation because no experience. And at that time, if somebody gives the sound, that is the sunlight, then at that moment, a new thought will be formed. That is the experience of the eye and the experience of the ear. And maybe also, if he feels warm, that will be an experience of the skin also. And the very next moment, the next time that he's taken out of wherever he is, and he's shown the thing. Now, because previously the thought was formed, whenever that light is seen, even without the word, without the sound, the thought called sun will instantly be synchronized. Now, this is a simple example for the synchronization. And we know that the word tsunami, this is being mentioned again and again. The word tsunami, we had no idea what it is. It was just a sound only because we have never experienced, and I'm sure most of us has even not uh, checked it in the dictionary. We didn't have it in our vocabulary, and even our parents did not know what is meant by tsunami was. And it was just a sound at that moment. But with all kinds of experiences, there were enough and enough experiences with the eye. There were enough experiences with the sounds, and people who really physically experienced it had heroic type of experiences by the kaya vinyana or the body consciousness. And along with that, so many other thoughts came up: the distress, sadness, uh, desperation, uh, guilty feeling, all kinds of uh, other thoughts around were created. Now, for you and me, the word tsunami is a well established thought, isn't it? Unlike that 25 or whatever the number of years ago, that time it was just a hearing only. Right now, it is a strongly formed thought with so many inputs, so many data in that. And it not only that, it gives a kind of a gloomy or dark sense also. Even if you do not have the pictures of that in your mind picture, the word tsunami itself gives some form of dark and unhappy, gloomy, feeling low, uh, that sort of a feeling. So this is how the thoughts are formed. And now that we have a thing called tsunami, long ago, when that word was heard, when we didn't have the experience, we didn't have a thing called tsunami, it was just a sound. Now we have a thing called tsunami. The word thing is used because that thought has a very strong current, very strong power, and that is yourself. So, this is what we have to understand. Whatever has become a thing, whatever is felt as really strong and really existing, that is where the self is. That is how the world is created. So, in the similar way, the self, myself, also has been created. We excluded so many things. We excluded the body to be myself. We excluded the appearance to be myself. We excluded the mind. We excluded the thought. Now, when we exclude all these things, finally what is felt is that current which is coming up is the thought. That is what is felt as myself always. So, first of all, this fire has to be identified. Now, we never knew that there was a fire, isn't it? We always had strong myself everywhere. With whatever the experience we were having, we had the myself always. But now we know that it is simply a concept, simply a thought only. So, first, when you evaluate or when you investigate and research on this, you realize that the self is only this current, the feeling of being alive, feeling that the others being alive, that is the current. So that is the self. So identification of the current is the first important thing. Secondly, now once you recognize, once you know what that current is, how that current is created, the second most important thing is to realize that it is a part of this system, part of this machine which is working, or the part of this robot which has all got all kinds of the data fed. So if it is a mechanism, if it is a system, even if the fire is created, can it be changed? No. So that is the second most important thing that we have to understand. First thing is that there is a fire, and the fire is secondly, the fire is created as a part of the system. And when it is created as a part of the system, what can be done? You can't stop it. There's no person here. It is a happening. So that is the next thing to understand, that it is a part of the system that is there where there is no control. The power itself, that current itself, is the one that we wrongly interpreted as myself. So the fact that when it becomes clearer and clearer that it is a part of this mechanism, then only that fire will start going down. Aranhasi gives a beautiful example about the having a film. Life is a film, isn't it? We are playing different roles, and the same person, same actor or the actress will play different roles in the same thing. Sometimes we have the role of mother or a father, or the role of the wife or husband, role of a child, role of a parent, role of a cousin relation, role of the boss in the office, or the teacher, doctor, whatever the role you are doing, role of the faithful uh, follower of Buddhism, role of the person who is trying to teach Dhamma to the others, and the role of the person who is trying to find nirvana as soon as possible. These are different roles. A good neighbor, or maybe a bad neighbor even. You have different roles, and in different roles, you have different levels of current, isn't it? At the temple on the Poe day, when you're having a very calm and quiet, serene environment where you are walking around the Bo tree, your current will be very low. But at the same time, if you're having an argument with your spouse, or when you are angry with something that your child has done, that time your current is very high. In other words, the system has different levels of current. So if you have recognized that there is something called current, and if you are sensitive or if you can find out the different fluctuations of this current, that makes it easier for you to see how it is melting down. So, first of all, the current has to be recognized, and the current is occurring as a part of this system. And those two steps are essential for the system to recognize that the fire which is coming up time to time is now gradually going down. So there are lots of Pali terms used to explain this. Aryan Vahanse has beautifully explained those. Anyendriya, Anyasamitendriya, and Anyatavindriya. So, in other words, if I tell it in a very simple way, the burn or the fire is recognized, and the system feels how the burn is coming down. And this this fire coming down is actually seen with the wisdom eye. It's not the muscular eye. You can't talk about the muscular eye seeing these things. It is a wisdom eye or the Dhamma eye which helps to see this process, that the fire is little by little getting less and less. So the same incidents may be happening, same challenges are there, but you feel that the reactions which are coming from the system is getting less and less. So these are some of the things that are beautifully explained as practical things by R.N. Mahase, our noble friend. So when you start getting this fire dissolving little by little, finally what happens is that it will come to a point where there is no fire at all. So it becomes very neutral, zero level. Whether somebody shouts at you or whether somebody gives a high praising, uh, whether somebody talks very high about you, both are not going to create any difference. It's just a sound only. But you know that it is a praising, you know that it is a scolding. Uh, Not that you are not identifying, you identify what it is because you have got the thoughts. The thought will quickly decide with the uh, past perceptions appearing as a new perception here. You will recognize that this is a scolding and so is scolding me. At the same time, this is a high appreciation and so is appreciating me from what I have done. So both the response will be so what? That sort of an attitude. Of course, when you are being appreciated, you will smile and you will indicate that you are happy. And of course, when you are being scolded, you might ignore it and you might indicate that you are not happy about it. Doesn't mean that there is inner uh, inner clashing or inner uh, disturbance. The inside is quiet, but superficially, the system will indicate the happiness or unhappiness related to that incident. So it will be easier for the system to communicate with the society when something is there like that is there. It becomes more sort of calm, very calm manner. Your vibrations are low in intensity. That is what we explain as Sugati Loka or the higher realms. Out of the 31 realms that Lord Buddha explained, the higher realms are equivalent to this type of low vibrations. Low vibrations means the current created in the system is very low. And in the Arhant's level, we talk about the current coming to the zero level. So this is the beauty of this Buddothpado sermons. We had the impression that this cannot be achieved in this life, and these are actually very difficult to achieve. And also one of the very big misconceptions that we had was that nirvana is something means nirvana means that there is no birth after the death here, which is such a foolish concept. We don't know what is happening after the death. So are we going to struggle for something which we do not know whether we will achieve it or not after death? What did Lord Buddha said? Lord Buddha said that this Dhamma is for this moment only. Everything is related to this moment. So if you have this realization of Dhamma, if you achieve Nirvana, that means it is this instant. The difference between touching Nirvana and becoming to the reaching right the becoming a state of nirvana is there are two different things. Touching nirvana means just in that thought, in that moment, the nirvana is experienced. In other words, whatever the experience that you, whatever the stimulus or whatever the thought, which doesn't become a thing, which doesn't have a power, which doesn't have that current, which means myself. There's no myself in that thought. That means that instant, in that thought, the nirvana is touched. So when that experience is obtained once, it can appear again and again. And that is how the experience of a person in the path, it will become more and more frequent. The experience of non-self will be felt again and again and again. And when in the state of Arhat, this is going to last permanently. The non self perception or the non self feel is there throughout the day and in all four postures. It's not going to be reversed, it's not going to be changed. So that is the thing that we experience as reaching the state of nirvana. And with that, they live until the physical body comes to an end. So that is something that you experience while you are alive. So there's no talk about something that we are achieving after birth, after death, which we don't know because there is no one who can tell us that you are going to reach nirvana definitely after the death of this body. So that very clearly proves what Lord Buddha said, that this Dhamma is something where there's no time frame. This is something that you can realize, come to the realization in this moment, in this thought itself. So this is the difference between the other religions and Buddhism also. Because in other religions, we are talking about going to the God or to the supreme heaven once this body comes to an end. So Buddhism, we know, is a philosophy. You don't need to believe what you hear. Experience it yourself. How do you experience? The main way to feel is that the power, that the current which was created in relation to the stimuli will start going down. It may be an alcoholic husband in our setup where domestic violence is seen in such situations very often. Or it may be a stubborn child who is not listening to you. It may be a problem with the in laws, or maybe a very uh, strict boss in your office with whom you are having problems. It may be neighbors who are giving you immense trouble, a sibling who is having uh, a friction with you. It may be a physical illness. Now, see, there are so many things you can take as challenges or the points of contemplation in your everyday life. So, more you have, it is actually good because those become challenges and those become testing tools for you. And out of so many contemplations, uh, you have to see what is the most strongest point of contemplation. We call it kamatahana in Sinhalese. So when you find out what is the strongest point of contemplation, that helps you to find out your level of current. And also in one of the Zoom discussions, one of our Dhamma friends, Swarnamali, she said that if you have a strong current, let it release. Don't try to suppress it. If you feel like crying, if you feel like screaming or shouting, and if you feel that it can be released in that manner, it will do something good rather than trying to suppress it. That means it uh, can lead to more current. More current is created. So, releasing whatever the pressure may be something better. This is only for the beginners actually. What happens is with time, when you listen to this Dhamma more and more, you tend to have that current less and less. So, actually speaking, there's no need to release the pressure because the pressure becomes less and less. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. So, when you realize that your own current is going down, then you can decide whether you are going to accept this Dhamma or not. The true Dhamma, true Buddhism is actually difficult to find. Different people follow different things, different teachings. Some are definitely not the true Dhamma that Lord Buddha was explaining. Having kind of luxury life and having all kinds of entertainments is not something that Lord Buddha indicated. Always life has to be simple. That is how Lord Buddha was saying. Because more cravings means that is not Buddhism. More things that you want to have, more power, or more people around you, uh, more expenses. Those things actually indicate that uh, the the true Buddhism is not there. Lord Buddha and the monks had very simple lifestyles. They had mainly one meal a day, and they walked for food. They walked for alms. Now, if there were any invitations to the royal palace, or if there was an invitation to one of the poor person's house, both invitations were accepted in the same way. Whatever the food which was offered was accepted. Nothing was rejected. And also they were very simple. They had a very simple food patterns. And actually those are telling very well with the today's health advisors also. Because we generally consume 3 meals a day, but those days actually the heavy meal was only once a day. And they were using various liquids uh, around the other times. And walking was one of the part of their regular schedule, which gave them enough exercises and things like illnesses that we hear today, the non-communicable type of illnesses, were not heard at that time because of that healthy pattern. And also, they had always their minds were very calm down, their vibrations were at very low levels. We know that when the vibrational levels are at very high levels, those are associated with so many illnesses. It scientifically it has been proven that the high current, actually the word high current is not used, they use the word stress. When the stress is more, which means that there is high current. Stress is created by the things that are seen, that are heard, things that are felt. So it is again the five senses and the mind sensor, which are all sensor functions. So the stress is a product of this system. Stress is another name for this current or the power. So when the stress is high, the science has proven that there are so many illnesses related to that. So if you realize how this stress is formed, the fact that it is just a production of the five senses combined, and it is not something that you are doing. I feel stressful. I'm stressed out. So those are the ways that you express. But if this mechanism is understood, if that stress is just another kind of a fire, and it is due to the data which has been uh, fed at some points, it is that no one's fault or no one is responsible for this stress. That is the most important thing. No one is responsible for this stress. That is the most important sentence I would stress again. I would sort of reiterate again. The stress is nothing to do with the outside world. It is a creation of the system itself. So rather than trying to do all kinds of uh, taking all kinds of medication, doing all kinds of counseling, trying to do concentrate meditation. Of course, the concentration meditation will help temporarily, but it is not a permanent solution. But you take medicine sometimes to alleviate the stress. Sometimes you do so called counseling. Now, with those things, just you are patching up the uh, wound. You don't treat the wound properly, but you are putting a plaster on top of it. So temporarily it is closed, but it will come up again. But when you realize, when you experiment and find out what is this stress, how is it happening, what is the mechanism, when you know the pathway, you can feel that it is on its own, it is coming down. When the mechanism is recognized, you that that excitement with that uh, experience is no more there. So you can see that uh, there is a solution for everything in Buddhism, which is so beautiful. But the thing is, not very many people know about it. Not very many people knew that Lord Buddha was the best psychiatrist ever who lived. We know that how Lord Buddha attended the problem of the Kisa Gautami, the mother who lost her only child, uh, which was so important to her to have a balanced life with her husband and the in-laws. That was the only bond that kept them together. So when that child died, she was almost confused and she was, you can call it madness. She was running on the streets, carrying that child, hoping for some treatment to revive the dead child. For you and me, it looks really funny, isn't it? I mean, we feel that she's foolish. How can a person be revived when the person is dead? But for her, in a level of confusion, it was something that should be achievable. And what did Lord Buddha say when she was directed to the temple? Fortunately, because she was fortunate that she got directed to the temple by somebody. Did Lord Buddha say that just leave it alone? Death is inevitable to everybody. Are you mad? Did he use any such comments? No. He, as I said, he's the best psychiatrist ever. He's the best counselor ever. What he said, sister, sit down. Okay, we can cure the baby. Now there is some hope to the Kisagotami's mind, isn't it? The mind always wants some stimuli to survive. Now she got a new idea. She was given the hope, another thought to say that this baby can be saved. The baby's life can be revived by somehow. Now there is some hope. So he was very tactful. Lord Buddha was very wisely using the available situation. He said, go and find a handful of mustard seed from a house where there no one has died. Now, again, for you and me, when you think, when you hear something like that, again you feel that this is so this is a kind of a silly sentence, silly advice to give. But for her, it was not like that, because Lord Buddha really understood her level of her mental level at that time. And for you and me, it looked a bit funny to hear something like that. But for her, it was some hope. So that is what Lord Buddha said, that the mind needs some food. We call it in simple words, food for thought. So she needed that food at that time. And she went from house to house asking whether there was any house where there was no one died. So all said, oh, my parents, grandparents, aunts, or sometimes in some other houses, I'm sure they may have said that my child, so and so, at this age died. So then only with these comments that she heard, her mind became a bit clearer. She was confused. She was in dark, and she could feel that the light was falling, clearing up the darkness. And she realized that this is not something possible. And she went back to Lord Buddha. Now, these are some beautiful stories or beautiful parts of the Buddhist history, which gives us how beautifully Lord Buddha handled these situations. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma, because Dhamma is something, the Buddhism is something that has a solution to every person, a solution to every situation, because Dhamma is not different from the life. Dhamma means everyday life. So therefore, there has to be something, a solution to everything in day-to-day life. Whatever the problem that you are facing, there should be a solution in Dhamma. So we invite you to listen to this Dhamma more and more, because as I said, finding out exactly what the truth is, finding out exactly the practical aspect of Lord Buddha's teaching is not easy, because different people with their level of understanding, sometimes they add facts from their knowledge and their preaching. So the in this era, uh, we have to be very careful, because Buddhism has become more and more popular. people are more and more turning towards Buddhist teachings because quite a significant number of people realized that what they wanted was not there in their beliefs or their religions or faiths. So they start looking for the truth. We know that quite a number of significant number of uh, foreign monks are meditating in Sri Lanka, and also quite a number of foreigners are coming in search of Buddhism to countries like Thailand, where there are massive scale monasteries. These people are actually fed up with what they experienced. So they want to find out what is the truth is. But as I said, finding exactly what the Lord Buddha explained is not in some of, or well, quite a significant proportion of these places do not have that true Dhamma facts, which is actually sad to say because a lot of people are seeking for it, and people are another category of people are making use of that need uh, for their uh, requirements or for their benefit. And they are teaching sometimes a mixed type of Buddhist teachings. Certain facts are taken from other religions, especially there is a mixing up with the Hindu practices, particularly with the meditation side. And Lord Buddha did not strongly advise on the concentration meditation because concentration meditation he practiced for a long time and he reached some very high meditative states and he realized that still the self was persisting. The self uh, vibration was still there. That means exactly that that is not the end. So, what he promoted was the penetrative meditation or insight meditation or called Vidarshana meditation. And not that he strongly advised against concentration meditation, but he said concentration meditation alone is not enough. And going along to the higher levels of concentration meditation actually can be sometimes closing the pathway to this Buddhist understanding because the temporary pleasure that the person experiences, the temporary relaxed feeling that the person experiences with that concentration meditation sometimes gives an impression that that is the end of the path. So you have to be very careful when you are finding the Dhamma facts, when you are choosing Dhamma sermons. Uh, if any of such the sermons is helping you to bring down your current, to bring down your fire, then you can select that pathway. And also a Dhamma teaching which promotes the action and effect pathway, that means a karma, as the only thing in the world, that again is not Lord Buddha's teaching. Lord Buddha said that if a person is going along the correct Dhamma path, we have to understand that there are two lines, two avenues. One is a person who believes the world, believes the self as existing, will go along that karmic pathway or the action and effect pathway. A person who realizes the true Dhamma teachings of Lord Buddha, which he found as a unique thing, which explains, which is the only philosophy which explains the cause and effect pathway that has to be understood. So the the correct Dhamma means that the cause and effect pathway is the one which is explained, or dependent origination, or the paticca samuppada is the the golden rule or golden explanation in Lord Buddha's teachings. So we invite you to explore more. We invite you to be more curious and find out what is the truth. Truth means whether you are a Christian, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Jew or any other religion that you are believing, truth is common to all of us. So depending on whatever the background, uh, if it is a truth that is going to happen to you and me, that path has to be explored, isn't it? So listen to the sermons more. You can always go for the websites, the English speaking people, you can uh, enter the website www.wisdomofasia.com. So that is the uh, website for the English speaking people, www.wisdomofasia, written as one word.com. So in that you will be able to find many articles, many explanations, many messages, and also how some of the scientific findings actually talking about the science is well behind the Lord Buddha's explanations. But whatever has found in science, how that fact is how that fact can be correlated to what Lord Buddha explained nearly 2,600 years ago. So you are welcome to join us, welcome to listen to these, and also to join us at the discussion session if you have any queries from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day from Sri Lankan time. I will conclude the session. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. And may our Dhamma friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvan Saranai.
මෙලෙස ටිකෙන් ටික සිහියක් නුවණක් දියුණු වෙමින් ගොස් මුළු ජීවිතේම දහමම පත් වෙන දෙයක්. එහෙම එනවා නම් අන්නේ
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the sufferings of all human beings where the samsaric journey is created in the human mind. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. First of all, I really appreciate Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma because personally, uh, personally I see how the people are suffering with so many problems in their day-to-day life because of the mind. They are all the time suffering. Actually speaking, Lord Buddha, the greatest scientist ever, appeared on this planet Earth. Lord Gautama Buddha, I bow down to Lord Gautama Buddha for showing this unmatchable Dhamma, to showing the people how they are created and how their samsaric journey is creating and how are they going to overcome this suffering by the true teachings of Lord Buddha. But after Lord Buddha's era, so many thousands of years, there were arahants on this planet Earth. In Sri Lanka, most probably in Sri Lanka, there were a lot of arahants. And not only here, in each and every continent, mainly in the South Asian countries and in India and a few were in the European countries also. And there were so many arhats. But because of the overpowering of this, some people, they wanted to overpower their power, their governments wanted to overpower on these Asian countries, and they came to Sri Lanka, grabbed us and tried to destroy the true Buddhism by killing uh, Buddhist monks and destroying so many Buddhist temples and dargahs and everything. So not only here in Ajanta, Vellora, in India also the same thing. So many stupid kings in other different faiths, they have destroyed such a good university in Ajanta also because of their madness. Actually, they are like evil spirits, and they have destroyed the ultimate truth of humanity. So more than 1,000 odd years on this planet Earth, Buddhism was there just as a practice, cultural practice. So, but we had our Tripitaka Sutra, Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka, and Abhidharma Pitaka in Pali Canon, but nobody knew what is inside it because the monks, Buddhist monks, used to recite it only, and they didn't try to understand the meanings of the sutra, Abhidharma, Vinaya, and they didn't try to achieve Nibbana. Instead, they tried Hinduism, Hindu Veda meditations to go beyond the samsara, but actually it is never happened, and it is not even happening, because according to Hindu Veda, uh, that Hinduism is more than 15,000 years old, but according to Hindu Veda, there is no ultimate freedom, because they are not knowing how to overcome the self. They always trying to meditate with the self, and they think they used to have some kind of dhyana, and when they die they think they are in the uh, environment, Vishwa Shakti. They think it that way. They may be there for certain period of time, then again they fell into the lower realms. So that is a useless method. So when the time passes this way, the a great person with a great wisdom born in Sri Lanka, and from his childhood he tried to understand what is the ultimate truth, because he saw all everybody is suffering with so many problems created in the mind, and nothing, no, without an end, suffering is everywhere. That is Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. From the very young age, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has actually done this meditations. Actually, first of all, he also done the Hindu Veda meditations, and uh, most probably he was in the non-form level from the very young age, according to his past life experience, maybe. But after trying those meditations, after going, that means Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has gone everywhere in the jungle monasteries. In each and every jungle monastery in Sri Lanka, he has visited, and he has stayed there in different time periods. Nearly 30 years he tried to understand the true Dhamma. For after a certain time period, by 2009, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse understood through this one-pointedness meditations, according to Hindu Veda meditations, uh, there's no way to achieve Nibbana, as Lord Buddha said. Then Aryan Mahanse was trying to understand the Lord Buddha's teachings in Tripitaka, the Pali Canon. But most probably, Aryan Mahanse tried to understand what Lord Buddha has said about this insight meditation. So Aryan Mahanse found the insight meditation through this Pali Canon and started to practicing the insight meditations with that means with the uh, nature, very much close to the nature. All the time Aryan Mahanse was living very much close to the nature, because this true Dhamma, ultimate truth of Nibbana, is that means we are becoming the nature and then going beyond the nature. So Aryan Mahanse practiced that, and slowly Aryan Mahanse found the ultimate reality of Nibbana, ultimate freedom, in a jungle monastery in the year 2015. But uh, thereafter, even nearly about 5 years without giving this Dhamma out, Aryan Mahanse was trying to understand more and more about this Dhamma. And then in the year 2019, the corona viruses came into the world and people began to die in thousands. So Aryan Mahanse thought of giving this Dhamma to the innocent people. Then Aryan Mahanse's first sermon is actually, he also had this corona virus and Aryan Mahanse tried. The first sermon is 14 hours long. So in that Dhamma, Aryan Mahanse thought to give this Dhamma uh, to anybody on this planet Earth by these YouTube channels. Even though Aryan Mahanse tried so hard from that point, so many jealousy people tried to stop that also, but Aryan Mahanse didn't stop it. So from that, from the year end of 2019, now nearly 6 years, Aryan Mahanse is preaching this Dhamma to the mankind through YouTube channel mainly, and nowadays mm, going to each and every village, each and every meeting, each and every uh, pe- uh, village mothers and fathers, and going to different town areas. A small Aryan Mahanse is giving this Dhamma to small gatherings, not in thousands, like the Lord Buddha did. The same way Lord Buddha did, telling this Dhamma to the small gatherings. So all the time Aryan Mahanse is now even Aryan Mahanse is living with very much closer to the nature. That is the way of an Arahant, a fully realized uh, spiritual master with the highest wisdom on this planet Earth is Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse from Sri Lanka. So uh, I personally invite each and every Buddhist monk, each and every Buddhist nun on this living on this planet Earth, from Tibet to uh, all other countries, Thailand, Vietnam, uh, Korea, Japan, China, each and every country, they should come and listen to this Dhamma, and they should understand this Dhamma. Even in Sri Lankan, nuns and monks also should understand this Dhamma, and they should realize this Dhamma because they are wearing Lord Buddha's robe. So they should now understand the correct path to Nibbana. Lord Buddha's robe is not enough. Lord Buddha's teachings they should take instead of Hindu Veda meditations and just suffering and just dying without gaining anything. So Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's great revelation of true Buddhist philosophy is one of the most great revelations in this era. This is a Shravaka Buddha era. This is the Lord Buddha's second era, opening up this true Buddhist philosophy based Dhamma. True Buddhist philosophy was not here more than 1,000 odd years, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is the spiritual master who found the true Buddhist philosophy, and from the Lord Buddha's true teachings, and now showing us. So Aryan Mahanse has done more than 13,000 sermons based on true Buddhist philosophy, and uh, in the in the language of Sinhala, but Aryan Mahanse is uh, now giving sermons in English language as well. So not only that, there is uh, Tamil sermons also in about this Buddothpada Dhamma. uh, in Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Thread, Instagram, Twitter, each and every social media. You can find Buddothpado Dhamma in different languages. That means Sinhala, English, and Tamil. Buddothpado Tamil YouTube channel, Buddothpado Tamil Facebook pages, Buddothpado Tamil Zoom discussions. Like that, there are so many Buddothpado Dhamma sermons are in here. Not only that, in Sinhala medium, there are so many Zoom discussions. People who are listening to this Dhamma used to come and ask about their problems. So Aryan Mahansa is helping them to understand the Dhamma and face the life accordingly. So not only that, in Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, which I am talking now, you all can, there is a Zoom discussion between everyday Sri Lankan time 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. You all can come and ask any type of question. No matter whatever the religion you believe, whatever the faith you have, no matter whatever the color of skin, whatever the language you are talking, whatever country you live, whatever the social background you are in, no matter, because we all are, no matter what your education level is, no need of that. We all are human beings made out of flesh, bones, and blood. So one race, one human race. So no separation. So you better come and listen to this Dhamma through Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel. And you can go through www.wisdomofasia.com, where you can understand this Dhamma is full of science. Actually, this humanity, the way of the samsaric journey creates in the human mind. There is how this world is created inside the human mind. Everything is a big science, not separated that as physics, chemistry, or biology, zoology. Actually, all are combined, and there is a one big science here. You all can understand, and after understanding, you all can live a very peaceful life and until your uh, end of life. So today I'm talking about the Dhamma sermon Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has done 6 years ago. Third sermon. Nibbana is near you, third sermon. In this sermon, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling the people who are listening to this Dhamma, who are interested in achieving the ultimate truth of bliss, and who are interested in overcoming this samsaric journey, going beyond this wheel of suffering, should do one thing at first. That is, you should listen to True Buddhist philosophy of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. That you can do through Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel, or very easily you can come across that in www.wisdomofasia.com. Thereafter, the main thing is each and every seeker, each and every person should learn how to see their mind, because we are going here and there with this body. But actually speaking, in our mind, there is a big creation. That is That means the samsaric journey is created in the human mind. So, to understand the human mind, we should understand our mind. So, each and every fraction of the moment, you have to look at your mind. That is the utmost needful thing you will have to do, because until such time nobody is able to do anything. We first of all we have to learn, we have to watch what how this mind is working. So to understand that, we each and every fraction of the moment you have to look at your mind. So this is not very difficult, this is an easy thing. When you start to look at your mind, slowly you will have the peace of mind. That means you will have the clarity, you will have the peace, and you will be able to uh, understand how your mind is working. Then your suffering will be slowly reducing until you uh, fully realize the path to Nibbana. That means every day you are having a very fast lifestyle. Even though you can spend 10 minutes, at least 10 minutes per day to start this. You can just sit down. No need of meditative posture. You can just sit on a chair, and uh, without using any uh, electrical equipment such as television, radio, or telephone, keeping all those things aside and in a very quiet place. You have to just uh, sit on a place and just close your mind for about 10 minutes, and you have to keep your awareness about your mind. When you close your mind eyes, you can see clearly your mind. The thoughts are the appearing thoughts. After some time, you can just uh, in day-to-day life, each and every moment, you will be able to see your mind, the thought flow. But to start that, you have to have some kind of practice. To do that, just sit on a place and close your eyes, and just without doing anything, not this is not one pointed as meditation, this is just watching your mind. So keep your awareness. Awareness means when you look at something, you keep awareness about it, no, like that. When you close your eyes, you just keep your awareness about this closed eyes. Then, after a little time, you can see a dark space here. And when you sitting with this awareness, keeping your awareness to that dark space, then slowly, you can find uh, thoughts are flowing. At the beginning, there may be a fast flow of thoughts. So you can't see anything clearly, just a fast flowing of thoughts. So let it be. Just watch for the first day. Then the second day. Every day 10 minutes, whichever time you have, just watch your mind. Then slowly, you can understand the power of thoughts. Flowing power of thoughts are becoming slower, becoming less. Then uh, slowly your uh, thought flowing speed will be slowing down. Then after about 2 weeks time, you will be able to watch the mind. You will be able to see the thoughts separately. Uh, this is like you are just watching somebody's entering into your room, like thoughts are coming that way. When you are keeping your awareness, there may be a thought appearing in a past thought about somebody, maybe a friend or somebody is appearing. So it's a mental picture. Everything is a mental picture, but not very clear. You maybe just appearing and disappearing. So you have to be very uh, you have to be very sensitive, and you have to be keep your awareness. Then it's passing. Then another thought may come. It may be an angry thought. You some of this may be a person. You may be angry with the person, and when that mental image appears, you feel that the anger in you. So that is also just appearing and disappearing. Again, a thought may be appearing with lust. Lusty thought, maybe a lusty thought, some attraction towards somebody. It is also just appearing and disappearing. You have to just watch this process. Then maybe another thought is appearing with craving. All the thoughts are having craving, a special craving for food or something. So when you look at it, you know how this mind, the craving is coming. So watching that also, like that, you have to slowly watch your mind. Then when you are practicing this with awareness, after about 1 month's time, you will be able to see your mind, the appearing of your mind without closing your eyes. At each and every moment, you can see your mind, how the thoughts are appearing. So, when somebody is coming in front of you and scolding you, that is also a thought. That actually there's no person outside. That is also a thought from inside. Because according to true Buddhist philosophy, there's no outside world. You are looking, you are seeing only your mind. So if somebody is scolding, then at once you know nobody is there. You are just seeing your mind. So when uh, when when the anger may come, when you hear that voice, it is also in your mind. So you can watch how by hearing that sound, angry sound, how your anger is increasing. But you know, actually, this is only a thought. So you are not going to react on it. So it's actually giving you a, so it may be an incident and it is over. When it is over, you are free because you have not gone to fight with that person. Like that. This is a very simple Dhamma. And you can, when trying little by little, you can do it without a problem. Because at one time, this mind shows a man, then sometimes it shows a vehicle. When you are working in the office, there may be a uh, uh, mental image of a vehicle is appearing. Yes, you know. Then you know, according to this, you're looking at the
mind, you know it is only a mental image of a car. It's appearing and disappearing. Then again, another mental image is coming. That may be your father. And it is also appearing and disappearing. So again, you are concentrating on your office work. So in office work also, you are seeing actually your mind. You are concentrating on your work and doing. While working, another thought may come. Like that, whatever the thought comes, you know that is only a thought. Yes, one time this mind shows you a man, then a vessel, then a pot of water. Through the sounds also, forms are appearing. Yes, when you hear a sound, when you hear a sound, you know that is a horn of a car. Then you know that sound, according to that sound, the mental image of a car is appearing. When a bird is singing, a mental image of a bird is appearing in your mind all the time. It is like that. When you starting to do this, you are watching a film. Actually, you are watching your own film. This life on earth is a complete illusionary film. When you understand this Dhamma, true Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, based on true Buddhist teachings, you can watch your own film without acting on it. You can act on it also without a problem, without having problems. You can watch the film and you can see the film, because all the time, or by all this time, you have acted your own film and with anger, rage, lust, uh, ignorance, and all those things. But after listening to this Dhamma, you will be able to watch your own film without anger, without hatred, lust, or ignorance. That is the most valuable thing here, because you are not shaking about you are not shaking based on your own film. Mind is creating thoughts and then vanishing, again arising and then vanishing. This is the way of the mind continuously. Yes. Actually speaking, there is nothing called mind, because the small baby didn't have a mind. Parents and teachers, preschool teacher and everybody created the mind for the baby. Then in the upper school, in the university, in the society, in the workplace, even now, there are so many uh, thought processes are given, databases are given to the human beings, and therefore non-stop mind created. Actually, it is not in the cot, not in the babies in the cot. This mind was not there. So mind is a creation done by our parents and the teachers and the elderly people. So mind means a vibration, vibratory nature of a power generated thought process. So that thought process means mental images all the time. Different mental images are coming and going. Therefore, mind is always creating thoughts. That means mental images arising and ceasing. Then again arising and ceasing. Arising one mind, ceasing the same, and the mind is gone. Again it comes with another mental picture, a thought, and arising and ceasing. This is the way of a mind continuously happening until the time of the death, even for a arahant. But even for a arahant. But actually for an arahant, there is no burning. For other people, like the normal people who have not listened to this true Dhamma, has so much pressure on them due to this thought process. Due to this thought process, that means the mental images arising and ceasing. But all these mental images are appearing through the six senses of the human body. In true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan is clearly showing us we live, actually these human machines are living in between millions of perceptions. So all those perceptions, some of the perceptions are appearing through these six senses for each and every human being based on the cause and effect law. Cause and effect law. And according to the cause and effect law, that means the perceptions are coming through the six senses of a human body, and it comes as shadows, shapes, and perceptions. Shadows and shapes. Therefore, we actually seeing a film in our mind. So when all these perceptions are coming through the six senses, they comes as uh, uh, shapes, shadows, and reflections. We have no way to experience the outside world. We are just experiencing forms as reflections, because there are two lenses in our eyes. Through those two lenses, we are seeing reflections. We have two ears in this human body, and we hear sounds as vibrations, sound vibration. And when we touch anything, the body skin has the touch sensation according to the vibration of the body and the vibration of the thing, stimuli what we are touching. Tasting is also like that. According to the tongue vibration and the food vibration, we are tasting the food. When a smell, a good or bad smell comes, we feel it because of the vibration of that smell and the vibration of our nose. So that is how this human body is working. So all those are even touch vibrations, hearing vibrations, and seeing vibrations, all are coming into the mind, and mind is giving conceptual names for them, because we were fed from the early childhood so many data, names. But actually speaking, those names are not there outside. We have put the names according to our living surface, living space. In different countries, people are giving different names to the things around. So those names are not true. Actually, we are seeing only shadows, only sound vibrations, and we are only having touch vibrations. That is the way of this mind. When the mind is creating thoughts and just appearing and disappearing, if you are able to live by letting them go, there will be no problem. But if you creep into those thoughts only, you will get into problems. If you are creeping into those thoughts, you will get houses, trees, men, women, good ones, bad ones, and creating a duality. Yes, if you are creeping into those thoughts, the duality creates. And not only that, there are things outside. There is a soul for me. Self is created. Yes. When you creep into those thoughts, the duality creates because of the mind consciousness. When you let go of those thoughts, they will appear and disappear because I am not the mind, I am not the body. So the mind is a system. My mind is actually, the way of the mind is just appearing thoughts and disappearing. When we grab that, when we are creeping into these thoughts, what will happen? The duality creates because the mind consciousness always showing us there is outside, there is a crow and there is a soul here who is seeing the crow, but actually not. We are actually seeing, hearing and touching and experiencing only our mind, only our mind. But the mind consciousness is a very big illusion. It shows us there is an outside world and you are here, you have a soul. If I am here, I can't go. I must be here. I can't die. The craving is coming. Yes, when you understand uh, the self based on the thing you are seeing, mind consciousness shows there is something outside and there is a self here. Then at once the self power is creating and thinking, I am here, I can't go, I must be here, I can't die. The craving is coming. Craving and the mind consciousness are combined together. Those are the ones who are giving us trouble. Those are mind collected things without seeing the instant minds arising and ceasing, grabbing it. That means if we can see a thought, the mind is just arising and ceasing, we are not going to catch anything from outside. We are not going to grab into the thoughts. But when the self view is happen, self view is happen, due to the wrong way of looking at the world from the early childhood because of the parents and the teachers. Now a self is created and self is thinking, I am here, I can't go, I must be here, I can't die. The craving is coming and then those are mind collected things, collecting things without seeing the instant minds arising and ceasing, grabbing it. Even for a necklace, gold necklace, we can only see that uh, reflection of the gold necklace, but we are grabbing that thought. It's only a thought because we can't. We only catch it and we only see it and we can only wear it. But that is actually we are seeing a reflection. So what is the use of grabbing that reflection? This is only a fraction of this moment that thought is arising and ceasing. If we catch it from the middle, what will happen? Not is created. Catching from the middle means that if we catch something with the craving because of the mind consciousness, then not is connected. We are bound to it. We are, the craving is very more and more, and we are actually bound to that thought of gold necklace. That is how things happen. When we turn around a rope, it is turning into one side. Like that, there is no two sides as outside and inside. What we see the two sides is only a illusion. But when we catch from the middle, a rope is twining. Yes, catch from the middle, the rope will be twining. Lord Buddha's examples, these are Lord Buddha's examples. Like this, only two extremes are, like this only two extremes are creating. Yes, two extremes means a illusionary way of thinking. If we can only see the reflections of what is there around, and if we can hear only the vibrations of the sound, and if we are able to touch only our body uh, body vibration, touch vibration, so how come we are able to go into the outside? There is no outside. From the beginning, we are completely seeing, hearing, and feeling only our mind. So, in this lifetime, actually in this lifetime, we have to very clearly see this. Lord Buddha always tried to show us there are no two extremes. To clarify this Dhamma, Lord Buddha is giving so many examples to the world, because this ultimate truth of Dhamma is not easy to convey through a language. There is no language in this Dhamma. We cannot find a language to clarify this Dhamma. But we need the media to understand this Dhamma, to give this perception of truth. We need a perception. Yes, this Dhamma is also a perception, and we have to give this Dhamma, we have to show a perception. So that is why Lord Buddha, for that only Lord Buddha provides us with lot of examples. These are very great for so many people. Lord Buddha used examples to clarify this Dhamma. Actually, uh, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is doing nowadays, it's very, very well doing by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse for us to showing this Dhamma with the new types of examples. To show vibrations, Aryan Wahanse is telling us, throw a stone to a water. So water surface, when we throw a pebble or something, stone, then we can see how the waves are forming, vibration is happening, and how the waves are forming according to that vibration. That is also a great example. And also Buddhothpado Aryan Wahanse is showing us the lightning, to show us the light vibration. When we see the lightning, we know how the lightning is happening like a zigzag thing, uh, going up and down, up and down. That is how a wave is happening. So that is the way the vibrations creates in this nature, in this phenomena. So it is also a great example given by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, and Aryan Vahanse is telling us to clarify describe the mind power, the thought power. Aryan Vahanse is telling us the gravity power, showing us the gravity power and electricity power, electric power to show us the mind power. That means when we drop a stone, as far as soon as possible, the stone is going on to the earth. That means there is some kind of uh, grabbing power coming from the earth. That is why we are able to walk on the earth. Otherwise, we are floating. Because of the gravity power, we are able to walk on this earth like that. Uh, there is electricity power with the use of the water uh, in Victoria Dam, like dams across and keeping a very big magnet there, and they used to come. That means they used to uh, plus side and minus side. They used to combine. Then a very big sparks happening. That spark is called electricity. That is how we get electricity through this water powerhouses. So Aryan Vahanse is showing us that examples and saying mind power is also like that, because the stimuli having power, perception stimuli having power, they used to come into the mind through the six senses, and they have power. They act as names and forms, and they combine. Then the power is becoming more. And when the thoughts are creating, thoughts are having more power. And when the thoughts are transforming into the level of mind consciousness, it has more power, like a power generator, because thought processes are becoming very high, or is about one stimuli. Mind consciousness shows us so many thought patterns. That means the power is generating more and more in the mind consciousness, and it shows us there is an outside and there is an self here, and there is an outside world. That is the illusionary nature of the consciousness, and consciousness is connected with the mind consciousness is connected with the craving, and that is how we are looking at the things created in our mind, and we think they are somewhere outside, and we with the craving we are going behind them to fulfill our sensual pleasures. That is how this world is created, and Aryan Vahanse is showing us so many examples. Lord Buddha also given so many examples, because we are actually all the time we are because of the wrong views, human beings are trapped in this sansaric journey, where we didn't know about it. We thought sansara is outside, but no, this sansaric journey is created inside this mind. Even these 31 realms also created inside the mind. No heaven or no hell is outside. Each and every hell and heaven, Brahma realms, all the three realms are inside this mind. Buddhothpado Aryanuhansa is the spiritual teacher, showed us uh, with his highest wisdom, until Buddhothpado Aryanuhansa's true sermons. We didn't know anything about that. We thought 31 realms are out there, but it is not so. The 31 realms of existence are also creating inside this human mind because of the thought patterns. If we are having an angry thought, that means at this moment we are in a lower realm. There may be that may be a hungry ghost realm, or that may be a some uh, dangerous realm, or maybe in the hell. So people are living in this planet Earth, 800 billion people, but actually they are not living in the human world all the time, because they are all the time they are running here and there, and their thoughts are all the time in, most probably in lower realms. That is why Lord Buddha said the people come into this world, this percentage of uh, more than 90% people are going into the lower realms because their mind power is increasing after coming to this planet human realm. So I'm going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet, Thiruvan Sannaya Aryan Mahanse. We are so grateful to you for all this guidance that you are providing us and all the Dhamma explanations that you are doing endlessly, tirelessly. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, which is a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English series. And this is an attempt that we are making to take this Dhamma message of our noble friend Aryan Mahasis to the world, which is something disclosed nearly 2,600 years ago. So my friend Champa has already joined. Thiruvan Saranai Champa.
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor.
So until the other friends join, maybe we can start with something, some points from anywhere is okay, or even an experience is okay. Uh, Actually, I wanted to do a small suggestion also because uh, you are already occupied with so much of work. When you are
Yes.
writing the facts about the sermons, maybe you can write just a couple of sentences or write some points so that will save your time. And those things we can discuss as
Yes,
Surangi
Doctor.
mentioned that day. Yeah.
Yes, Doctor. Actually, I didn't write anything. I listened last night one and today
Mm.
morning one.
Okay.
But everything was actually the non-dumb
Mm.
discussed.
Mm.
No any special points, and I didn't write anything. But
Understood.
yes, we can discuss because mainly Aryan Mahanse was telling uh, to this the first contemplation. That means to see that the outside world is not true. That is the
Mm.
main point we in these days Aryan Mahanse is very clearly showing all the time,
Mm.
because after that only his Aryan Mahanse is telling the mind thing is the coming after that. First of all, you must anyhow understand that the outside world is not true, and you should show your mind that
Mm.
outside there is nothing called outside. So for that he is telling doctor
Mm.
to contemplate that,
Yeah.
not to show the mind means
Mm.
contemplate the outside world is not true. What you see, hear, and feel, everything is in your mind. So, the main point is that, and according to that, mm, Dr. Kokila's sermon, she has sent to the
Mm. Group,
uh,
yes.
group.
Mm.
That is also Aryan Hanse is mentioning සතිය තමයි අපේ ගෙදර. That means the awareness. You should have the awareness all the time uh, and showing your mind that outside is not true. So
Yeah.
I think we can talk about that, doctor, because it is actually very much needful for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, if I expand on what you say,
Yes,
it's the first step of the four things, four contemplations that Aryan Mahasi is teaching us. As you
yes,
said, it's the most difficult and most important thing
yes,
because all this time we had this outside world as true. So
yes,
completely turning to the opposite direction uh, by convincing that everything is a creation in the mind is not easy also.
yes,
On the other hand, uh, what is created is something uh, with the five senses. So
yes,
for this And actually, the Darshane part is very important because Darshane is the uh, part of the Satyajnana or the Darshana is the most important thing where you have to, as a knowledge, you have to get that knowledge of how these thoughts are created. And the
Yes.
fact the baby who has the radiant mind doesn't have the thoughts. So they are the baby's experience is at the sensor level.
Yes.
Um, but the potential to develop thoughts are there. That is because of
Yes.
nature.
Yes.
And the thoughts are formed subsequently, which is a part of the natural rule of Chitta Niyame.
Yes.
It is a natural process. Uh, whether you like or not, whether the system wants or not, that is not the matter. It happens automatically.
Yes.
And even Aryan Mahasi used to give that example about the Tarzan
Yes.
story where there was no one to teach him like any other child. I mean, even this is just a story, but it is something that you can make use of it to understand this situation.
Yes, doctor. Yes.
So, the formal kind of teaching wasn't there. Like the
Yes.
baby experience, the baby will learn a lot of things from the teaching of the adults, particularly the mother, and the sound and the pictures will be combined very often with so-called teaching at home. Uh,
Yes.
on the other hand, if somebody was grown up among the animals like Tarzan,
Yes.
still that process of combining the sounds to the pictures will occur.
Mm.
So
Yes,
that is
doctor, that
how,
is true.
yeah, you remember that example he used to explain
Yes. Yes.
ways.
Yes. Mm.
So in that way, now the Tarzan also will learn uh, with certain warning sounds and the appearance of a particular animal that this is dangerous. I
Yes.
have to go to a safe place. Or with
Yes.
certain food items, the Tarzan will also learn that with certain signals, sounds given by monkeys or other animals. Uh,
Yes.
so the what I wanted to tell was that automatically that process of combining the sounds to the light and the other sense faculties will happen.
Yes.
So the thought formation is what is called the chitta niyame. That's a
Yes.
kind of natural process.
Yes.
Uh, so this now when it comes to our stage, we automatically get the thought, we get the full product now. We
Yes.
can't go back to that level where we experience the light and the sound. That
Yes.
Lord Buddha's example was that when you turn milk to ghee or butter, you can't get the milk back.
Yes.
That now we get the product called thought straight away.
Yes.
So now it is a process, reversing process of reversing where we have to each and every thought we have to understand that this is a creation in the mind. This is a thought.
Yes. Yes. Yes, doctor.
For that, actually, that Satyajnana or Darshana is very important.
Yes.
What Aryan Mahansi used to tell us was at the beginning when we were doing these 4 steps in our programs.
Yes.
Very one, what he said was that sorry, a clear knowledge about the Darshana is the essential thing. And thereafter, actually, you can't. Now, when you are practicing it at the centers, you can
Yes.
take even the thoughts which are not causing any significant current. Uh,
Yes.
because when we are practicing, we try to see that the sound came and it's a going of a crow. It's a
Yes.
thought.
Yes.
It's a seeing, and the thought was it is a belief. So like that, we used to practice it. But in practice, in the normal setting at home,
Yes.
you may not be able to. Sorry, you will not be able to do it in that way.
Yes.
So the practical way will be if you feel a particular stimulus as strong, then
Yes.
quickly you turn back and try to analyze and find out that it is a thought.
Yes.
But at the beginning, you do this contemplation very often as possible is okay. But
Yes.
later on, there are certain incidents that we feel the power of it, isn't it? So
Yes.
once you can quickly, you can, even if you didn't recognize it immediately, even with a time gap, even after a while, if you can analyze that and see how it was a thought, I mean, how it was created.
Yes.
So for that, actually, you have to have the knowledge about the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnane and Chutupapata Jnane also.
Yes.
Otherwise, you
Yes.
don't have an idea how it became a thought. Now, uh, it's a shape, and thought is a banana tree.
Yes.
And
Yes.
just something that I can see in front of me.
I
So
also
just
can see one. Yes. I also can see one. Yes.
so just a shape to the eye, but quickly the thought is a banana tree. So banana tree has all the description which the eye did not pick up.
That
I
is
mean,
why.
right. So you have to investigate and find out how did you get a banana tree in your mind.
Yes.
So that
Yes.
is a process. The Chitta Niyame quickly creates it as a thought.
Yes.
And
So
now
fast.
at the beginning, yeah, at the beginning you can contemplate or even on the simple stimuli that you are coming across. But
Yes.
later on, it's simply actually you can't contemplate on every thought that is coming up. But
Yes.
at the beginning, whatever is possible, you can practice it.
Yes.
But later on, what you can do is now there are instances where things are felt heavy, things which you
Yes.
feel as significant. And that one you
Yes.
can analyze and see how beautifully the mind is creating it as a thought. So,
Yes.
for example, now if you say you look at your phone screen and you see a message, it's
Yes.
a it's a it's a picture or a shape to the eye, isn't it?
Yes.
It's mind. It is a thought. It says it's a message from your son saying that
Yes.
I have to cancel my flight, something like that.
Yes.
I'm just imaginary things. So
Yes.
it is
Yes. Yes.
shape to the eye, but see the thought quickly created a message, message from sun, and
Yes.
you get a long, I mean, huge amount of pictures also with that, no, with that thought.
Yes.
If
Yes.
sun
Yes.
is pictures there, maybe you will see a picture of the flight also,
Yes.
and all kinds of pictures are born as a thought, isn't it?
Yes,
So
doctor.
if the eye was not functioning, if the eye was
Yes.
not functioning, you don't talk about that thought. And
Yes.
if you did not understand that language, again, there's no talk about your son's message. And
Yes.
if if for some reason, even if you are looking at the screen, if your eye vibration didn't occur, again there
Yes.
is nothing a function of seeing.
Yes. Yes, doctor. Yes.
You have to have the eye, functioning eye, and the eye
Hmm.
should vibrate accordingly, right? That means
Yes.
there is some synchronization of the vibration of the screen along with the vibration of your eye.
It should happen. Yes. It should happen.
Yeah, and
Hmm.
also language should be compatible with you.
Yes.
So all three things happen in the next fraction of second. You get a thought. This is a message. Sun
Yes.
is unable to come and Sun had to cancel the flight. So
Yes.
in that you have all the data that you are having about your Sun, isn't it?
Yes.
Including the
Yes.
pictures, including the I mean all five senses. You can talk about all the senses, especially when you talk about your own child, because you had the
Yes.
data from a small age,
Yes.
and the data you have about the flight.
Yes.
All these things instantly create a huge scene as a
Yes.
thought. So like
Yes,
that,
doctor.
if there are sort of significant incidents or instances, you can
Yes.
quickly look out and see how it became a thought.
Yes.
And now, when we are doing the practical program, I'm sure you have experienced and you have helped them also with the coordinating and all. You may have done it yourself. When we are doing
Yes.
this walk meditation,
Yes.
we ask, I mean, go for whatever the prominent uh, stimulus or prominent experience. It may be
Yes.
something touching skin at one time, and next thing it may be a sound which came from somewhere. It may be
Yes.
something you smelled, like a smell of flowers or smell of the incense sticks,
Yes.
or it may be something that you saw. So
Yes.
the senses are taking turns. So what we generally do is whatever the prominent stimulus which was felt, uh,
Yes.
just quickly see how it created a thought.
Yes.
It's, in other words, it is not seeing, it is thinking. It is not
Yes. Yes.
hearing, it is thinking, isn't it?
Thinking. Yes.
It's, it's not feeling taste, it is thinking that what taste it is.
Yes.
So,
Thinking and understanding. Yes.
yeah, understanding means the thought formation, no?
Yes. Yes.
Thinking
Yes.
and understanding go together. Yeah, thought means you
Yes.
understand the thing.
Yes.
And it depends on the type of the data that you have. Now,
Yes. Yes.
the word, if you take this word tsunami, now before the
Yes.
tsunami came, when if somebody said tsunami to us, it is just a sound to the ear.
Yes.
Now, because we didn't have any data, no, about tsunami.
No, no, we didn't know anything about. First time, no, we heard that word even. Yes.
So now,
Mm.
after the tsunami incident, we have got such a load of data about the tsunami. Now, when
Yes.
we hear it as sound, see the amount of data, see how heavy that thought is. We have real tsunami now. And
Yes.
it's a pleasant thing also, no? You have all kinds of side thoughts also. It is very unpleasant, very sad kind of thing. And
Yes, doctor.
even,
Yes.
even though people who have not experienced tsunami, I mean, people who
Yes.
experience tsunami will have much heavier and much stronger uh, thought. But
Yes.
for people who didn't experience also, still the it's a kind of a sad thought, unpleasant thought.
Yes. Yes, doctor.
Along
We went to
Mm.
see that, but the wall was like nothing, completely upside down.
Yeah, now when I say the word tsunami, see the picture that you
Mm.
are getting in your mind as a thought.
Yes, yes,
So that
doctor. The past
is the first,
experience synchronized. Yes.
yeah, so that is the first contemplation. It's a thought.
Yes.
Oh, now
Yes.
you just sound, no, the
Yes.
tsunami sound came up, and then,
Yes.
but you a whole lot of, I mean, huge picture, isn't it? Like a full
Yes.
film, like you got
Yes.
everything in your mind. So that is
Yes.
the first contemplation.
Yes.
It's not a
Outside
sound
it.
for you. Yeah, it
Yes.
was just a sound, but the the whole picture was created in the mind as a thought.
Yes. Actually, there's nothing outside, only a thought. We every time we are seeing,
Everything is a thought.
hearing, and feeling only thoughts. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Mm.
Actually, that Deshana sent by Kokila, that one I couldn't listen to the whole thing. There was
Ah,
one beautiful thing that I remember. Sudharma also
yes.
has joined. Sudharma Teruvan Saranai. Uh,
Tervan Saranai Sudharma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර් තෙරුවන් සරණයි චම්පා
yeah, Shilpa was telling
නමස්කාර.
about the first contemplation.
Yes, that's very good. I was
Yes.
listening to that, Doctor.
Yeah,
Yeah, tsunami thing. Yeah, how
mm.
it's
That thing
actually.
that Satya තමයි අපේ ගෙදර, that is a topic, no? Yeah.
Sermon.
Yes.
Ah,
Yes.
One, in one place, Aran Mahasi says, that is in the part that I could listen. He says
Mm.
now, when you have a painting on a wall, you see the
Yes, doctor.
colors,
Yes.
line it is drawn, but you don't
Yes.
see the wall.
Wall. Yes.
Yeah. And
Yes. It's
also
very
in
good example.
white paper, if you see a drawing, you see only
Yes.
what is drawn there. You see the house is drawn, the clouds are drawn, well, and the
Yes.
garden. Those things you see, but you don't see the paper. So
Yes.
what you said goes, it's like that, that the painting or the drawing on the paper is the
Yes.
creation of the senses, and
Yes.
the actually really real thing is it's not the creation. You have to go
Yes.
beyond that.
Yes.
So
He
Dharma,
gave
anything
another
else to add?
example.
Yeah.
He
Yes.
gave another example in that sermon, doctor. It's that means that when we look at a film in a film hall, that we
Mhm.
see the film only, no, but there is a big wall, no, on that big wall. They are showing
Yes.
us the film. We don't see the wall. The same as the two you mentioned. That was
Mm.
also said. Arenamsi. Yes.
Mm. So we don't see that it is a creation on that screen, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. There was a
so,
nice
doctor,
Dharma.
that, yeah, I was just trying to ask this. So, that is the sensual stuff, right?
That is
Sensual
the
world,
simple. Mm. Mm. Yes.
the creation. Is that so, doctor? I
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
didn't listen to. So
Yeah.
beyond
That
that,
is a
because
picture.
I'm trying to
Mm.
compare this with something, some discussion I heard between Aryan Mahanse and Swarna Malivans. So
Mm.
beyond that is the formless,
Formless. Yes.
the screen thing. Is that what you mean? Oh, is it?
Uh, yeah. I think the picture or the film is a sensual world.
Yeah,
Screen is
yeah,
form world, isn't it?
yeah.
And beyond the screen is the
The
formless.
formless. Yeah, that's a beautiful
Mm.
example. Hmm.
Mm. Like that, the example that he gave about the sky.
Yes, yes, clouds.
Yes.
Right.
The sky is
And
also
Yeah.
yes like that. Yes.
mm,
If somebody says, "Oh, beautiful clouds and birds are flying," it's beautiful. That
mm,
is the sensual world, and the sky is the form world, isn't it?
mm,
And formless means beyond the sky. Oh,
mm,
as no, 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 not that. No, I think I just correct me, right? If I remember correctly, the beauty of the sky
Mm.
enjoying the sky things, birds and all that is the sensual world.
Yes.
And the clouds are the form world. Formless world is the space.
Mm.
And the understanding beyond the space, that to say that there is no space also,
Mm.
that is even losing the formless.
Clouds are the form world. It's
Is
bit
it?
confusing.
I'm not. Can you please correct me? I just
No, no,
remember that.
I don't have any idea whatsoever about that, doctor. But clouds, how one can enjoy the clouds also, no telling.
No,
It's
enjoy.
beautiful. Yeah.
If you enjoy, it is a sensual.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. How come that
Enjoy
it's
is a sensual, but just
sensual
observing that is a form.
form?
Champa, can you correct me? You might remember.
Yes, doctor, yes, enjoyment is the value is the sensual, and the form what we are seeing, just the form, those are
Mm.
form world.
Yeah, yeah.
Form.
Identification of the shapes, that is form word, no
Yes, yes,
cloud.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. Without any burning, without any value,
yes,
the perception
yes,
thing, form there. Some perceptions are there, no cloud, the bird, whatever. So that is
yes,
it. And so just sky, the space that something is there.
Mm.
yes.
Something is there.
That is non-form. Yes,
Mm. It should not.
feeling.
Non-form. He said was that now Swarnamali said
Mm.
even there is nothing called space also. So that means going beyond that.
Mm.
Yes, going. That is nibbana. Going
That
Mm.
beyond
is
that.
a oh yes,
Mm.
no self uh, feel or no self angle.
Mm.
We are trapped in the we are trapped in the first
Forward.
contemplation. Form,
First
not form.
content.
That
First.
out, outside is not true. We are not experiencing that. That is the problem.
No, outside is not true. Is everything is not true.
Yes, that is the
Yeah.
problem. No?
No.
Yes,
First thing is that all are thoughts, right? First
yes,
contemplation. That's what you. That whatever we found is a thought. We think
So
that
yes,
is Dr. Sakuntala's voice, that is Champa's voice. Somebody
yes,
else may not identify it as Champa's voice or Dr. Sakuntala's voice or Aryan
yes,
Mahansa's voice. So that itself proves that it's just thoughts. I mean, it's a thought only. It's
yes.
the concept, just concepts.
Concepts.
Even
Yes, we are actually in the
tree,
concept.
whatever, tree,
Mm.
world, whatever is a
Yes,
thought.
mm,
Everything is a thought. The sound also,
yes,
even sound is a thought. Something
yes,
is identified as a sound. We think it's a sound.
yes,
Even we can say it's a cake when we hear a sound. Then it's
yes,
so
yes,
it's as simple, actually simple and complex as that. So they are just thoughts. And the thing is, where does this thought come from? The next thing.
mm.
yeah. It's
Yes,
about the thought also now. Thought
It is
depends on the data, no?
date,
Whatever
like
the
you
yes,
said,
data,
doctor,
data.
that the Pubbenivasanusati.
mm,
At some point that is introduced.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
in the young age, yes.
So and it
The
is
same.
not, there is no store of names and labels and things, but then and there. Now, doctor said, no, when you say tsunami, see the image, so that is the second contemplation, the
Mm.
name, form, and tangle. But it comes,
Yes,
so we have to go into that and see that experimentation can be done.
Yeah,
Mm.
first one is the most, I think, the strongest contemplation that you have to do, because
Yes.
to convince that it is a thought. Dr. Kokila also has joined. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Okay, she must be busy with something.
Mhm.
So the first one is the most difficult one, isn't it? Because
Yes,
now
doctor.
we Teruvan
Teran
Saranai, Dr.
Sanai.
Kokila.
Teran
Therwan Saranai, doctor.
Yeah, what was it?
It's about the first contemplation, just to
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
it is always a thought.
Yeah.
Yes, I listened to that sermon also. The Satya Tamai Apegedar is really good, doctor. It's very good.
It's a very
Thank you
old
for
one which has so
yes.
many views. A long time ago, it
Yes.
was very famous.
Yes.
Dr. Sakuntala and
Actually,
Sudharma must have heard that
I couldn't
multiple
finish.
times.
Yeah, I couldn't finish it. I
You must have
got it.
heard it a lot, right?
Yeah,
I have listened to it multiple
Yeah.
times.
There is a book also, doctor, with that title.
Yes.
Satya.
Yes.
yes.
Yes. That's a
Mm.
good.
It's a very masterpiece sermon kind of thing. Yes.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, today I just started listening and I couldn't finish it before this. It's one of the very old.
Today morning session, Aryan Mahanse was showing all the this nice environmental things.
Yeah, I saw Vava, what is it?
Yes,
Lake,
Trevor.
is it?
Yes.
Nacha.
And Ole.
Is it the Nachadu?
Yeah, I think it is
Maybe,
Nacha.
maybe. Yes.
No,
And a
it's
cave.
Nacha.
Yes. Tree
The
cave
tree,
he
no?
showed. Yes.
Mm.
He was so happy with the environment. Yes.
I
Yeah.
think environment helps any person, no, to calm down the
Yes.
vibration.
Yes.
So what was about the first contemplation?
So no, we were just talking in that sermon also, no, doctor, few examples. Even no, in that Satyatama Apegedara, there were few examples.
Mm.
That the example of the wall with the painting and the example of the
Mm.
piece of paper with the drawing and the film hall, you might
Yes.
remember. We were
Mm.
just discussing.
Yes.
Anything else to bring up from that, Champa? Any other points you wanted to discuss from that?
I can't remember everything. It's a very good sermon. I have to listen it again, I thought.
Mhm. Yeah, I want to
Last,
do. Yeah, yes.
no, doctor, last night thing also you may have listened to, no? Last night sermon.
Yeah.
Aryan Mahanse joined and few people came and discussed.
Now
Aryan Mahanse.
Aryanma is asking everyone to take it seriously and find
Yes.
where they are exactly in the path and to
Yes.
make effort, in the sense making effort is again not making effort actually, so that I mean do it honestly,
No, but if
not
the
just
teacher didn't say, the child doesn't know, like, if they're good enough, like not good enough. Actually, the word is not good enough. The teacher is the one who pushes the child to, like move on to the grade 2, right?
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So otherwise, grade 1 also children can be happy. I mean,
Yeah.
grade
Yes.
1
Yes.
is fun. There's only playing.
Mm.
Yes.
and no restrictions. You can go to the toilet at any time. No
Yes.
shouting, nothing. But still, no one keeps all the children in year one forever.
Yes.
So he has to.
Yes.
What was the outcome of last night? Now I can't remember what happened. Is there anything outstanding on?
Not very much, doctor. At the end, Mahacharya Tuma was also speaking and telling how Aryan Mahansa is trying to pull everything, push everybody, and he is also going to give this message to some people, some students, like that he said.
What was Dr. Sakuntala's question?
No, it is not a question. Actually, just I wanted to tell something. It's about that our friend with who we are having some Dhamma discussions. She's coming out with some of her own experiences, which I thought was beautiful.
Canadian friend or what?
Yes, she's the one.
Canadian. Okay.
Yeah, she was saying we talked on Sunday morning. She was saying she couldn't do the gardening for a while, and the weeds have grown tall, it seems. Uh, Weeds are almost like 3 feet tall. So she has gone to the garden, and when she cleared those taller ones, she saw a different layer of weeds at a intermediate level. And then she cleaned that also, and then she could see the just the shortest grass right at the bottom level. So she was saying it is like the defilement she felt. Now this is not something that we have even talked about, I mean, in layers like that.
It
She
must
was
have
saying,
come to her.
yes, it was a nice thing, I thought. And she was saying it's like the major defilements, the major burns that we are having, we get rid first, and then we get hold of the ones in between. And then when you remove that also, you see that some more are left. The
Maybe she
finer ones.
listened to the ones we are discussing.
No, she is discussing, she is not
Listening.
listening to the sermons very often. When she find these 3 to 5 discussions, she listen.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, because last few times that I was alone with Champa, I have been telling her multiple times not to concentrate only on the superficial layer. So,
but I thought when she has applied that to her practical thing, it was nice. I mean, it was beautiful to come out with her own examples. And also, she was saying for a for a very short period, like a second or so, she felt that there was no self here. But that was gone. The next fraction of second, it's gone. That experience was gone. And so I said, when you think of it, anyway, it's gone. It's not anyway applicable. I mean, when you think, it becomes a thought. She says she can't explain how she felt, but for a very brief period, she felt that there's no one here.
yeah,
That was
it's
another.
up to them. Yeah, it can be. The main important thing is understanding the actual what are those senses.
Senses.
Yeah, if you understand the light, if you understand the sound, if you understand all the other sensory organs and the thinking, that is it. Those are the only things we have.
Yeah.
Just
And
vanishing self is not informative. It's not giving an insight.
Yeah.
But actually, fully realizing these sensory organs is kind of a must, because otherwise, there's always a chance for them to appear real again.
Yeah.
But they also live closer to the nature anyway. I know you have described her before.
Yeah.
So
And the thing she said was now
they are
bears
leisurely living also. They are not that much stressed.
are no, in that way now they have lot of, I mean, they have to do lots of hard work by themselves.
Yeah, but
Now
that
they
is
are
also again with the flow, no? Not
mm,
mental work. It is physical work.
yeah, physical work. Yeah, that's right.
Mental
Yes.
work is different. Mental work, you're kind of more into mental work.
But there is a mental component also in these physical works, isn't it? Because especially
Yeah, 100%. But the transition is easier.
Mm. During the snowing winter period, they get snow about a couple of feet high. So they have two machines at home, and both of them have to use the machines and clear the road. And they are using their own generator. So if there is a problem with the fuel, they will lose everything. I mean, no water, no electricity, everything. So a lot of hard work is there. She was telling me about another thing that the bears are coming to a garden.
Yeah, I
And
think you have told us, right? Like feeding them.
yeah, she's feeding them. And generations are coming now. So what one time the mother bear is coming with the cubs, and when the cubs are grown up, they are coming separately. So she was saying the bears they come to the garden. They look at the place where the food is kept, food and the water. If there is nothing, I mean, they will just play with something whichever they can get hold of. Sometimes it is a rubber hose. They will bite and play and leave it and go. So she was saying they are mostly working on the field. I mean, acting on the field. I mean, whether the food is there or not, they will
No,
come and check
sanya. They have the sanya.
perceptions.
Yeah,
Mm.
perceptions. They
So
have
they
the
are the
perceptions on not only the field. They have perception. So it's kind of
perceptions.
the food perception is there.
Yeah, food perception is there, but no complicated thoughts, no? No food here today. I must look for some. I mean, that sort of thing. Thoughts are coming when
No, they will have the feel as well as the perception.
perception. Mm. So she was saying it must be comfortable to not to have complex thoughts, but I said it must be comfortable, but they are not going to have any escape from this birth
No,
cycle.
they can't. They can't.
Understand? They can't understand. So they were some of the experiences that she was explaining.
The main factor here is Lord Buddha's Dhamma. It's not about
Mm.
blindly thinking that there is no self. It's about fully
Oh,
understanding how the senses work and how the senses create this illusion and how the power is there due to the existence perception.
yes, doctor, that is true. Yes.
So if she gets that, it's very easy. Specifically, people who are actually having association with the nature a lot, they are
Mm.
not planning to attack the neighbor or anything. No, they just survive, right? The
Yes.
survival thing is there, but there is it's like a normal our village mother in a
Mm.
sense. They are more
Mm.
wealthy than that, but that again, it's they are closer to the nature, so it is easy, as Aran says. But the thing is, understanding that this sensor driven illusion is the problem and coming out of it.
Mm.
If she is listening, she might get it actually here and there also, because you don't need a massive amount of sermons. Some people only hear one or two and still they understand.
She has got the set of books also, which I sent. And also she was telling, now I explained about this point of contemplation, this Kamatahana thing. And again, she was giving me about two people, two friends. One is in UK, other one is in some other city in Canada. One is in a home, and her point of contemplation is the God. Now she's actually blaming the God for not taking her soon, because she's 91 and she's depending on for everything she has to depend on. And the other friend has been temporarily moved to a home because they wanted to rehabilitate her and get her back to her house. So her point of contemplation is her own house. So then and there she just brought up those things that she knew.
Yeah, but it is about friends once, right?
Friends once, yes.
What about hers?
Yeah, she actually, I have been inquiring, and during the discussions also, she says that uh, one contemplation may be her property and this nature, because what she says is that when one of them is gone, the other one will not be able to survive here alone. So the option will be to move to an apartment in a city. And she says she doesn't want to go like that, but then living alone is also not simply possible. So that may have been one of the point of contemplations for her, the nature, I suppose, the nature that
Oh,
she's
yeah,
enjoyed.
okay. And how old is she?
Is now 74, like.
Mm.
So different people have different, I mean, like Aaron has said, that bunch of mango story, where if you aim at the stem, the whole bunch of mangoes will fall. So if you recognize the strongest point of concentration, that is what you have to focus.
Yeah, this alive feel, how the alive feel is coming is a good exercise for her. When she's
Mm,
in the jungle,
mm,
and if she finished that, actually she would not mind going to an apartment or to a nursing home. She wouldn't mind.
yeah.
But while in the actual place, she can try and understand how this alive feel is coming.
Mm. You mean the darshane part? I mean, isn't what you're saying? How the thoughts are formed and how this alive feeling is coming.
That's the Dhamma for everyone anyway.
Mm.
That's the target for everyone.
Yeah. What were you trying to explain about being
No, what
alive
I
and
was now, because she is with the nature now, right?
Mm,
Because as
yeah.
soon as she is taken from there, she will not be able to contemplate anything. She will be kind of disoriented, because that's what happened to people. As soon as they are taken away from their nature, because if they are addicted to nature specifically, they will really get disoriented or disheartened, basically. Then it becomes a defilement, not defilement, sorry, hindrance. It becomes a hindrance. So at the moment, every aspect is good for you to actually find out. That's Saranhanse's message also. Before everything gets problematic, like what are you waiting for, basically? Are you waiting till you get sick, or are you waiting till you in the deathbed? Or there's nothing to wait for. So when all the everything is in beautiful places like her nature, she has to contemplate on how this has come, how this self feel has come, and that is the most conducive place for her to do that, because there is no much there is some liking towards that, but keep that aside. But it's very easy for you to have less like restlessness. I don't think she doubts the Dhamma much. So, and she has Tinamidda is not a part of them when they are in that kind of atmosphere. They are working hard. So all the hindrances are at bay, like at kind of manage already. It's only the she has to pay attention to find the truth.
How the nature became a thing to her.
Not only that, how it's a long story though, how this how you, when you touch snow, how do you feel that hand is separate and the snow is separate? And is it true? Why there is a separate feeling? There's a separation, right? Yeah, that separation is there. That's why we feel like there is someone here. Here feeling is there because of the separation.
Conscious.
Separation is there because of the vijnana, like consciousness.
Yeah.
And we are just trying to actually fully realize the vijnana. That's the basic thing actually. And all the factors are very conducive at this moment. So it is best for her to find it now rather than waiting any further. Because as soon as a person is moved somewhere, they get irritated, they get upset, they lose all the ability. If you understand Dhamma, then even if you are taken to a very bad place, you won't mind it, because self is not there. Doesn't matter. But now if someone takes her to a place like that, then she will suffer. You don't want to suffer, right? So the trying to understand Dhamma should be now, here and now, not later. It's actually for everyone. Champa is not in a hospital yet. Champa is not in not on a hospital bed yet. Yeah, like that. We are kind of managing, right?
Yes.
That's why we are talking, coming at one particular time to a Zoom and talking, because we are still managing. So all the factors are there nicely. So it is our responsibility for the understanding to like flower. No, I don't know whether that word is correct in English way. Bloom, is it?
Surangika is also, yes.
Tevang sana Surangika.
Surangika. Everyone.
Here we were talking about Dr. Sakuntala's Canadian friend.
Okay, did she join, or was it a particular episode?
No, I think Dr. Sakuntala has conversations with her and she's bringing it up so that she...
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So
the part that you were saying about nature, Dr. Pokila, so was that also relating to her? If somebody has a particular kind of drawing towards nature, is that what you were referring to? That then that is the thing that has
no,
taken
because she's
hold.
worried that she may have to go from that place once the partner is not there. They can't handle that place because it's a wild place with a lot of snow and a lot of stuff to do. Then it's one of her problems in her mind, how if one pass away, how the other person can't handle the place and has to leave and find a place.
Yeah.
And every one of us can have little problems like that in the mind, right?
Yeah, that's true actually.
Yeah.
It is true, yes.
So what happens if this happens, what happens that happens, like that we have issues. No? But what I was trying to say is it's here and now. So if when the conditions are conducive, it's here and now is the time. Because
Yes.
once the concentration is gone to a thing like that, once especially if someone is adult, kind of senior adult, they can have a lot of problems in adjusting. And but here they are used to that. They are actually fighting with the nature to survive.
Those things are actually overpowering, isn't it? The
Yeah,
older you
yeah.
get, those things are lying heavily on their minds. As a result, you can't see the moment because of those other considerations like their health, their retirement plan. How are they going to continue to lead that comfortable life if the spouse is no longer there? That type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and
But
about this future thing is always there because the Dhamma is fully not consolidated now. That
yeah,
it's a
but
moment thing.
what you are trying to say, Dr. Kokila, is that Nirvana is here in this moment now, isn't
in
it?
this moment, and not to delay it, because as soon as something happens now, Aranhansi says no, Tata, sorry, his dad couldn't take it anymore. Like he can't. Once some level is passed, it's difficult for some. I mean, Malukiputta Swamin Hanse Thero actually did it, but it's difficult because they are overpowering, as you said. Imagine you are by force taken to a nursing home, which is very by force in the sense you don't want to go, but you have to go. Not by force. The word is wrong. So imagine like that. Then from the moment that you go to the nursing home, all the hindrances are very high. So you can't actually touch the moment.
Yeah, true.
Actually, that thing is applicable to all of us.
Yes.
Myself,
Yeah,
all of us.
everyone.
We are living
Yes,
alone.
yes,
When we grow
yes.
old, when one is gone, we don't know how long we are going to survive. It might happen even today evening or tomorrow. So if one is gone, what is going to happen? How to handle the things?
Yes,
So
not
it
easy.
is something that has to be worked out even for us. Just forget about somebody who is already thinking about it, but something that has to be contemplated even by us.
Yeah, this next moment is that kind of thing is actually some kind of meditation. But this, what I was trying to say is this moment is the best moment for understanding Dhamma, not tomorrow.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that is true.
Because tomorrow we may be on a hospital bed where your power of contemplation is poor.
Poor.
Yes.
Already, if you are in a good level, then you don't have to worry. But if you are still in the early parts of the path, we can get stuck because we may not be able to have that so-called comfortable area. comfortable arena, zone.
Yes.
And the other point you were trying to say there, Dr. Kokila, was that that contemplation itself is coming because of that separation, isn't it? Because they think I am separate and that my circumstances are separate. So there needs to be a house, and the house is now separate. They don't know house is also a thought. All these external world things is a reality, and so they have separated themselves from that. And this self view that has got created by in relation to that outside world is, I mean, completely lost on them because of the no exposure
Yeah.
to Dhamma.
But more
And
than that, you kind of have a projection on tomorrow is also me, day after
yeah,
is also me, in 10 years also it's me kind of thing. Even the backwards is the same thing, past also.
yeah,
Future also we have a projection. That projection is from this whole thing.
yeah. Mm.
Me and me, my mind kind of thing.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
This morning, if any of you listened to what I asked Harshi, did anybody listen?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they also,
Harsh.
no, Dr.
What was the
Kokila,
question?
I related some incidents, and one of the places she said that, she said in both occasions or two occasions that there was a, what should I say, tavarima kind of thing. But in one of those places, she said something like what you said, that it is Nirvana is in this moment. No, she said. Now, and then she asked me whether I understood, and I think I said yes. But after the Zoom, I was wondering whether I actually got it. And that's why I was kind of, when you said it now, I was wondering whether there was some point there that I missed. Because
What
so
was
she,
the
so
problem that you actually put there?
yeah, so just to summarize, I gave her 3 incidents that took place yesterday, doctor.
Mm-hmm.
One was there was an old an elderly gent in New Zealand who I have done meditation with for a long time, for some time, and he has fallen. So I was meaning to call him for some time, but when I got to know he had fallen, I made it a point yesterday to give him a call. So after, inquiring into his welfare, the conversation naturally turned to the Dhamma, and I took some time to explain the Dhamma to him. Then later on, again, there was this, I had a friend from long, long years ago who I had lost touch, and that lady was trying to get hold of me last year, and I didn't have the time to speak to her. So that was also there in the back of my mind, and I took a call to her yesterday. So I mentioned that this is a person after 30 years that I had spoken to. So what I was trying to say there was, as a result, when she asked about the Vagatuga business, so you have to do the small talk, right? The small chit chat, kind of bringing her up to date as to where I am I married, have I got children, the usual conventional update that has to be given. So that part was given, and then later on, again I asked her about the Dhamma, because in the back of my mind I thought that if I do catch up with her eventually, this would be an opportunity to kind of introduce her to Buddothpado talks if she isn't listening already. So Harshi, in those 2 accounts, said that there was a tavarima, meaning that almost that there was an agenda at play, a hidden agenda at play. And she said, if, because those were like standout events for the day, she said, those should be typically like any other incident. And in that case, if somebody asks me, what did you do yesterday? Then I would reply saying, those things won't pop up particularly prominently. those also would be just another incident like anything else that happened during the day. And because of that, she said I think she felt that there was a kind of an agenda going on, meaning there's a plan kind of thing of being able to impart the Dhamma. And as a result, the I-ness was there, the self thing was there. And then she said, Nirvana is in this moment, no? She said that. So Dr. Sakuntala, if you listen to it, is there anything there that you can clarify until Dr.
Actually,
Sakuntala? Yeah.
yeah, tell Dr. Sakuntala.
Can start because you
No, what I was going to add there are two aspects, okay? So you have to be very careful here. If you take Lord Buddha, and if you ask him, why did you tell Kisagotami to bring some abba? Well, one can say, yes, he had a hidden agenda, right? Then there's so many ways to look at this. So if someone has a self-view, of course, everything comes under that umbrella. Everything is that. But if the self-view is broken, then self-perception is there anyway. In the mind, if you are in the mind, in that moment, self-perception is there. But imagine someone has fully realized the system, like if you take example as Aranmanse or Lord Buddha, then if you ask him, what did you do yesterday? You think the answer will not be coming as like AI. You put some question and the answer comes, right? That is not the problem. The answer is not the problem. What you did is also not the problem. The problem here is from here is what was your question?
The question was in those circumstances there wasn't a feeling of what do you call that thing, ipilima, uddipana.
Yeah, but why are you saying that? That is the thing.
Yeah, so I told her that there was no sense of, I said at the end of the night, because at the end of the night, the fact that fact that the Dhamma was, I mean, that I was able to, I think maybe that was the thing that made her say that I said there was a quiet happiness.
Analysis. You are still trying to analyze the day.
Yeah, there was a kind of a happiness that there was ability to give the Dhamma to two people. So that must have been the thing then, no?
Yeah, there is some kind of analysis. No, the who is analyzing it is the problem.
So the analysis is the whatever that thing is. Yeah.
Takka vichara is the analysis part. Actual function is not the problem actually. So again, analysis also is not a problem, but here the analysis came from Dhamma point of view. And then if the analysis was, if you were trying to teach someone that how this is kind of the way or something like that, that's fine. But if you are questioning or actually trying to be satisfied with that thing, that doesn't help that much.
Yeah, that
So that is
there
one
was
thing. That is one thing.
what I
Because
was saying was that feeling of slight happiness was there, but that feeling of happiness also didn't come up like really obviously like a eye sensation. But I think maybe it was that because she also said that the tendency for us to gravitate towards talking about the Dhamma is a natural inclination, and that is also now coming through the system because that is what we are associating all the time. So that
yeah,
is also a
your
system.
analysis should stop anyway, Surangika.
Yeah, okay.
Be in the moment is true. That sentence, if that was the idea that she was trying to give you, yes.
Mm,
Because that is the difficult thing here.
mm. But the other thing I forgot to ask her was that hidden agenda to your point, doctor, that I mean, anybody can plan, right? Because now even with the Dhamma, one can plan the day, one can plan to build a house, one can plan where work is concerned with deadlines. The planning can be done. So the planning where work is concerned can't be any different to planning once if one has to catch up with two people who have busy schedules. Planning a call at a particular time should not be considered a self-view, but it is either the
It is
analysis of
self-view
it.
if you are questioning that.
It is either the analysis of it or the way one experiences and recounts it, or in those ways only it will become a thing, isn't it? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. The being in the moment is the most difficult thing in this world. Like, actually, the Lord Buddha's the examples that he has taken to explain is also this moment thing.
Yeah, true. What that means is, yeah, I mean, being with the moment is, I mean, one has this tendency of being in the moment. Actually, that is all there should be always, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
but
that's the
that's not
very
that
thing that is
easy.
not being done, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
If you are in the moment, the whatever gone is useless.
Gone. Yeah,
But if you
that's
are
true.
missing this moment, it's again gone. You
It's
can't
again
catch any
gone.
moment that is gone. Aranwansa
Mhm.
said it recently.
I think that's probably what Harshi meant there. Even is in this moment. Yeah. Mhm.
And we are
Doctor,
missing it. Each moment we are
yeah,
missing it.
each moment we are missing it. That's right. Yeah. Dr. Sakuntala, were you going to say something?
Yeah, actually, when you were explaining that, what I felt was uh, that it is something that you said that there was no excitation when you were trying to convey it. So, if you felt that there was no excitation at all, and like Dr. Kokila said, Lord Buddha and all the Arhants will try in their best to give this Dhamma to whoever who can understand in the maximum possible way. So, in the same way, we also have a tendency, though we have not got the total transformation, we do understand something, at least to direct somebody to go to this direction, something like that. So we have a tendency whenever there is a chance to discuss a little bit of Dhamma and try to give some information, some contact details or whatever it is. So it's all how you feel within the system that you are doing it with some form of uh, uh, what you call the excitation, uddipana.
Mm.
Now, if I do something, and also about the thing that you were saying about the planning. Now, planning is not an issue. That is what I feel. But if the plan gets disrupted, you will not feel disturbed either, isn't it?
Mm.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, planning doesn't become a thing to you. You can go ahead with your plans, but if it, I mean, doesn't work out the way that you wanted to do, that is also okay. So, uh, something that I wanted to tell you was now, when we go for these programs, now I have not been doing this 9:30 a.m. Zoom for a long time, fairly long time.
Mm.
And still people come and say that didn't hear your voice for some time. I have spoken to you. You have explained me these things. And sometimes they come and say, they say our voice, we knew by voice only today. I have met you, blah, blah, all kinds of
Mm.
things. Those instances I sort of try to focus to my system. I can feel that some form of happiness or some form of excitation is coming up, and then the moment it is recognized, it doesn't go beyond that level. So that is one of my experiences. So,
Mm.
and also,
Yeah, again, there is a problem in that sentence also, Dr. Sakuntala.
mm,
So there will be a time that the whole, the
Reflection will
30,
go away, isn't it?
30
Completely.
people will say Dr. Sakuntala is the best, and
Mm.
still, and you will be smiling and you will be happy. It's fine. But the thing is, this inner uh, inner thing, that's what Aranwanse is trying to come to.
mm,
This දෙයක් නොවන සතුටක් දෙයක් නොවන දුකක්. Why is he telling that? Because this
mm.
transformation story is actually about this inner side, not from the superficial side.
Yeah, certainly it is not superficial. I can feel that it is,
No,
I mean, this
you
happy.
still have the mind sensor to win.
Mm,
As soon as the mind sensor is happy, you are thinking, I'm happy. And you are watching that. Why? Because you have a suspicion that the mind may be me. So whatever the mind is now, even in Surangika's story, slight intention is there. I didn't feel any happiness. Even that happiness was not me, something like that they're trying to say. But
Yeah,
actually, happiness
definitely,
has
doctor.
nothing to do with this.
Definitely.
mm,
I think that's actually a good point, because it is because what I was trying to say to Dr. Sakuntala, that example was a good example, because sometimes I
mm,
think the Dhamma can be seen clearly when someone else gives the example rather than your own example. But
yeah.
now that she said it, I could see what happened with the incidents recounting in the morning also.
Mm,
Just like you said, Dr. Kokila, the why are we analyzing? Because there is some kind of checking, isn't it? Some
Checking
kind
that
of
mind sensor
checklist. Yeah,
is
yeah.
still you kind of
That
thing.
there is, yeah, something there that we need to check, type of thing. Whereas ultimately the final thing of Sukhaya, as Aran Mahansa says, is the Sukha is there, but then if you want to feel, if you're feeling happy, you're feeling happy, that's it. And if you're feeling sad that something, then that sadness is because the mind sensor, the emotions that are
Otherwise,
associated
you
with
should be dead,
typical
no?
has been fully realized, isn't it, doctor?
Yeah, mind
mm,
sensor is working because, as I said before, as you put something to AI, the data keep coming. Data keep coming and actions keep happening, but the mind is not you. And mind output is, who cares about the mind output? That's what I'm saying. Why Aran says keep saying go deeper, go deeper. Because we stuck here and there. And thinking, අයියෝ මට අදත් සතුට ආවනේ. මොකක්ද ඒ? ඉවරයක්
So
වෙන
yeah, so
සතුටක්
there
නෙමෙයි
is
ඊළඟට.
a Dr. Sakuntala, there is I mean, I think that the in general thing is there is a fear to feel happiness,
Mm.
mm,
because that
Actually, I didn't feel bad about it. Bad about feeling happy. But I
No, but
recognize that.
this watcher is there now.
Yeah.
yeah, that's what Dr. Kokila is trying to say. Why is there the need for a watcher if that has been fully realized?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's nothing wrong. I mean, again, as Saranvans and Dr. Kokila, everybody has said, this is also part of the path, no? So in the path, there is a watcher, an observer at a particular stage. But what Saranvans says is, how long are you going to be a watcher?
Watcher. Yes.
Like the Kurunagala talk. I mean, for all of us, not only you, doctor. I'm just saying, you meaning generally. How long are you all going to be watchers and observers, type of thing, isn't it? Yeah. You know, may shake off the cobwebs and stand up straight, type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and this මම බොඩි එකක් නෙවෙයි මම සිතත් නෙවෙයි මම එහෙනම් මොකද්ද මම කියන තැනට එන්නේ නෑනේ අතෙන්ට විතරක් ඔළුව තියාගෙන හිටියා.
Yeah.
තාසෝ පැත්තට යවෙන්නේ නෑ.
Sometimes Dharma online, isn't it? Do they have? Sudharma has gone left.
But it's a
Champa, do you have anything
very
to?
good discussion today. Actually, this whatever you ask is very good because this mind sensor is very tricky anyway. Mind sensor. I tried to tell this that Dr. Sakuntala went to Australia and he was doing the same thing while in the kids' houses also. So that actually means there is some contemplation to do about the mind sensor.
Yeah,
So,
watching the state.
yeah, watching part you discussed that before also. I was watching what is happening to me. What is that? So the Dhamma is to actually how do I even say this? I don't know. Like, it's not to catch the mind sense. It is to catch this feel. And Arananse said a sentence, feel is you. And that has a meaning because this feel is not the Satuta. Satuta, who cares about Satuta? Satuta is not the feel. This feel, Arananse says, is not Satuta Dukkha feel. He says that in sermons. He says it multiple times.
He said it several times. Yeah.
සතුට දුක නෙවෙයි මේ කියන්නේ කියන එක. සතුට දුකට ඇහැ තියාගෙන හිටියාම අරක පේන්නේ කොහොමද? වැරදි තැනට ඇහැ තියන් ඉන්නවා. That's funny actually. And very, very true, isn't it? When we feel the bodies like actually me, we pay so much attention to the body. And
It's
now the
all
mind
this-
sensor is the culprit.
Yes. Mm.
I was telling that day, Champa, just let alone the cat and the dog and all that, like I was joking about that. කැට්ට පැත්තකින් ඉන්න දෙන්න මේ you know, like it was a joke I made about the lot of Zooms are talking about cats, no? So just let alone the cat and just feel this, how this life feel is coming, you know. But you can actually use the cat to do that, but that's a bit difficult maybe.
Don't worry, doctor. I'll do it. Anyhow.
I have a different protocol to calm you down. That's a different protocol.
No, doctor. I'm not taking anything seriously, right?
Yeah, but your voice, if Aran Hanse hears that, he will say, Ambo, power එක වැඩි mute කරගන්න කියයි. That the type of power coming to your mind is still high.
Yes, that may be there, but I am not bothered.
No. That's not how it should be. It should be to actually get closer to the nature is good for you. So that
yes, that is the main thing I have to do.
සඳලු තලේ ඉඳලා නෙවෙයි ඉතින්. සඳලු තලේ ඉඳලා
ගස්සස්සේ ගිහිල්ලා. Yes, last evening I did it.
ඩෙන්ගු මදුරුවෙක් කාව ගන්න පුළුවන් නේ ඩෙන්ගු තියෙනවනේ.
Oh, we are cleaning the place thoroughly, no. No, මදුරු ආසාදයක්. ඉන්නවා ටික දෙනෙක්, but
I'm joking. මදුරු ආසාද everything is there.
Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is, different levels are there. So the outside is true is a different level. Mind is not true is also a different level.
Yes.
And the life feel also not true is another level.
Yes.
So there are so many levels. You don't have to worry about anything, any of us.
Yes.
Because all are in the path. It's not a problem actually. All are in the path. But you need some because some ipilima is there in the mind. Ipilima, the word, how do you say that in English?
Excitation.
Surangika, excitation. Yeah, excitation is in there. It's not the happy and sad. That's different.
Yes. For to each and everything, excitation. Yes.
Even if it's a sad story, you might be like, you know, kind of thing is there.
Yes. We used to that type of talking. So,
Yeah.
doctor, I am understanding the main thing is like Aryan Wahanse, be with the nature. Be with the nature is the
you have been given a time to be with the nature, so take the time and be in the moment. Yes, that was what I was telling you before, because on a hospital bed is difficult. So people in the path, if it is like kind of matured in the path, it's okay whether it's a hospital bed or the it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah, initially the nature helps a lot.
Nature knows know that.
Yeah.
Trying.
Surangika, yeah.
Sorry, I mean, Dr. Sakuntala, I just remembered. Can you remember that in your last conversation with Swarnamali, what was the advice she gave you? It was some time back, I think.
To be awakened to the field. What she said, your field side is not too bad. Field side is there to some extent, but to be more awake to the field side. That is a sort of summary of what when she said.
Yeah, now I remember actually. Yeah.
I think it is the same advice for everyone. I think if If the
Mm.
problem is here, this the Dhamma understanding and sensor understanding is paramount for you to come to the field. Otherwise, you come to the field. I don't know. It's
The
a bit difficult.
the feel and why all the teachers say that is because it is only in the field that is not coming via the senses.
No, there's nothing without senses. There's nothing
No,
without senses. No.
no, the
Arupa is also the part of this system.
no, the avadya is not
Avadhi is
coming
different.
from the senses, no. So the only way, that is why they're saying to focus on the feel, because the feel is something that is arising innately. It is not, because everything else is tied, all other senses are tied to the mind, no. So when
Yeah,
it
you
is
have to be
tied
careful
to
here.
the mind, yeah.
Yeah, you have to be careful here because Aran Vanse was in the field long time ago, so before realizing them. So there are different ways of explaining these things. So අරූපයට කැමති වෙන system එකකුත් තිබ්බනේ. So the Aran Vanse himself said no, he was craving the non-form for his whole life, and he realized that it is not the path. So the feel word is very, very tricky. So if you the feel or the what do I say, the non-self perception and the avadya is related to that. So you are actually awakened from the dream. It's like basically like the child.
Yeah, so that is not coming via the mind, no, which is what I was trying to say, because everything else is tied to the mind. It has already been tainted by the mind, right?
Yeah, but one person like Uddakaram Putta, all these people, what did they have? They were also in Arupa. So the what is the difference? Only difference is the self-view.
Yeah, so the whatever that is coming from the mind is it anyway self-view, no? Self-view, self-perception, no?
No, Arupa also there is a self-view.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a
It is
manifestation
hidden
of
though. It's hidden.
yeah, manifestation of self in the arupa also, which is why I think that day
Craving
Kavinda
for the
was saying.
Arupa. Craving. Aryanvansi said, no, I had a craving for Arupa. That
Yeah, so that
craving is
they,
not there in Arahan.
yeah. But to transcend all that, the feel, at least the arupa is better than the perception, no? I mean, these are gradually being transcended, isn't it? So first the self-view, then the self-perception, and the self-perception can be blurred along with along with the arupa, form and formless together, and then it can be the formless before one
This
transcends
thing that
all.
you are saying
Hmm?
is contradicting the moment though. That's the thing, the Aramuna. Because you can see the truth in Aramuna. In Aramuna. After that, it becomes the global thing.
If you can clarify that a bit.
Yeah, like now the experience of no self can be experienced in one stimulus. That only
Yeah.
then later become the globalized to avadhiya. So no self perception has to be there. Anatma sanyawa saha anicca sanyawa. They have to be there now to globalize. I don't know. I don't know whether I'm talking in the same line though.
Awakening to the moment that fraction and avadhiya is not
Avadhi is
exactly.
after that, yeah. Avadhi is after that.
Yeah. But that
That's
awakening
what
to the moment and
Aranwanse said Swarnamali had this craving for the Arup.
Yeah.
So he had to show that it is not what we are talking about, it is beyond. So that beyond that part is it's someone who is so attached to the Arupa that teacher has to show that it is not that, it is beyond that. Someone who is attached to the Rupa, it is a different agenda. Someone is in the sensual world, it's a different agenda. That's how the agenda works. So the Skandhe Udevaya Dakim, same Skandhe, right? But the Skandhe Udevaya Dakim is Sotapanna වෙන්න තියෙන එක නෙවෙයි. කෙලෙස් අඩු වෙන්න. Then Sakudagama. So the actual Skandhe Udevaya Dakim Singaling how do you say that?
Rising and ceasing of the whatever the
stimulus. Yeah, rising of the ceasing of the stimulus is the only thing that Sangya can do, like one in path can do. That's all.
Not even the ceasing, you just notice the rising.
No, you have to see the ceasing, otherwise it will be a rising. That is usual way.
No, I mean, I don't think you actually see the rising and ceasing. You actually understand how the mind works, and that is automatically the arising and the ceasing. Isn't it?
Actually, you can see.
I think that is
actually you can
only
see.
by the I have heard Aranath saying that it is Arhant who can see it clearly, not us.
Yeah, not those on the path, isn't it?
That's a knowledge we know.
For a moment you can see.
Yeah, that for the moment awakening, Dr. Kokila, I'm actually not sure. Maybe I don't know that.
Until it happens, you can't be really talking about that anyway.
No, what I'm saying is that awakening to the moment experience and avadhiya is slightly different, isn't it? Because awakening to the moment
you feel that in that moment, completely awakened from the dream. There's no self there.
Yeah, but then the avadhiya that kind of gradually starts coming up, like the railway track example, is not it cannot be equated to that fraction of the moment experience, right? Because the fraction of the moment experience becomes permanent at arahathood, which is why Ananda
Arahant only has the avadhiya permanently anyway. Aranvase has said this nicely, even though he talks about this avadhiya. Arahant only has this avadhiya as a straightforward thing. Full stop. That's a fact. It's adhigata samadhi is the same thing to avadhiya. If you permanently have it, that's an arahant.
So is avadhiya the same as sukhaya? I thought Sukhaya was a bit more, a bit deeper now, the way he was explaining the last few days.
Sukhaya is a feel.
So the Sukhaya is what he's now now emphasizing, no? That it is
No,
not this.
even that he might drop because he's trying to get people to go further, no? Because Upeksha is more beyond that. He's trying to get everyone to be like focus
So
deeper.
the
That's what.
Sukhaya he explained as obviously not being normal happiness, no? So
Yeah,
Sukhaya he was saying as more like Sankarupeksha, right?
yeah. They're all in one aspect
Yeah,
he's talking.
it is the same like because he was saying Sukha is something that is experienced by all five senses. It is not actually limited to the mind, but all five senses you feel experience that same Sukha level, and that is the nirvana. That is the experience of nirvana. That is what he said.
Well, I am a one who never wondered about these things. I actually only concentrated on Dhamma.
Yeah, I suppose it's difficult to. I mean, the problem is R.N. Mahan's whatever he says, each one takes in that frame, no, of understanding, realization to the extent that something has been realized. To that extent only, that meaning is taken, isn't it? Just
Yeah,
like the sermons and the talks, the more you listen, the more the points kind of go in, type of thing, and the realization gets so much wider. Even his explanation of the Sukhaya being something taken from the senses, fact that it is the Sankara Upeksha, something Upeka, something not real happiness, but it's an all permeating kind of something deep within which is never shaken. All these things, I mean, we are just going by, we can only listen to him, isn't it? And kind of have an idea as to what it is. But until that experience is actually there, it's difficult to actually, and that is why I think there's a tendency of these things not to be put into words, because moment is put into words, mental pictures start forming, isn't it? And then that
yeah.
can be wrong as well.
Yeah, if you keep thinking about Sukha, you might feel like Sukha. If you keep thinking about depression, you feel like depressed. So the I don't know, the advice I can give is, as someone in the path, I can give you an advice, not to focus on the phala. These all are phala. The phala means fruit. It's not the process. The fruit is the sukha or the avadiyo. That's the fruit. Fruit will be there anyway. If you focus on the fruit, fruit is not there. That's very obvious. So I usually take the R.N. Hanse's words bluntly and just forget about it.
Yes, doctor, that is true. Arenvance said no day before yesterday or yesterday morning, or if somebody is going to seek for this what do you call awaken to the moment, you will never get the awaken to the moment. Don't
You
try
said it. Yeah.
to find it. That means that is over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
Yes,
Dr.
because
advice I have heard it from the beginning. Very, very vividly I have taken it. Yeah, like any experience with contemplation, I just don't take it seriously. Any experience, I don't take it seriously at all.
yes, that is also true. Whatever said and done.
But if it gives me an insight, it is there. Because no, any experience, if it is giving you an insight, that's a good experience. That's a kusala.
Yes, that's
If
all.
it gives you an insight means like kind of idea that there is no self.
Yes, as you explained that day yesterday. Yes, morning.
So the word sukha and word avadiya, they all actually the adhigata samadhi is the same thing. They are different versions of this arahant's feel.
Oh, Sukha also, Arinvasa said, don't go to find Sukha. All those are, just let it go and do, listen to them and do whatever has to do, that's all.
And there was one point where he said yesterday or day before, I think, that now that railway track example, he said, now if both are running parallel, ඒකටත් එහා ගිය දෙයක් තියෙනවා, he said. So that means there's something beyond that which is not avadiya per se.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you
So
put
in
more
that
attention to
case,
avadiya, you are stuck.
no, but in that case, can you call avadiya and adhigata samadhiya the same? No,
I don't
isn't
know.
it?
He uses these words
I know
interchangeably.
sometimes, yeah, that's of course true, doctor. He uses
Yeah,
it
he
sometimes
uses these words
interchangeably.
interchangeably. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. That's why I'm saying I don't pay much attention to words anyway.
I think that's a useful advice, not to pay
Yeah.
much attention to try to define. Yes.
One may be trees in your home garden. Dr. Sakuntala may have a lot of trees, and Miss Surangika must also have trees. Just sit down under a tree and just wait. That will help us. I am also
Are you going to
trying
be
that.
under a tree, Champa?
Yes, there are trees. At least look at the tree. That may be helpful.
No, I mean, it's to that point earlier. I mean, of Dr. Sakuntala, if there is a crow, the crow, how much the crow thinks, the crow can't feel like a parrot, no?
Mm.
It's something like
Yes.
that, isn't it? The crow can think and think and think and imagine how a parrot feels. But the crow, it's impossible, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that.
You
Yeah,
have to become the parrot to know how the parrot feels.
yes.
See, Aryan Mahanse's way of living like that. Today you saw no in the morning like that.
Yeah, that was actually really beautiful. And then this evening, he shouted at some mother. I don't know if he said something about disrespecting the Dhamma or something at Horopatana.
Is it today
Today.
one or yesterday one?
Today's one, yeah, he kind of shouted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, if
Yeah, so
someone.
see, no arts, no nothing. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If people keep thinking like that, you can't go beyond. So the beyond is actually has nothing to do with the senses.
That's because the mind, there is only a limit to which the mind can go to. Beyond that, it's not possible for the mind to do anything. It's beyond the mind. That's why we say liberation from the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
We keep forgetting that. I think that's why all
Yeah.
the questions.
You know, sometime back, I have told this before. So sometime back, like maybe 2-3 years ago, I used to ask about even Kalakriya. Yeah. Now I can laugh at myself when like I don't think I was even suitable to ask that question. But I asked. That is the time where we are very inquisitive about the words. And Aranwanse, without any hesitation, actually gave a big sermon. So some things, it takes time. How we worry about the avadiya, how we worry about the sukha, whatever, you know.
Worrying is not good, it seems, no, Doctor. Yes.
No, worrying comes with the power anyway. It is normal, but we have that is what is going to go down.
Particularly when we hear a new word, I think that is what happens. When he explains something new, that inquisitiveness comes.
Yeah. Like Surangika, I might, but at that time, Aranhanse was not, I can't remember me worrying about the Avadiya or the Sukha or the whatever. I don't think I have ever asked that question. But I have asked about the Kalakriya and all this stuff. So, but what I'm saying is, it's our inquisitive mind. It's okay.
Even I mean, I don't know whether you can even call it inquisitiveness anymore. That tendency to fire up and ask questions, kind of thing, is
It's
no
normal.
longer there. It's that slight distinction that I mean, ultimately, until RN pronounces these things, nobody knows anything now, unless one has gone through the experience. So if he, as Dr. Sakuntala says, if he separates
There's
Sukha
a
from the
reason why he does
Avadiya,
that. Do you know why, Surangika? There's a reason. Because some people actually may have this and not know. So that's why he has to say all these things. Because if he's not there to say Dhamma, you can't have any gaps. So he has to say everything. So he's saying at the end, like Kemakatero having problems and Malukiputta Swamin Wahanse having problems. There is so many questions out there that people would not ask. So he's telling the answer without anyone asking. But it is difficult because it's not targeted at one particular moment. It's not targeted as such. So it is Aranwanse's task to actually say, there is something like this. And when Aranwanse says, how someone would know that something has not happened or has happened and stuff like that, it's all depending on the teacher's advice, right? Because one has to say, some example, then only the children will know that, okay, this is what the teacher has said. So it is important. Everything is important. We can't say it's not important. But in the path, I think it's important to be in the moment rather than project. Projection is from the mind. That's a difficult thing. And that doesn't happen just because we want to. That's what Aranwansi said. Just because we want to, it doesn't happen. It happens in the very random way. That's why it is so random.
You can look at it two ways, isn't it? Projection can be taken as making the external world to be true, and in the converse of that one can say that the reflection is also not something that should be constantly done, because
Projection is correct this way. If you know your power, full power, that's the sasava, then slowly it coming down, you can feel it. That's the projection. That's the proper way of projection, I would say. And you know the release.
I didn't understand that, Doctor. What was that?
Now imagine you feel the power, the sasava
Is that
power.
external world being true, or what kind of power?
No. This is arupa, so there is no external or internal in that.
Okay, yeah.
So the power, after that, slowly the power comes down. That one, that's a kind of a projection. That's again asavaksha jnana.
Why do you say it's a projection?
In a way, it is a projection because you know it is not zero yet. And you know when it is zero. That's why Aranwansi said everyone knows where they are if they are actually in the path.
So the projection word you're using there, like a darshakaya?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, gotcha. So the power is, the representation is the arupa representation is the feel, the power there, right? Yeah, okay.
Power, yeah. Feel word has so many meanings, so everyone can actually faint if you multiple ways. I think Aranwansi should do the 14 hours Zoom again, kind of, at least 12 hours Zoom, because there are so many aspects that the people use the words interchangeably. So when someone says feel, the people can, maybe I felt the cold. Yeah, that's also a feel. But this is totally irrelevant feel that we talk about. This is about the arupa. The power. That's the thing. So feel, then coming to not having a feel is again sanya anya. So there's so many words here. So drop the words and be in the moment. You can find everything.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the path is over, but at least you can understand. You have an insight about what the path is if you go in that way.
You have an insight about the system working. That's the best way to find how the system, that this is a system working, isn't it?
Yeah, how the light works, how the sound works, still valid. Not through the mind, but through the feel. Oh, I think we have come to the end of the session, right?
Yes, Doctor. Teruvan
Mm.
Saranai, Dr. Gopi. Dr.
Thank you,
Sapasana.
Aranwansa.
Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
very much,
Gopinath.
Dhamma friends.
Thank you,
Thank
Dhamma
you all.
friends. Everyone.
Teruvan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Saranai Aranwansa. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 50. Samadhiya is due to your continuous effort to be mindful by focusing on the blank white screen at the background. You begin to develop an uninterrupted awareness of the blank white screen. This effortless, peaceful focusing of your mind, watching the thoughts, is called samadhi. Once you arrive at the state of samadhi, you always only see the blank white background. In this state of samadhi, you don't pay attention to the colors you see on the screen. You would only focus on the blank white screen. Always seeing the blank screen is ultimate wisdom. Samadhi automatically develops the 5 spiritual faculties: sattva, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna to a higher clarity. Prajna is wisdom, the wisdom that makes you realize the pure truth. The wisdom of realizing the pure truth is also known as awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. It means that one sees the truth. We are not able to realize the truth at once. Therefore, a little samatha meditation, concentration meditation, can help you immensely to keeping your mind at one point. A bit of concentration to keep your mind from running away will help you go on the path and realize the truth. If you had practiced the Anapanasati meditation before, then as soon as you realize that your mind is trying to wander away, you would know how to bring your concentration back to your breathing. In the same way, you have to learn to bring your concentration to see that whatever you see outside is a lie. You know that you are always being tricked by your mind consciousness, and the mind makes you feel that the outside truly exists. Believing in the outside world is called anusotaya. Now you have to learn how to avoid getting tricked by the illusion. You always get tricked. It is very difficult to stay without getting tricked by your thoughts. You have to apply a lot of effort to avoid getting tricked by your mind. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all. I think some of our Dhamma friends are participating to the Mudita programs today, so they will not be available. That's fine. We'll continue the discussion as we can. So we worship Arananse for his guidance, and we can start the discussion. I will continue to talk, but you can join at the Suranka is here. So what Shani was talking about is today about this mind consciousness and that how this illusion has tricked us so far, and how it has brought this burning inside. So the burning is actually, we have talked a lot about this in Sinhala discussions, but I'll bring it back again, that the burning itself is me. There's no separate me. I think that is the difficulty in understanding that this burning has brought us to think that there is someone here. That is our kind of understanding, which is fair enough. I mean, if there is some burning here, which is not even relevant to the situation, of course there should be someone to feel the burning. That's how it is. That's how the interpretation comes. It's in kind of not voluntary. It's involuntary because no one has to teach a child or a person that there is me, even if there's no kind of proper language system. Even if what we take the example is someone growing up in the jungle with the animals. If there is a human, still that sense of self or the self-perception will be there. How that is happening is because of this burning happening here. The burning is not there. Actually, doesn't necessarily matter whether you are seeing or whether you are hearing, whether you are feeling or whether you are thinking. Doesn't really matter. So, but if you really understand this system, the system will continue. The burning will not be there. You have don't forget that the bodily sensations, pain, if there's any pain, you cut your arm or you have fractured your bone or whatever, if there's anything that has happened, the tenderness, the pain, everything will be there. Because that is because of the sensory organs. They will be there. But if the misunderstanding of that it is felt to me is not there, and that even sense of self is not there. Actually, it's something you have to feel. That will actually bring you so much tranquility, even in the middle of any physical damage. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Whatever the physical damage it is happening, or whatever mental damage it is happening, because we know that anything can happen in this life. This dream continues, but if the burning here is not there, then it's just another occurrence, another stimuli, another spark, whatever the way you call it, just another incident. So that's what we discuss every day. And Shani was talking about, if someone's mind is so flustered, they can try to do some concentration meditation. But this understanding about the sensory organs and understanding that there is actually no self here, it has nothing. Actually, it is the most important thing. Not just only concentration meditation is not going to give you happiness, because it will give you some solace, some tranquility for the time period that you are doing. But this Dhamma is going to give you unparalleled, unlimited in every condition, in every, whether you're standing or every posture. Nothing matters for this tranquility, for this awakening. So that is what is important here, that we are actually trying our best to elaborate on these first few steps in this Dhamma. We don't talk much in detail about the latter parts, because the most important thing is to come into this experience of non-vibration, and that is where the actual path begins. So Joel is also here. Joel can ask a question if there is anything wondering from yesterday.
Yes, doctor. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
From this thought pattern, how can I moreover, these thoughts are disturbing because of social pressure. If you don't have a job, why you don't have a job? If you're not married, why are you not married? These kind of questions from people make me to worry more. It's that's the problem that I have. So how can I face this?
Yeah, the why a question would worry you, we can dig into that, because there are so many questions people can ask, whether specifically someone close to you, or even someone not close to you, can bring up a question like that. But why a question can reach you, even, because not all the questions reach you. I mean, if you get my meaning about reach you, is like, doesn't fluster you, it doesn't make you wonder or ponder about the question. If the question brings you some value, that is where the problem is. The question has brought you some it has a major value, because as I as we discussed on the first day when you started the discussion about the thought, I actually elaborated on the point that whatever the aspects we have so much stuff in our mind, like so much stuff hidden, even we don't want to touch these areas. So these areas get actually, just one word can boil them up. Just one, one aspect of even a picture can brought it up. Even voice can brought it up. Even a topic can brought it up. So that is what is happening. A topic. That's the question itself is annoying you. The question itself, not just because it is being asked by someone. Question itself is bothering you, even subconsciously it's bothering you anyway. That is what it is. Because if you're not even bothered about, why are you wearing that shirt, you'll be like, oh yeah, who cares? You won't remember even that someone has asked that question. But because that this question is very close to you, very dear to you, the question itself is subconsciously working there in your system. That has become a thing to you, and that has the ability to make you feel that burning. So that is what it is. So the question, if you keep understanding how this system works, actually, there's no difference in between asking why are you wearing that shirt today and why are you not doing a job today. It's this kind of some it's kind of a question, isn't it? But if we ask the intimate question itself suggests that it is dear to you, or it is very close to you, or is it just value? There's a kind of a value to you. So the value, how does the value come from? The topic job has a value to you. Topic marriage has a value to you. There's so many aspects to it, because I am not going deep into that, because but in your mind you will understand what I'm trying to say, that there's so much deeper aspects into that. The deeper aspects, if you dig into that, those aspects, you can understand why there's a big deal about these topics, the topics itself. So imagine someone is from Sri Lanka. I mean, when we live abroad, if someone is from Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka is undergoing some calamity, how that topic is so sensitive to that person who is living here? Because they have an idea, isn't it? They don't get an idea when some other country which you even don't know is in trouble. You might feel something, but at the like particularly, I don't think it will kind of give you a lot of burning. So when if we keep understanding how this mental formations, how they give, actually no, the other way around, how they have become so important to you is when they come again and again and again and again. So as a child, imagine you are like 18-year-old, you didn't have a job, you didn't have to think about a marriage, but slowly these ideas from the culture, because this culture is different, cultures are different too. So imagine you are in a Western type of culture. If you are a Gen Z kind of some generations below, in the near future, I think there would be a trend that no one would get married. Well, no one would wonder about who is doing what, specifically some countries, they don't worry about what you're doing. They don't really marginalize you, identify you by your job. So if you are self-employed, you're just doing that. If you're doing some cleaning, you're a cleaner. Doesn't necessarily matter, but in some cultures it does matter. So likewise, all the environmental factors, all the social factors, this brings you the value. The value is molded. When we talk about mother, we talk about how the value is brought about. Even though if the baby was changed in the initial bit, if the baby was accidentally changed, that baby will be telling mother to someone else accidentally or unknowingly. But still, that memory, that thought will carry a heavy burden, like, because you feel it as real. You just, this mother did this, mother did that, my mother is like this, or my mother didn't look after me, that in the other way around, there's a big story that you can tell the other way around too. Like, my mother didn't want me, my mother didn't like me, mother hated me, treated me badly, whatever the way that they have the story. This is the story that we have for your 35, 45, 55 years of age. That's this drama, this story, this film. It's ongoing. And that's actually what we talk about. This mind consciousness is actually just a formation of it's just a manifestation. But when it comes again and again and again, the power of that thought becomes so much that you feel the burden too much. So just the word job might like piss you off, like just make you like agitated, angry, irritated, or self-conscious. Actually, that word itself make you to understand that burning is brought about. So you feel kind of understand this now. So that is who you are. Actually, there is no the word. If we say I feel this, it's not actually not that. The I is a misnomer. It's actually a just an idea that we have. The actual what we call I is that feel that you get, the burning that you get. So this Dhamma is all about understanding the everything, not just part of it. So if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you will realize how this propagates, how this story propagates. Story began when you were like 16, you were doing O level, and if you did O level and then you did A level, then you have like a different thing. You just start studying, you do a degree, you do some kind of further studying, and then there's a pattern that society, or we can call it society, but there's actually the family, everything brings about a pattern that this should happen, this should happen, this should happen, this should happen. And yeah, likewise, it's the same to everyone. If you ask everyone in this forum, that's the same thing. Everyone has an agenda, like the given agenda. It's actually a given agenda. It's environmental, it's social, it's it's, but from our point of view, we don't really much talk about that. What we tell is it's actually in the mind sensor, because mind sensor has this whole lot of stories. A king, if you think about it, just a king. I mean, we can't talk about kings that much at this era, but still, if it is a king has a different world. They has to look after lots and lots of wives, and that kind of pattern. Who brought that pattern? There is a pattern, but now that pattern is gone. There's no kings at this time of the time, but there's a different pattern. And if you think about maybe in 100 years, the pattern would be completely different, and no one would be even questioning whether anything is happening to you. And you might be wondering and pondering, why no one is asking me any question, no one is bothered about me. Actually, that might happen too, because everyone is so self-conscious, so self-centered, they might not even ask about anyone else. That can happen too. But what I'm trying to say, this is all a manifestation of the mind. If you can understand that, actually, and also how one thought has come to that so much importance. Like if someone's job is so important to them, and if you started to not like it, or if someone if you take a simple thing like you wanted a different kind of life pattern, but you don't get it. Kind of that what you want, the aspiration of that or the thinking about that makes it much gives it much more value. And if someone talks about anything like that, when someone is coming to your home and talking about, I went for a holiday and all that, then you might be like, oh, that's so good, I wish I can go. Likewise, there's so much things that we prefer, we like, it's our kind of the dream, because every person's dream is different, the world is different, their aspirations are different, and their views are different. But common to all the humans is the self view. They have the view that it is happening to me. So I'm touching everywhere, bits and pieces everywhere, so you might get confused. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is you have to understand why some topic will make you agitated or anxious and get angry or even react to that, because another question might not worry you. If someone asks you, can you do this, and you will be like, oh, okay. But if someone asks you, can you find another job, and you will be like, what even the word that that brings you so much synchronization to that, the things that you don't want to explore. So one way is to understand why this is giving you so much power. So you are, if I'm imagining, I don't know whether my thinking pattern is correct in that way. I'm thinking you don't have babies, Joel. Do you have a family at the moment?
No, I'm not married, doctor.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
single.
So in that way, like imagine a mother. The mother's world rolls around you. You will understand from your mother's point of view. Mother's world rolls around the children's lives, and when they get older and the children are moving out, they feel like empty, because they are like they didn't have babies when, like, imagine they got the first baby at 20, if it is like kind of any family, like basic, and now the mother is 70. You have had the baby for 50 years now. Your child is big and the child has even children, but this one thought, the daughter or the son, how that makes you so agitated or happy. It can be either way. It makes you kind of get that burning or feel that makes you, it's a very complicated story then. 70-year-old mother having a 50-year-old son and worrying about that 50-year-old son, or even thinking, how can I die? I want to live with my son. Or other way around, why son is not looking after me? Why son can't call me? Why son can't come and see me? So the world revolves around topics or stimuli or the thoughts. Our thinking process works in such a way. So why you in your story, you have your own waves. They are all waves, though. That's the thing. They're all thoughts. So if for some reason you decide, or you felt as not marrying or marrying, whatever, that has given you some power. That word marriage even has given some, it has a power. That thought has a power. That you have to understand. How did that happen? That word didn't have that much power when you were a 20-year-old boy. But now why it is having so much impact on you, in the sense that is you. The impact is you, actually, don't forget that, because when we talk, the words can carry you away. But the burning is you. There's no separate you. That is why we feel alive. So that is the problem that you have to understand, why it has given you such impact, why you are, why this the job, the word, even the job, can make you irritated. So do you actually have an answer? Why do you understand this? All these thinking patterns are just construct, and this how this is working. But what has made you to worry too much about these things?
Yes, doctor. Like today only, I downloaded this Buddothpado book from Chrome,
Yeah.
and I've started to read this. But in our culture, like when they, even known people, unknown people, when they meet you, the first question is, "Are you working or are you married? If you're married, why don't you have children?" Again and again, we face the same
Yeah,
questions here.
that's the thing that is not found here. that that's actually so intimate questions, that's a cultural thing that is there. But in a way, some cultures are actually open to that. Like you're used to that. You're okay with that. But what made you so protective about that question, though?
Because they ask about it again and again, it started to make a big impact on my life.
Yeah, but
It was
why are
like,
you annoyed is the problem, because if someone asks some other question, you might not get annoyed, isn't it? So that's what I'm trying to say, that these topics annoy you anyway. I think they annoy you anyway. I think that has the word, even that word might bring you up some unwanted, burning, so that you don't like to bring it up. That's what it is usually. And so the culture is, yes, the usually, the neighbors know everything about the house, but here neighbor knows nothing. But that is the kind of the pattern. But that doesn't necessarily mean this is correct or that is correct. You know what I mean? Like, can't really say that the pattern here is correct, because there's no kind of there's some good things about these things too, but there's bad things as well. Everywhere that is the same thing. If you're living in a jungle, there are good things and bad things. If you're living in a like a very open society where everything is questioned, all the privacy is not that much important, they keep asking the intimate questions like that. That's kind of one way of culture, isn't it? But there's a different way also. But a lot of people are depressed here too, kind of agitated here too, anxious here too. So how that can happen? Because they feel, actually mostly this side, the European countries or the English speaking countries, they feel isolated. They feel helpless. So these ideas about the why it is hurting you is actually because the same question has brought you so much burning. So the burning is depending on what our views are. That is how it is. So so do you actually worry about actually how can you live without income, Joel? How do you have any other sort of income?
this forum, I cannot tell
Yeah, that's okay.
certain answers.
That's okay.
But
That's okay.
I'm living.
Yeah, if you have an income, that doesn't
Yeah.
bother you. That's what I was trying to say. because the income is the main thing. The job is for income. Job is to find food, like just to get fed and to buy some clothes, and you have some comfortable life, isn't it? If that is there, then it's not a big issue. But burning comes from, as I told again and again, burning comes not from that factor, even not from the point that they ask the question. Burning comes because it gives you so much value. And basically, if you start hating a job, you might get this idea that the job, either job destroyed you, or job, something like that. It doesn't necessarily matter what it is, but it has given you that, sadness, anger, pondering thoughts in the past. Depression is actually pondering thoughts in the past. You know that as a counselor, you know all about that. And this future of the future. So someone's question is just a sound. Just a sound. Question is a sound. Question, discussion, it's all sound. This now you hear in this Zoom discussion is a sound. But then this, how that sound gave you so much, hatred or anger or anxiety or stress or, some kind of burning. That's why we use the burning, because there's so much words to use if we use multiple words. But burning is the fire you get by hearing just a noise. But how did you get that? How did you get? That's what the science of mind is. You learn the science of the mind here. You learn how a sound has brought so much sadness in someone's life. How did that happen? Because you heard a sound, but your mind understands that as something, and that has so much meaning to you that it brings you kind of agitation. And if that same question is being asked again and again, you would feel like even punching that person, even though that person has never asked it before, because that question was being asked. The question and the person who asked that, the person who asked may be even completely unknown to you. Like they just met you and you say, "Oh, where do you work?" And you're like, "Here it is again." And but that person was just trying to make a conversation with you. And then but the burning here is back because of the telepathization of that, the word, or the telepathization of that mind, the thought. This synchronization brings back all the burning you had before. That is why we feel like going back to that burning again and again and again and again. So if you understand this process, next time someone asks that, you'll be like, "Oh, this is what the burning is." Your actual, your understanding goes a different angle, because the burning comes, but you identify the burning, not the actual person's problem. Why this person is asking me a question. It doesn't happen to you. You get the burning and you are like, "Here comes the burning." Yeah, that's how you will be understanding this Dhamma first, in the initial bit. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have another aspect to discuss this? Because there's multiple aspects to anything, because there's so much different, entry points to a topic.
Therwan Sanai, Mokila, and Therwan Sanai, Joel, and my friends. Yeah, I think it's. I think Dr. Popula is trying to give you different angles of it, and also without trying to put too much of our just the the usual terminology that we typically use in the Zoom discussion, but invariably, I think because we are talking about the truth in this Zoom discussion, there is also a bit of a challenge in not using some of that wording and some of those aspects to really explain what is happening here and the problem with this so-called thought as well, isn't it? Because ultimately what we are trying to say is that why has that thing irked you? Why is it that, hearing it over and over again become so much of a bother? And that is what Dr. Gokula is trying to explain. That is because that word has been given a value to you over time. It is a perception. The perception now in society also, we talked right at the beginning about societal norms and conventions in different cultures. There is these different expectations that, everybody has to have a job. A man has to have a job and then fend for his family. This kind of old, probably some societies are still kind of stuck in time. You can say that, but then some cultures, you don't have to, just as Dr. Kokita said. So depending on what culture, what background one has grown up in, these are basic stuff that, for example, you have to, if you're 25, a woman has to get married. Otherwise, the mother or the father or somebody will say, why aren't you getting married? And there's societal pressure. There is pressure at home, pressure from society and anywhere. So that asking that person, why are you not getting married, would not be a problem for that young woman if that young woman also did not have a value given to the fact that marriage is a thing. But if marriage has become a thing and that perception has grown stronger and stronger as that person has grown up, now marriage there was no meaning to marriage when that girl, young woman was a little baby. Marriage didn't mean a thing. But when did this marriage become a thing? When did marriage become a word or a reality? Because as that child grew up, he or she in this case, has been told various things. We have given names, labels to various perceptions that have come across, that have manifested through our senses. And we have given objects names. We have given objects names like mother, father. We have given objects like school. There are friends. You have to go to class every day. This is what you do on weekends. You are Jack. And when you grow up, you have to be a good boy. And then you have to do your exams well. All these things have been fed into you. This is just basically a program. So when each of these objects have become more and more real to you and you start to believe it, the objects are there, and then this duality, I think we spoke of yesterday or day before, the sense of self comes about because these objects are given meaning, and then these objects mean something to whom? And then this automatically a sense of self gets developed here. It is a misnomer, as Dr. Kokira said. There is no self, but it is that sensation, that feel that arises when somebody names a thing and calls it mother, when somebody names a thing and says, there is a rainbow. You get this feeling. There is a sensation that arises out of that thought process, and it is that feel, the sensation, that through ignorance is being called or labeled the self. So this whole thing gets magnified, compounded from childhood days. Labels, names, conventions, norms, societal practices, cultures, all these things accumulate and accumulate to the point that every word has a loaded meaning to it. Now, in the culture of, some African tribe, if you say something, it might not mean a thing. Even the language, even a sound, a particular sound can mean one meaning in one culture and a totally different meaning in another culture. I mean, we have come across this, although nothing comes to mind at the moment. I'm sure you would have come across such words. So how did that happen? How can one word, one sound, mean something different in another culture and something totally different in another culture? Isn't language also perceptions? Now, the perception that was given to the sound in Sri Lanka can be totally different to the perception of that same sound in another country. Or if I say, if we say job to a very remote African tribe, they wouldn't even understand what the word job means or the sound job. So nothing would trigger them. That word would not mean anything to them. But if it is told to a person with that background that you have had, with the stimuli and the objects and the attachment of value to each of those things, with that background, then it has become a thing. But it is not something that is happening to a self. That is the importance of this particular forum that we are trying to bring to the fore, because understanding the fact that this is just stimuli after stimuli that has been programmed, and it is just a system that is occurring, and it is this stimuli that has got a value attached to it unerringly, not out of your doing. There is no one doing anything here. That has now inadvertently, unknowingly and unerringly given a value to it, so that now when you hear about it, because without even acknowledging to yourself that stimuli, the thought, the job, has become valuable to you, because you might have grown up in a background where you know that a job will give stability, a job will give income, a job will give you a good lifestyle, so on and so forth. So even if your circumstances at the moment is okay, you are in between jobs and you're taking a break, the mere fact that somebody is reminding you or questioning you brings up through telepathization the value that has been attached to that particular word. But as Dr. Kokila said, it is only a sound. When did the sound become job? When did the sound become stability? When did the sound become that job that person meant means I am incapable of it, or that's what that person meant about it? How did all that happen? That is because of that value attached to it and the telepathization of all the perceptions that are associated around the job have, unbeknownst to, I can't say you, unbeknownst to the system, has become of value, and which is why that heavy feeling, the irritation, the annoyance comes up at that point. So instead of taking it as a self, if one can, as Dr. Kokila said, look at the thought and understand how did this thought become annoying to me? What is behind the thought? What is this word? How come this word is so irritating? Why did I give value to it? Is there anything here that is of substance? Isn't that word just a sound? That is what we are trying to help analyze by understanding the mind and the mind process. Because ultimately, whether it is a societal norm or a convention or an accepted value or anything out there, there is nothing. The fundamental tenets of this Zoom discussion and the teachings of the spiritual teacher is there is no self here. The self angle and that ignorance has to be dissipated. That collapses when one understands the mind and the mind process. It is nobody's doing. That is fundamental, absolutely fundamental, that this is nobody's doing. If one takes ownership of the thought as this is my thought or this thing is said to me, that is where this whole thing really, the pain, the suffering lies there. So if we can understand that the five senses, the sense faculties, are the things that are giving us the perceptions arise through these sense faculties, and without these sense faculties, there is no way that one can even ever experience the outside world, so to speak. Then the stimuli that is coming is realized as just a natural occurrence.
And Surangika, the other thing is, this is this topic that Joel brought up. Imagine a person who's separated. Just imagine. someone has separated. Now, it's a big deal as well now. Like the if someone has separated, and if in a culture where it is a big deal, then people would be questioning about the separation, then I have some experiences where patient has the diagnosis of the cancer, but the patient doesn't want to bring up the topic of the cancer. Stuff like that, they get even they get annoyed. It's only few, but they get annoyed with the idea that there is some problem here in the system, the body. That why is because it has so much power that it brings him down. It gives some sadness, some anxiety. There's so much health anxiety here anyway. So this sensitive points, I would say that would be the better way to put it. I think there are so much sensitive points that we don't understand, and even the society or so-called society, anyone can ask a question anyway. But when separation is a normal thing, imagine in the world, everybody is separated. Will anyone question about the separation? Oh, everyone is not married. No one will question about the marriage at all. How does this, even one word, bring so much power? Because there is something different. So this is the variety of perceptions we have. If there's someone is married, there's someone is unmarried. So of course, if someone is tall, there's someone is shorter. If someone is having high income, of course there is someone who has low income. So there's always, multiple perceptions. Anytime, any society. But the thing is, how one brings you suffering, and the other way around, it changes this generations. If I'm, because like when I was younger, when we talk like that, the peer pressure, the parental pressure is to marry. And I don't know whether I would do that to my kids. I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. Well, of course, if they want to, they can, but I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. So just even before listening to Dhamma, so the pattern of thinking keeps changing. But what doesn't change, well, the pattern of thinking, pattern of the world, pattern of the dream keep changing. What doesn't change is this self, the feeling of self, feeling of existence. That doesn't change. It's there. That doesn't change. The Lord Buddha, actually, this truth, we talk about this truth. Truth is actually about understanding this feeling of existence. Did you get the point, Joel? Do you get anything about this, the way we talk, or you don't get it?
I got it really, really in a good way. And I mean, this forum is just healing my raw nerves, which have been so raw. So yeah, I'm getting, I'm great. I'm thankful to you all for opening up certain things like this and healing a person. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking questions too, because if we talk about Dhamma, we just talk in one kind of language, which Surangika was trying to tell, because we are so used to that, we kind of tend to do that. And I really like to change the way we talk. unless someone like you come who doesn't know anything about Dhamma, but trying to get things, how does this suffering come from? Why am I suffering? Why am I getting annoyed? Why can't I be happy? Even if someone asks me a question, why do I care so much? What is the problem with me? Is it a problem? Why the same thought coming to me? Why can't another thought come to me? Why everything revolves around me? And there's so much value in questions, because the explanation takes time. But yes, but an explanation is so personalized too, because the it's so personalized that we haven't seen. I have never seen any of my Dhamma friends. We don't know each other. I know Suranka lives in Australia, but we don't know. I don't know anyone in this. We have like thousands of Buddothpado followers, but we don't know anyone. We just hear their voices, yes, but we kind of get into kind of one form of understanding that what our noble friend is trying to tell us, that this suffering is stemming from the feel of existence, and the idea that we have, the wrong idea we have. There is a self who is suffering. I am suffering. This is happening to me. I am listening. I am talking. I am acting. I'm a doctor. If I say I'm a doctor, I mean, I believe that. Sincerely, I believed that before. And now it's like a joke to me. Like, joke in the sense I'm still a doctor, yes. But what I'm trying to say is, kind of, it's in this dream that, how do I believe that this dream is actually real? It's like a manifestation. And the consciousness, basic consciousness, that is also actually due to the speedy vibration of the sensual organs. That's all what happened. That's all what happened. But we have so much suffering because we didn't know this. But if the suffering is not there, you will be so light, so happy that you can't even explain, and so much tranquility. You will be doing whatever you have to do. You have to feed someone, you will be feeding someone. You have to look after your parents, you'll be looking after your parents. Or whatever. There is some actions, yes, because that's until your breathing happens, your body will have some actions. And until the breathing happens, you will be talking, because and mind works, and also you will be thinking. Those are the only few things that we'll be doing. Some actions, some talking, and some thinking. And these things will not stop until the breathing stops. And that's it. So much tranquility from understanding this Dhamma. And you will just try to heal others. That's all. That's all, isn't it? Sranka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, and the other important point is the beauty of understanding the fact that this is a non-self, this whole self-perception is a misnomer, is that, and this is the thing that fundamentally makes everybody in this society suffer. Whether they are people in wealthy homes or in a poor man's house. We think, wealthy people are great and they're happy and enjoying all the time, but no, they're not. The suffering is given a whole different meaning in this pure truth. But what I was trying to say was, when the self-perception is not there, the whole thing about beating yourself up, there is this entire society, the depression, the suffering comes from the fact that you beat yourself up, that either you haven't done something, or you should be doing something, or you want something. something is always, that is the thing that you're beating yourself up. Either you're worried about it. If you're happy and you got something, then you're worried that will go away or that will disappear. So even in a relationship, you're worried that the relationship will finish or that person might get fed up of you. I mean, I personally have gone through these things because you see the way these things happen. If it is wealth, then if it is a businessman, the businessman will be worrying that the business will fall under.
Yeah.
So either way, there is suffering. And why is there suffering? Because a thing has become real and there is a person to which that thing is happening. But when through this truth one understands that there was this is just a process and there was no self here for it to be caused to a person, that this is just a natural phenomena. Now, when a tree is growing in the forest or a tree, a seed becomes a plant and the plant becomes a tree. It takes its nutrients from the earth and it has its whole full root system, all that happens. The branches sprout out, it turns into the sun, it takes whatever from the sun, and then, the flowers turn towards the direction of the sun. Do we say that the tree has a soul there? The tree has a self there? No. It's a natural phenomena that things grow, the seasons change, plants grow. So why have these human beings, through this ignorance, taken this misconception and said that all these things are happening? They don't say that I have these sensors are there and the sensors are me. The sensors are there now.
And through sensors, there's hormones too, which really does the same job. Yeah.
No, I mean, if we think that everything is within our control, then, is your blood circulation within your control? Is the breathing happening because it's within your control? How many things within our digestive system is happening? How many things in the respiratory system is happening without your own volition? So does that mean that there was a self there controlling? No, but outside, through the thoughts, there is this whole ignorance thing happening where you think that the thoughts are mine and my body is mine. And that is where the misconception lies. So breaking that down is what this truth is all about. Because once you do that, you stop beating yourself about anything because you understand there is nothing to beat yourself about. And then if there's nothing to beat yourself about, there is no stimuli, or there is a stimuli still, because the law of the mind, this, what shall I say, the natural occurrence of the thought process still occurs as long as, like Dr. Kokila said, as long as there is breath in this body, in the human body, the thought process cannot be stopped. It's a natural phenomena. As long as the sense faculties work, the sense faculties generate sensations and they turn into perceptions. And that gives rise to thoughts, and mind consciousness is born. That cannot be stopped. That occurrence is a natural phenomena that has to be absolutely driven into one's penetrative thinking. It is a natural phenomena. No one is doing it. And if that is well entrenched, well embedded, you can give up the notion that there is a self here. That is what we are trying to shine the light of truth here, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah. The way that the way we misunderstand the whole human body is actually it is so much. It's a beautiful illusion, I would say. Kind of how we change. Like when it comes to the teenagers, how the teenagers feel. The teenagers, how they feel is completely different to how maybe a 20-year-old will feel, because they start to feel the pressures, as Joel was starting to say. I mean, 20-year-old might feel the pressures. The teenagers, they don't have much pressure. I mean, their mother might say, can you study? But they don't have the pressures of living or trying to, I mean, very rarely sometimes, very rarely a person may do a job and feed the younger siblings because the parents are not there, something like that. But usually teenagers' world is completely different than if you take the 20s, the hormone starts to, the teenagers, the hormone starts to work, but the 20s, they manifest so much, features in the body that is amenable to reproduction. So the reproduction is just part of this system. So what we think about these things is completely, different. So that's where the society comes, the culture comes, the environmental aspect comes, like the genetical aspect comes, everything comes together. But the actual notion of self is doesn't change from animal to even worm will have that sensation. So it's so beautiful to understand this humanity, as well as you can understand the trees as well. You can understand how even a sea creature, how they change, like they keep changing. So it's so beautiful. I think it's a beautiful research, isn't it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Like, I have another question. I think I have a short period of time, but I just want to ask, when Madam Surangika also spoke about this self kind of thing, are we discussing about our ego?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So you brought it up. So you brought it up, and that's, I haven't actually brought it up because it may be too much. Because you brought it up, I would say actually the topic marriage touches the ego. That is the problem. That is the self. That is what it is, isn't it? That is what it is. So but we don't talk in that aspect because because you are new, you just have to keep understanding how this ego happens, isn't it? So the ego happens due to a reason. Ego happens due to a misunderstanding that there is a self. And what we are trying to say is how this ego has evolved into so much powerful thing, that suffering is related to ego. But ego in English literature is slightly different to our the way we talk, because the English literature, the ego word is used when a person is so much full of pride too. But that's
like
not
conceited. Yeah.
So it's complicated when we take the English literature meaning. But when we talk about the ego, actually it is about this self, so-called the alive field here, the actual the self kind of vibration. So it is slightly different what we call ego and what English literature calls ego. So don't misunderstand, the words we use may be slightly different to what you call ego. Because if I tell my children the word ego, they might tell, no, I don't have an ego. Like they will be like, no, no. So when they say no, what they mean by I don't have an ego means they're talking about that pride, kind of that aspect. But in our aspect, when we talk about ego, that is kind of a deeper meaning, because every being, even if it's a kind of every being has a ego, but in humans it can manifest like really big because of this mind. Because the mind makes it so big that it is kind of like a bomb, I would say. It is because of that our mind, like kind of this human mind, because the mind makes everything bigger. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Joel?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm listening to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the ego is actually, when we say ego, uh, we can take it as a layperson meaning as well. Yes, it affects our ego. But in our kind of deeper meanings, this ego is me. There's no separate my ego. That's the thing. There's no my suffering. There's no my ego. There's no my problem, my depression. There's nothing like that. It's this burning is me. So that is what we are trying to understand, how this has arisen, how this self vibration is continuing to give us problems. The ego has so many meanings, as you said. Every weird topic, some topics doesn't touch your ego at all, but some topics touch your ego so deeply. If someone, a beautiful girl, just imagine a beautiful girl, she's like the most beautiful actress in the world. I'm just taking an example. Someone tells her that you think you are beautiful. No, we know the goddess type of beautiful person than you. That sentence might not affect a normal person. Yeah, of course there are, but that actual if that person's self vibration is too much on that beauty of that person will be so annoyed by that topic. She might run away from that topic, or she might actually not talk to that person ever. So that is how it is. So this we never know where our defilements lie. Like defilements is like where our this egoistic factors are lying, isn't it? Anything else? I think are we running out of time? I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
sure.
we are running out of time.
But we have 5 minutes. Yeah, we have 5
What do
minutes.
we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, I think that self-view and the self-identity itself is what we are talking about in this Zoom, rather than that ego, as Dr. Pokida said, from a Western standpoint. So definitely has a meaning, and it is applicable, as she said, to all living beings, not even only humans, but it is magnified in humans, Joel, because we have such a big mind, and that mind itself is, it's very ironic, because it is, according to the truth, the way it is, the mind itself is required, this egoistic mind. And when I say egoistic mind here, I mean the self-view, the magnified self-view and the self-identity is only in human beings, because of the mind being such a big thing. But that mind itself is required to do the penetrative insight in order to transcend the mind itself. It is you use the mind as a tool to transcend the mind, because there is no way that other animals, I mean, you see them suffering, right? You see them becoming a spoil of another animal, and all that happens to animals. But you can also see that they're helpless, isn't it, in the way the animal kingdom works. When we see these on Discovery so much, the deer gets hunted by the leopard or by the lion, but can they do anything about it? No. Every deer, the fate of a deer is that. But can they get out of that vicious cycle? They can't. And they have a very small mind. That mind is completely incapable of taking them out of this self-view or the suffering and this whole cycle that happens along with the cycle of suffering. But it is man with that big mind of his, which is also bringing us all this suffering. If we continue to have the self-view, it is that same mind that is used to penetrate and see the truth. So that's the beauty of it. But I'm sure if you downloaded the book and you start reading the first couple of pages, you'll start getting an idea of what how this whole thing is unraveling. Particularly, there'll be a good explanation about the sense faculties, and I'm sure you'll have plenty of questions again for this forum as well, Joel.
Yeah, it's so beautiful actually that because I kind of avoid that word because it can hurt people, because that was actually told by my children too, because if I because they kind of the way they react, I understand that complete meaning to them the word ego is different. So kind of I try to be careful because the listener might misunderstand for pride, or the whatever the meaning that they have, so that the actually, Joel, the explaining this dhamma in English is not easy, because if I say awareness is being taken already, that word is being taken, but we are aware that I'm on I'm sitting down, I'm in a room, and the temperature is so high. I'm aware, but that's not the awareness that we talk about in Dhamma. We talk about, that's why actually we discussed, and Aranwanse has put a different word called super awareness, because the super awareness, what we try to say is that you kind of have the awareness that there is no self. So because we can't say that to that normal awareness word, so we kind of put another part to it and try to say it in a different form, because the identification is different. Because super awareness, you're not actually just aware about things, you're aware that there is no self. So that's the new normal way that there's no burning inside.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, Sanai Aranwase. Everyone, Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 48. You can call this a kind of meditation. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This scene is like nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. Realizing the truth is known as the awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. Awakening of the Yathabhuta Jnana means you see the true nature of all things. You understand and realize how all things come together to form this illusion. Once you realize the truth, you will no longer be tricked by this illusion, by this film. The moment you realize the pure truth, you awaken the wisdom of Aloko Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Chakkun Udapadi, and Prajna Udapadi. Now you know how to see the illusion You have to put a great effort to realize the illusion outside. You need to apply the 5 spiritual faculties sattva, virya, sati, samadhi, and prajna to realize the illusion outside. Sattva means you are willing to understand what the truth is. You know how to look at the screen and see through the images and be aware of the blank white screen. You are aware that what you see outside is only a film and that is not real. Sadhanusari is a person who sees the truth in this illusion. You have to develop an effort or virya to see the truth in this illusion. You have to see the truth in every thought you receive. Satya is when you practice being mindful to see the blank white screen at the background. Later, this Satya develops to a Samadhi. Thermal sun, everybody.
Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting our session. We all pay our homage at Aryan Mahanse's feet, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time until 4 p.m. And we also thank our technical team, our friends who are behind the screen, always helping us to conduct these Zoom discussions. So as usual, Shani read two pages from the book that we are following, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So still we are at the beginning. We are still talking about the thoughts and what is meant by the world created by the sense of faculties. So we are still discussing the very basic facts. So little by little, some light is shed, and now we know that the world, what is called the world, or the materialistic world, is something created at the sensor level of different species, so including the human beings. So the capacity of the sensor faculty will create something, and which is an illusion. Actually, what happens is, due to the speedy vibration, something is created at the sensor level, and the functions of the sensor faculties will together form what's called the thought, which is another form of vibration. So everything is a thought basically. So thoughts are whatever you name, it's a thought. House, trees, daughter, son, mother, car, everything is a thought. So why we say that the thought is an illusion? It's simply because due to the speed, something is created by this sense of faculties, but due to the ignorance or avidya in Sinhala, it's assumed that it's what is there, it's really existing, but it's actually a picture created or a reflection created in the mind. It's a collective function of the sense faculties then and there, which creates some form of picture. So we either get attached, clinging, or we reject, or we feel averse to these thoughts which we think is really outside there. So this is the basic teaching of Buddhist philosophy. Actually, Buddhism is not a religion. It's not another religion, but it's a kind of philosophy. So irrespective of the culture, irrespective of the original religion or the geographical situation, any person can study this and see the truth. Lord Buddha used to say, "Come and see." I mean, he never asked us to blindly believe what he said. He said, each of you can come and see this Dhamma and then understand it to yourself. What is meant by this Dhamma Chakshusha, which was mentioned by Shani, is that opening up of your wisdom. Actually, it is not the physical eye, but it's also, I mean, can be called as the third eye, where it's the wisdom which is used to understand this Buddha teaching. So I warmly welcome all our friends who have joined Dhamma discussion today. We can start the discussion on some topic or something that was read just now from the book. Therwan Saranai, all of you. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Saranai. Yeah, we can start a discussion if someone can actually bring up ideas. That's also fine. I think in the book reading, are we slowly going towards the field, or have we finished that bit? Yeah, we.
No, still, I think we are just sort of halfway like of that. Still more to read on that topic.
Yeah. So either any one of you can bring up an idea.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Saranai.
Friends in prayer, worship to our Mahansa. If our friend Joel doesn't have a question, I'd like to ask, maybe we can ask him to just interrupt and ask any question that he has during our conversation. But until such time, I was just wondering whether you can elaborate more on the mind consciousness and the feel, and the thing that we say, happiness without happiness and sadness without sadness, the distinguishing between the emotions and the feel. How when we try to discern the sensation arising from the sense faculties, we've discussed this, that the mind consciousness is the trickiest of them all. I think, Dr. Sakuntala, you dealt with it a little bit today in the morning Zoom discussion. I think quite a few people asked various questions as well, but just on that aspect about distinguishing the sadness arising from the mind consciousness as an innate feature of the mind consciousness, and the sadness as an innate feature, as opposed to the sense of heaviness that we identify separately as self-vibration. If you can just give a few more examples than the usual example that we always give about the Buddha scolding the venerable Podillatero and sending him out of the thing. And the typical other example we give, like, when we meet a friend after a long time, there is an initial sense of happiness. But that is just in the periphery, or almost like a surface-like happiness. It doesn't really, there is that calmness that is deep within that remains unperturbed. If you can just give a few more examples, because I think it would be good to clarify that a bit more, Dr. Pokila.
Yeah, that's
Hello,
really
doctor. Hello, doctor.
yeah, Sanai.
I'm Joel here, doctor.
Yeah.
Connecting my question to Madam Surangika, what she asked about this mind consciousness. Yesterday you said about how to come out of the mind and live happily. I didn't understand that. So can you just give me a clarification on how to do it? Thank you.
Yeah, they both are related questions. So, okay, going, I think Surangika won't mind if I start from Joel's question.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think here, I don't know whether Joel can remember, I started talking about mind consciousness or the thought. It's a thought. So this, I'll elaborate in such a way, I don't know whether that will clear this, but I'll try. So just imagine this current dream. What I call the dream is just this world. So when you wake up in the morning, can you see that the whole lots of things, like I have to quickly get ready, dress up or cook something, send the kids to school, go to work. Okay, has to put the bins out, stuff like that. So there's so many things. They are just thoughts. So that is the mind consciousness. But the problem is, the mind consciousness has that, because it acts very fast. If you research about this mind consciousness is very, in the sense that anyway, the consciousness, when the word consciousness comes, you feel like as anything is existent because of the other way around. If you feel something existent, we call it consciousness, actually. So the consciousness is where we feel something happening. So in that sense, the mind consciousness is that we feel like mind is existing. That is due to the very speedy occurrence of these stimuli. Stimuli, Joel, when we refer to stimuli, it is each and every thought. Because thoughts happen very fast. We even can't differentiate that we are driving as well as listening to music. Or we are reading a book at the same time. You hear the background, a noise in the garden. So, or anything like that, you're cooking, you're at the same time, you're concentrating on a podcast, something like that. So, but according to science as well as Lord Buddha's Dharma, each and every stimuli is quite different, and they arise and they subside without our knowledge. But the thing is, this because this happens so fast, we can't even differentiate anything like that, and we feel that this mind is existing. But actually, there's no big deal about this because it has happened anyway. But the big deal is that because we have misunderstood this whole thing that it is actually existing. The misunderstanding or the ignorance is the main problem, that we feel that this is seriously existing, but it's actually not. If you can, you know that in Sri Lanka we have something like Torang, or in abroad we have like some fireworks, even with the, you know, in they make I can't remember Sri Lanka the word, that, you know, they with those gadgets they make up you know, happy 2026. Just imagine like that in the sky. How do they do that? They do that through the very fast occurrence of lights. Similarly, it's a simile. It's a metaphor. Similarly, that is what happens in our systems too. It's very fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye that we feel as light. Very fast occurrence of the air. Actually, they are receptors. There's so much receptors in this body. That is why we feel alive. So those ear, when the vibrations happen so fast, that is what we call actually sound. At the same time, when these get activated at the same time, a thought process starts. That's how a child actually starts to think. If you go back to the child life before thoughts start, you can't remember anything. Why? Because that's the time that you felt. You just felt. But then thought starts to happen, and first thought may be mom, then second thought may be dad, or even bayang or something like that, because we use so many you know, different words. Or you may say in some houses they may say dada, mama, you know. It's quite different from each household, but whatever the words, whatever the perception, the idea is to identify something. So when we feel something, we try to identify. That's our human nature. So coming back to Charles' question, what we really do is we understand what happened. That's all what we do. So we understand that before becoming trapped in this mind, because it's actually a trapping, because you can't feel anything anymore. You just keep thinking, because you get up, you see the bathroom door, you know, it's a bathroom door, even though you're not even conscious about it. You're not even, you know, thinking about it specifically. But if you were supposed to ask someone what happened in the morning, or what happened before the fall or something, they will definitely say, I was going to go to the bathroom door, but something was there on the floor and I just slipped on. How did that happen? Until such time, they didn't pay much attention that they are going to the toilet and all that. But it is there underlying. So the mindful world, or the mind, or this dream, I usually call it dream because it's much easier to understand. So that the night also you might see a kind of a dream with all the perceptions. Can you see? If you see your, we'll take an example, you see your friend in your dream, you definitely know it is a perception. Perception is kind of gives you idea that it's not real. Even just by saying perception, you know that it's not real, because you saw friend in the dream, but you know it's not real. The problem in the real world is because you feel like living, because this skin is working, eyes are working, ears are working, tongue is working, you know, so and there's a thinking process as well on top of that. Now you feel like alive and you feel like you're inside a world. That's the thing. This has to be actually understood first. Understanding only leads you to understand that actually the duality that now directly in front of me is a door now at this moment.
Tedwan
And
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, there is an interruption from time to time. Don't know whether it's from my side. Others must be hearing. Is it Surangita? Do you all
Oh,
hear Dr. Kokila properly?
yes, we can hear clearly, Sudharma. Dr. Kokila, we can hear you clearly.
okay. Yeah, I think Sudharma, you might have to move a little bit to find a good, better place with the internet. So so when we try to understand the perception, when we try to understand this dream from morning to night, you are kind of in a dream, but we don't know that. That dream is full of stuff, like you do stuff, you talk, you think, when you do stuff, what do you mean by that? So you brush your teeth, you get ready, you dress up according to the occasion and go out, come back, do shopping, cook something, eat something, sleep, talk. What else do? You don't do anything else other than that. So, but what actually happens is, these are kind of perceptions we have. For an example, if you are very old, you might actually forget. There's a disease which can happen that you keep forgetting. The perception. If you tell, could you please get up? They don't know what is get up means. They just stare at you because they don't know what is get up. Can you imagine that? If you have seen, you will not ponder. It's actually a thing which can happen. So what happens to that? There is a problem in the perception. So that they can't identify the perception. So I'm telling all these things to understand the perception. So the perception of things, people, the story, the day-to-day life, the whole thing, the world is in our mind. So this mind consciousness, every word we say, every word that comes to our mind, every simple thing that we do, because we can't do something we don't know. If you say something like ching ching ching, I won't do anything because I don't know what it is. But then if someone knows actually if it's like a proper word, I just made it. But if it's actually a proper word, someone would act. Someone would talk. Someone would think about it. But if I don't have a perception about that, I won't. So our world is our world. So kind of my world is bit of English, at times it's Sinhala, but the language is just the way of expressing the mind consciousness. So that's the normal humanity. But the most important thing is Joel's question: how do you actually liberate from mind? It's not like a mechanism you jump out of something. It's actually understanding that this mind is not real, and the value given to this mind consciousness goes down, and one day you can feel this in single stimulus, whatever the thought, you might be able to feel it, like you are actually not in this kind of, you will be directly in the field, and even that, so that's beyond Joel's question. Even that, you can feel if you actually know that even the feel is a mirage, because feel is also there because of the speed of these sensory organs. then you might be able to understand the feel of non-existence or the absence of duality, because we always have a duality, but the absence of duality. There's nothing, no big deal about this experience, but the main important factor of this experience is that you understand this continuity feeling we have that someone is existing is broken there, because you understand that actually if the stimulus is understood, that the power of the stimulus is not there, the feel of existence is also not there, and that is so blissful state. So that is the important message here. But the question again comes where how? That's a big question. How? Well, that's the whole Satara Satipatthana, that's the whole Pratipada, that's the whole Satyajnana, that's the whole truth. That's knowing this properly, knowing how this system works, knowing how humanity works, or even how an animal works, or how any, investigating on every aspect of living being, because every living being feels the feel of existence. Can be single cellular organism. Like we call them bacteria, but the bacteria doesn't know that it's a bacteria. But the single cell organism. But even that single cell organism have a vibration, so that there is some activity, so that also feels the feel of existence. But the beauty of the humans are the single cell or multiple cell organisms, or even animals. That we know animal world. Even animals, they don't have a expert mind system, so they can't really understand the mind as well, because the humans have a mind, yes, but they can actually understand the mind too. That's the beauty of that. So the understanding the system of mind, system of sensory, other 5 sensory organs, system of feeling existent, system of feeling alive. How does we get into the notion that we are existing, we are alive? That is how it is. That is how it is. And there are if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you ask me how am I going to liberate from mind? There are so many factors into that. So many. I don't know whether I can finish it, but there's so many. One is having a very deep keenness, or keenness, or if there's any other better word for that, like a really keen to know the truth, keenness to know the truth. I would put that as one, because only few people will feel any interest in this, because people are interested in seeing movies, people are interested in seeing a scenery, people are interested in having maybe touching your partner, or anything, any bits and pieces. So these are the like experiencing the sensory organs basically. But very few people would be keen to understand what happens here. There are so many, actually. If you research about the world, there are so many who are trying to understand it. So many neuroscientists, so many the physics, or even neuropsychiatrists, because there's so many attachments. And in spirituality, people who are interested in spirituality, they all research about this. What is this consciousness? How do we feel alive? What is the difference of being like feeling alive here and the animal feeling alive? Why there's so many different patterns? Why one person is different to other person, why twins are different, what is happening after birth, what is happening after death, how is this power different, how can we kill someone at one point and cry with sadness in the other moment, how is our power changing so rapidly, how can we like be jealous of someone at one particular moment and also at one point say that I really love you. So how can we do this? How can we change so rapidly? There's so many questions out there. Nobody wants the answer. They just go on and on and on. And suddenly when closer to death, they think about, oh, where am I going now? I should go somewhere. Yeah, they're planning where to go, basically. So that's how it is. That's how normal our day-to-day life. That's fine. I mean, I'm not telling anything against that. But what I'm trying to say is only few people are keen to find the truth. So that would be one, I would say. And actual effort to find the truth, because you can get a small curiosity. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, next time, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Just I don't know, who cares? You give up. So that you have to have an effort to actually research about this, and ability to research, because you have to have a good kind of deep, inquisitive, concentration ability to research on something. If you're so flustered, you can't research on something. And the other thing would be actually have a proper mind system, mind which is not affected by any psychedelics or any drugs, I would say, substances, or which is not always corrupted with other stuff. Because when you have so much, if you're fighting to survive, or doing a job the whole day and trying to earn money and survive, that is the only thing you will be concentrating on, because you don't have much time. So the time kind of, I would say, some physical and mental, some peace would be very much good for this, and ability to appreciate the different personalities, or kind of different entities, where there would be people out there who would feel better than you, kind of who would feel wider than you, that I would say, not better than you, because it's all our experiences are through our 5 sensory organs and the mind, but we have different abilities. They are different, they are very unique sometimes, and we have to appreciate that. And if someone is telling a kind of a practical thing, you can listen to and see. That's where we start to change. If there's something that you hear and you feel that it is kind of true, and you feel that, because if you have a good quality mind, without any crazy ideas, like needing to earn money, like you have to do something, or you are overwhelmed with some emotions. In that moment you can't do this, but if you actually have a small time for yourself, and then some calmness, that's enough. You just have to have some peaceful moment to understand these things without any craving for any sensory kind of organ or a thought. So if you get all these things, you might not get all these things at one point, but you might get here and there, because you might take a leave and then go for a walk. There's no big deal about that to anyone. No one would question, why are you going for a walk? I'm going for a walk because I feel like I have to have exercise. So no one would question that. And you would as I said yesterday, you might start feeling also kind of the feel is not there much with us, but the feel is beneath us. Actually, it is covered with so much thoughts that we are not even bothered about the feel. So these things are all without right view. As I told yesterday, all these factors are without right view. But only one thing that Lord Buddha said was the noble friend. The noble friend who understood Lord Buddha, that's the Lord Buddha at one point. He understood that there is no self by experience. It's an experience. It's not something we only talk about. So it's an experience that there is no self here. There's no, this additional power is actually brought about by misunderstanding the so-called world, so-called dream, so-called stimuli. Basically, so-called our sensory organs. We completely misunderstand them and think there's an owner. I'm entertaining these things. So, but if we keep cutting these things, like even if you talk about your eyes, you're talking my eyes. So where's mine? This is the research. This research goes very deep and interesting, but only few people will find it interesting because it's a kind of a boring thing for some. So there are other factors too, being truthful. Someone like Joel, he had been very truthful about him feeling, thoughts, recurrent thoughts has made him down. So he's so truthful about it. He's not hiding it. He's coming to a forum and saying openly, okay, I'm having these really bad thoughts coming back again and again. What the hell? Can I get rid of this suffering? So he's asking a question. He's being truthful to himself. He's not like, putting it under a carpet and trying to, cover up and keep smiling until the day you die and, you die with suffering. No, he's actually open to it. He's trying to find an answer. Why they are suffering? What's the big deal about this? Why it is not going away? Why can't I stay away from these bad thoughts? Why can't I have only good thoughts? So he keeps researching. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Being truthful to yourself and trying to dig deep into the thinking system and feeling system. Again, the answer is complicated actually. The answer is, he asks, how to liberate from mind. Again, I've been telling only the few initial factors here, but how? How is through understanding this truth about this system of feeling alive. How do you feel alive? How do you feel existing? How this consciousness occurs? How this eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, touch, the tongue and the nose. Touch is a vast area. You feel cold. You feel temperature. You feel the pressure. You feel the depth. You feel the kind of light touch. You feel the deep touch. You feel the the liquidity. There's so many factors in the feel, and also the pain receptors. They make you feel alive. Of course they do. Why? It's so painful. It's so painful. I got a cut and it's so painful. Yeah. So who got the pain? I got the pain. Who else can get the pain? I cut my finger and it's so painful. I'm in pain. So can you understand this? Who got the pain? I got the pain. Who got the pain? Who is I? Then you keep digging into that. Actually, who got the pain? And we keep understanding. There's a belief that there is an I who is feeling the pain, but there is a pain. So that's the body consciousness. That's the point we are telling. So because there is this sensory organs, we feel alive. We keep understanding that. And on top of this thing, this, the bundle of baby, that's a feeling baby. That's a feeling baby. The baby feels everything. Baby feels the light. If you put a torch onto the baby's eyes, he blink like a disaster happened. If you shout, the baby will be like shaken very quickly, because the ear doesn't know what to do. And there's things that the baby is like a bundle of a feel, but this bundle of fields get together and form another new vibration, that is the mind. This mind is a big deal now for us. If you're like 40 years old or 35 years of age, you have a story for about 30, you can't remember about less than 1 year, we will just drop that. Or you may not even remember 2 years, who knows, but whatever, those maybe 34 years, then if you are 35, maybe you might have some idea that world that we keep thinking that this happened to me this age, I sat for exams, I got through, yeah, okay, yeah, I got married also, I have 2 kids now, okay, now I'm on, I work there, yeah, okay, so who is I? You get confused if you actually do this research. You really will get confused. So this I is actually a belief. It's a belief. That's a belief that ruined the whole thing, but it's a belief. But you can't, just because I'm saying this or just because Lord Buddha is telling this, no one will believe that either. Joel can't believe this just because I'm telling this now, today in a forum. Oh, she kept telling that there's no self. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should think about it. Yeah, you can think about it too. Or better than thinking about it, do a research. Touch something and see. Did you touch it? Do this research yourself. Smell something and see. What did the smell do to you? Is there a duality? Yes, there is a duality. How did that duality come? It's actually a thought. But actually there is a kind of a duality. That's why the thought has been arising. So we keep understanding, we keep investigating this, and we understand this thought process is actually a construct where we got trapped. Just because you understand this, you are not going to go resign from your job and tell the kids you die because I'm not going to feed you anymore. That's not the thing. You just keep doing what you're doing. It's fine. But in deep down that none of these things are actually true. Why? It's a manifestation. What's the manifestation of your puppy dog? Well, that puppy dog has a different manifestation, but it's the same. The dog can be in your room. So it's the same room, isn't it? So you sitting on the floor, the dog is sitting on the floor, same place, kind of really near. But do you think the dog's manifestation is similar to your manifestation? No. Oh, just imagine there's a cockroach also. What about the cockroach's manifestation? What is his world? It's the same room though. And there could be a fly also. What's his manifestation? What are his perceptions? But it's the same room. So it's really interesting. Just really interesting. Scientifically, that's why I actually got dragged into Aryan Manse's sermons, because I was kind of researching about what this really means, so that I don't think everyone would be dragged to this field just because of that. So it's up to everyone to do this research. But when you keep doing the research, one day you might actually feel that in whatever the one single thought. It can be a crow, sound of a crow, and you might directly feel the vibration without actually being in the mind. And you know that it's actually the speed occurrence of the ear faculty that happen. And you might actually encounter or feel the non-vibration, kind of absence of the duality. But the sound is still there. Nothing has happened or anything. But just that you felt this discontinuation of your ever feeling me, then you might understand this. That is the beginning of your path, actually. But this may be too much for Joel. But anyway, answer is complicated. Answer should be told slowly. But if you ask me in one sentence, can you tell me in one sentence? It's all about understanding how this, mirage or how this illusion or how this dream is happening. Does this make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Actually, it made sense. Like now I can understand that all these thoughts are kind of illusions, and we must not cling on to those things, and we must not get stuck onto those things, but see it from
Actually,
outside of ourselves.
Joel, the you know what you said, we should not cling on to something. Actually speaking, end of the day, if you actually feel this truth, you will understand that what we call we is the mirage, because there was nothing to cling. We thought there is something to cling. That is the issue here, that we feel this, this as existing. So because the world is existing, we feel as existing. But if you don't feel the world as existing, your power here is also going to get zero. But that doesn't mean you're dying. That's the thing. This is so much blissful states. But you will be continuing your work without any burning inside your mind. But as you said, first we feel, when we hear this Dhamma, we feel that, then if we understand that, we will not cling to anything. But what actually happens is, we keep understanding that we was a misunderstanding. We say money for the clinging part, the money is a thought. Just imagine the thought. If we take thought, the money, if the money is a mirage, what are you going to cling to? So where are you now? So it's a kind of the two sides of a coin. Because if you feel some value to the money, that is you. There's no separate you. So if you feel the crow sound, that is you. There's no separate you feeling the crow sound. That is a misunderstanding. Did you get the point? It's a bit too hard maybe for you, but if you get it just for fraction of a second, you might get it. And it's just understanding this, any sensory organ sparking, if that has a value, that is you. There's a spark. Actually, life is spark. That is the life. But where here now we think, I should not like any spark. That is the wrong view actually. There's no me here to like any spark. Actually, that value of the spark is the me. That's why the spark, we feel alive. We feel like this power to hit someone, power to kill someone, lie, do bad stuff, or do even good stuff. It doesn't mean anything good or bad is also, two ends of your mind. It's just the mind. But if we actually fully understand Dhamma, you understand any of these words we talk, even now, the words I talk, are actually inside this dream. If you feel this, you'll be feeling so light at this moment, Joel, because you understand, oh my, why did I suffer so much? Actually, when I listened to Aran once a very long time ago, like 5 years ago maybe, I randomly came across his, no one told me about that, just randomly came across his sermons because I was researching in the YouTube. So he was telling that you have never touched your anything. Actually, you feel like you're touching something, but actually what you think it is you think it is something, like just imagine you are touching your car. It's a thought that you get that I'm touching the car, but what happens actually, there is a touch sensation. There is a touch sensation, but because also of the speedy occurrence of the touch sensory receptors. That's all that is there. But we feel, I touch my car, I wash my car, it's so beautiful, we have so much big story. That is how it is. Did you get the point that we clinging to something, that story gets dissolved anyway?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, that would be grateful if you can actually get a sense of this. Do you have any more questions, Joy?
I would like others to ask some questions, please. I'm trying to understand what you said.
Yeah, okay. You would ask later? Yeah, okay. So coming back to Sramika's question, again, she's asking a difficult question too, because now I have to explain her how I feel the car, or how I would feel the taste of sweet or taste of salt. So there is a dilemma here, because this liberation from mind is also something that you have to feel. And actually you feel it, and you feel that, and actually feeling the non-vibration or absence of this vibration. Actually, there's no new vibration called non-vibration. The absence of vibration is also a feel. So Sarangika, you put me in a very great difficulty in telling these answers. You wanted me to actually give a simile or an example. Well, it's very difficult, because the particular moment we say the mind is not there, so it's directly in the field. So the directly in the field, if you have correctly practiced this Dhamma, it will come to you that it is the speedy occurrence of the whatever the sensory organ at that particular moment. And that's where you would actually the duality might vanish. So, what do you think, Suranka? I don't think I did any good thing to your question, did I?
It's difficult, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, I can give only tips. So the tips for you would be actually just feel it. So to feel it, as I told to Joel, you have to fully understand this Dhamma. Yes, I think that part is happening anyway. You have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. And then you should give that system, so-called Surangika. I mean, there is a system, yes, but we call it Surangika. That system a chance. How? As I said, have, restful times to the mind as well as the body. And, have some deep thinking about this Dhamma. But if you have done deep thinking too much, maybe just give a break. Because I know a lot of our Dhamma listeners do a lot of thinking about these factors. Because thinking is not going to give you the liberation from the mind, because thinking is the thinking. Thinking is the mind. Actually, I should mention this. There's no any actual organ called mind, Joel. There's no actual specific place or any. It's not a. It's like we call some drops of water. We call it rain, like that. Rain is like fast occurrence of water in one direction. We call it rain, and water in one direction, fast flowing, we call it river. Likewise, this mind is actually fast occurrence of thoughts only. That's why we feel all the time, and everything is inside that. When we are trapped inside the mind, that is where all the time and all these misunderstandings are. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you come back to mind anyway. It's just understanding this is so paramount that to come to this thing. And when you understand this anyway, the power is going to go down dramatically. Power of the thoughts, because you keep understanding there's no me. Then what's the big deal? Then you keep understanding this importance of this stimulus is the only power that we feel. That is why we suffer, because there is some, we feel the any thought, there is so much value we give. How much value we give, we get suffering, that's all. But that doesn't mean, so we have to be careful here, that doesn't mean that we are going to just, forget about everything, because at the end you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there. So if the stimulus was the son, or stimulus was the daughter, you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there, not me. But we felt as there is me because of there was that additional power. Without the additional power, it is so easy to become the person in front of you. You can feel, as an example, if Aranwanse is here, Aranwanse can easily become Joel and feel, the vibration of Joel and try to help Joel to become the non-vibration. That's how it is. That's how it works. Because there is no power at all in here, it is so easy to become the stimulus, or become the thought that you have, or become the main good thing is the word is the stimulus, because otherwise it gives you, because stimulus covers this value of the thought, covers the actual the dream, the perception, and or the perception of the if we take the example as a chair, the value of the chair, and as well as the perception of the chair, and also the feel that you have the chair is existing. That's actually Aryan Hanse's most famous example, the chair. Do you feel chair is there? Then you are there. So, Surangika, I know you, I didn't help you. So, anything I don't know, anything I can help you with, because I can give you anything we can do is to give you so much about this truth and also some clues. So take it easy, because you know the truth now. So you have to take it easy, otherwise your thinking process will get worse. Because if there is a power in the thinking process, it's very difficult to go to the field. So recurrent thoughts, that's that Joel first time question was how to prevent recurrent thoughts. We are not even trying to prevent thoughts down here. Actually, we are trying to understand thoughts and actually pierce the thoughts. That's a good word, I would say. Pierce the thought, not physically, but through your wisdom. So when you pierce the thought with its wisdom, you will be directly in the field. Feel is not the magic, but the actually feeling the non-vibration is the importance, or the absence of duality, absence of the vibration. Then you know the difference of the the other question of you. How do you differentiate between the feel and the non-vibration? Or feel and the, what your wordings were like, how to understand the these mental formations with the power and without the power, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just the basic kind of sense of happiness when you see a friend seems to be, this could be, it feels as if that is easily distinguishable. And if, for example, if your favorite cat dies, or if you see somebody, something that is a typical sad event, you just feel a little sad, but that kind of thing seems to be easily discernible. But when it comes to, slightly other types of emotions like irritation, and then, things like that, I think
irritation is there because of the vibration.
Yeah, so that type of thing, sometimes you feel as if you don't know whether it's like bordering on, I think it's bordering on whether it is just an emotion in terms of dukkak nati dukkak type of thing. But then one of the things Aryan Maharshi always tells us is that you have to be totally and brutally honest with yourself. And it is that question that needs to be, really cleared. And if one is really clearing that aspect, to be truly honest, then that is where that clearance and that clarification is required, Dr. Kokila. So I also thought, I'm just saying it like I also thought now here, that irritation is, as you said, there is a vibration. However low it is, there is still low self-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Until
so like
being
that,
an
there
arahant, there would be a vibration. And slowly the vibration will go down. And there would be a stage where you don't feel the vibration. And there would be a stage where, so I can't even remember now Hansi says, you know it better than me because I can't keep track with these words, Pali words, but you know that you initially feel it, that is the vibration, that is the most important part. You have to know the vibration, yes, but then you will feel that the non-vibration, and at the end, actually, you will become the non-vibration, so that you don't actually feel it differently. But what I'm trying to say is, what the confusion here is, if you don't know the non-vibration, because there is no confusion if you actually has felt the non-vibration, and now you feel the vibration, you know that you haven't become you are not an around, that's all. What do you think?
Yes, what shall I say, the challenge is the distinguishing the mind conscious features of the mind.
Stop the distinguishing. It will happen one day. Because you are trying to do that. Definitely, if you are trying to distinguish something, you have to do it through the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not as if it's it's an overt attempt either, Dr. Kokila, because that
No, there is a subconscious thing though.
Yeah, I think now it has, now that earlier the overt attempt has gone, because you have said it so many times not to do it. And even through the last few weeks, discourses of Aryan Mahansa also, particularly his talks about the perception, the very, very deep analysis of that, all that really helps to clarify deeper, in order to, understand just one thing, that there is absolutely nothing, the shunyata, the nothingness that gets exemplified by everything that he says. So now it feels as if, as you, I think, quite rightly said, it's like a subconsciously trying to, there's a subconscious awareness kind of thing, isn't it? That is probably
just let it go.
Where the question arose.
Yeah, let it go. The question, drop the question and feel, keep feeling. What's the big deal about that? If you're feeling something, it is a vibration. And I think that's being honest.
Yeah, that was the part also, that was the thing where the just dropping it
Okay,
was
now
being
I know the problem now, but because at the other side, the third thing is understanding that whatever you feel is an outcome of your sensory organ, the speed. That should be there, 100%. 100%. That step, if you actually haven't done that step properly, you haven't felt an unvibration at least once, then there is a problem anyway. We have a challenge, 100%. We have a challenge. So the challenge is, one thing is not to do anything. It's a challenge because we always want to do something. Let it go. We don't know how to let it go because we want to actually drag on to something. We don't like to let it go because then we don't feel alive. So we are scared that we might not feel alive if we let go. That's the basic thing, that why we are fighting to keep alive. That's because we don't know that it is okay. Kind of, it is okay to die because it's kind of a feel that you can feel before even dying. I think it will complicate the picture, but
yes, I think it might, perhaps because we have new listeners here.
Yeah, because we are using these metaphors. Actually, they are metaphors because nothing is happening here. We are still alive. We are just doing all the tasks that we are supposed to do. So don't worry. But it's a metaphor that we use, like why, if we are craving for the feel of alive, because we feel that we have to maintain this. So yeah, that's just let feelings occur, but just remember, actually, no, I can't say even remember, just know that it is the fast occurrence. It's the speed. The feeling something is the speed. That's all.
Yeah.
That will give you the non-vibration. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, good point, Dr. Kokila. Everything, I mean, obviously, isn't it? After it goes without saying, isn't it? It's so
Yeah.
obvious that it's almost like colloquially, you're staring at it, and you don't see it, kind of thing, isn't it? Colloquially speaking, yeah.
Yeah. If you
Thank
feel
you,
what
Dr.
I felt
Kokila.
just now, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
Anything, Dr. Sakuntala and Sutama, anything to add? I think our time is, we have only 2 minutes more.
It's almost 2 minutes, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I was listening to that and it's really nice. And of course, this conversation to distinguish between feel and the mind, it's the biggest question all of us have. And I was also trying to understand it, Dr. Kokila. Just there's just 1 minute to, I mean, it's the same question that Miss Durangika asked from you. So yesterday you said when you are in the mind, you don't see the beauty of the present moment. So
That's
actually,
also a kind of a metaphor. So don't get
metaphor.
driven by that,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
if there is a person to actually see the beauty, there is a person to see. So don't get carried
then
away
okay.
by, because he's a newcomer. I can't put kind of all the stuff there. But actually, the metaphor I use for him is true for him.
Okay.
That's not applicable to you, though. You have listened to Dhamma for a long time. Because actually in the field there is no thought involved.
Dr. Kokila, is this field is something more or less similar to the original sensation of the sensory faculty, like radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind experience is that has this
Is it
sasava.
something? Yeah.
The
No,
problem
this,
is understanding that's the Surangika's question. How did you understand the feel without the chains? That question is underlying her question.
Yeah. Yes.
Because it is all hidden in that is her question. Because this you feel is not the final complete happiness. Feel also has this, this there is some more to understand. That's why you keep understanding that it's just it's just sensory organs. That's all. Speed of the sensory organs. You feel something. Yes, that's it.
But
Even if you're feeling happy, that is just a mind sensor. That's fine. That's not a big problem. But you just have to have a big understanding about that. That gives you the way to feel the sensory organ without the power. But there is a problem because we can't actually say that, because even the feel can't be explained. How can you explain the non-feel? Isn't it?
yes, that's where you say let go and don't be scared to let go and take time and patience, all those advices.
No, even those words are wrong. If I say be patient, that is also wrong. There is a person to be patient. Actually, let go has a deep meaning than that. Because in our vocabulary, let go means, oh, I'm angry with that person, I'm letting go that, let him be, I don't care. But still, you know that, you still have the underlying grudge, but you have let go. That's not that kind of let go. It's in one stimulus that that the complete letting go of the mind means there's no mind there. It's just the
And that goes to your other point, Dr. Kokila, where you said letting go is not an overt act, Sudharma. It is like piercing the thought. By piercing the thought, you know that the thought is a dud. There is nothing in it. And when you know that, the thought and the stimulus and the value attached to it, everything collapses. And that is what is meant by let go. So not the conventional way we use the word let go and the meaning attached to that. So it's quite deep.
Because I can easily let go my car, or if someone comes, yeah, take it. That's not the let go. But that is a one kind of let go also, because I heard, in 7 o'clock one, some, that mayor, what is the word? Samanmali? Is it? Swarnamali was telling, people has to have some, qualities like that. That is well before understanding this Dhamma. So you should be able to let go. Yeah, if you want the car, you take it. Yeah, that's kind of good letting go as well. But that's actually not what we mean in here. The meanings we talk here is quite deep. It's in direct one stimulus we talk about. Because the non-vibration is also felt in one stimulus initially.
Ultimately, what would happen is the power will die down. It will diminish, no thought power. When we
Definitely. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that is why ultimately also you come up with the same thing. Yeah.
When someone is actually awakened from the dream, that's complete kind of a super happiness throughout. Whether you are even in a sad moment, you have the happiness as well as the sadness. That is a beauty. But there is another answer that I can give for Surangika. Because you are sad as well as you are happy. That is.
We have taken 5 minutes already, Dr. Kokila. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah. So thank you so much. We'll thank Joel first, and thank you so much for coming. We are open to you can question us every day. We can answer you every day. That's fine. We are ready for that. Our friends' questions can wait because they have been here with us for a long time. They are always here in this forum. So you're more than welcome to ask any question. Feel free. And we worship our Advancer as every day. He guides us every day. He reminds us our kind of, the path. And thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sannai sir. Teruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 46. This is the same thing that happens in a world that we consider to be real. What you see outside are your thoughts. Think of what you see outside as images that falls onto the film screen. You don't see the screen at all, do you? Some time ago, artists drew beautiful murals, paintings on brick walls near schools, and they drew on the walls near public places in towns. You only looked at the beautiful murals, paintings, but not the wall on which it was drawn. You only look at the images on the wall and you try to figure out the story that painting was trying to teach us or convey to us. When you look at a picture on the wall, you only look at the coconut trees, the ocean, or any other image on the wall. But you did not notice the brick wall or the background on which it was drawn. The screen at the back can be considered as the pure, untainted mind, or Prabhaswara Sita. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. Untainted means without keles, not polluted. There is a population of 800 billion in this world. Each and every one of them live in their own world, created by their own thoughts. They are all
Sorry.
mental worlds. None of those, even though they talk to each other, exchange their views with each other, it is all an illusion. They will all die one day. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine is being said now. All the 800 billion people will all collapse one day. This will happen to them because they do not know the pure truth. Then what is the pure truth? Only a very few understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thoughts that comes to your mind at that moment. And then with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. Theraan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani. Thank you for reading and starting the session. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We all worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, who is our noble friend, who is guiding us on this path to understand the truth that was disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. We warmly welcome all our participants. May you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, we are very grateful to our friends who are helping us with our background activity with the technical side. Therwan Saranai. So it's yet another day that we are starting our English Zoom discussion as usual. 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and we will be discussing for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So what Shani read was still we are trying to explain, we are trying to understand the basic things of this true Buddha teaching. It sort of gave an outline about what happens to the mind. The little baby has the radiant mind, which we can call as unpolluted, and uh, it's at the sensor level where the things are seen, heard, and felt, but nothing more. With time, when the thoughts are formed, that means there is as a part of the natural sequelae, natural happening, these sensor functions will come together to form a different type of a vibration, which we name as thoughts. And there is the beginning of these defilements or keles in Sinhala. And each of the living being automatically gets a thought bubble of his or her own. And this is where we are confined ourselves, and we take this thought bubble as real. So each of us have our own constructed world in the form of thoughts, which are different from each other. When we realize what is this mechanism, what happens, and how these thoughts are formed, little by little it gets disentangled from what we the confusion that we were in, and we learn, actually we try understand the real truth and what was taught by Lord Buddha, and what he invented, and what he realized with an that is actually some light was shed to a dark world where the living beings were enjoying, thinking that it is a true world. So we can see all our Dhamma friends have joined. Dr. Kokila, thank you. Therwan Saranai, can you start the discussion? We can see our friend, our new friend Joel also has joined. So maybe he has questions to ask from yesterday's discussion. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Sarnai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. Yeah, we can discuss anything. In the first bit, I was a bit busy. I couldn't catch it. Is so the book reading is actually still about the thought, is it?
Yeah, it is about the thought and then a little bit about the radiant mind and then
Oh, okay.
how
So it's
how
going to
the
the
thoughts
field
are.
now.
Yes, yes.
Mm. Yeah, okay. So yeah, if there's anything to discuss, I can see Vatsala also has joined up. I'm not sure whether she's able to talk. Anyone can join the discussion. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Actually, this is the first time that I joined this program, and I want to talk something about on behalf of a friend of mine.
Are you just clarifying, are you living in UK? You're
Yes,
same.
yes,
Yeah, okay,
yes,
okay. Yeah.
yes. So this is about a friend of mine who lives in Canada. So she is unable to join this discussion live, but she listened to the YouTube video audios. So is that okay if I talk about her story on behalf of her? This is with all her permission,
Okay,
and
yeah.
yeah, and also she says that she is not confident enough to open up about her story. So she's in her late 60s and then born as a Christian, but from the very beginning she wanted to find the truth. So the story is she was the unwanted child in the family. So uh, she was the youngest in the family. By that time she had a elder brother and sister. So her mother tried to abort her, but it didn't work. So after birth, since her childhood, she had to pay for that. So she was beaten, she was ill-treated, and then whatever the thing she did wasn't right to her mom. So once or twice her mom has told her that if you don't leave this place, I will kill you. And then she was beaten, and then even if her mom bangs her head on something, she got beaten. So she grew up in that kind of a environment, and then she started holding a lot of anger, especially after she got to know that her mom tried to abort her, and then even now she is holding a huge anger in her. And so after 18 she just ran away from her house, and then she started her own life. So now I encourage her to listen to this Dhamma, and then trying our best to help her. And then so she likes to get some kind of opinion how to get rid of these thoughts. She says that I know this is my thoughts, this is my ego and everything, but she feels that she got stuck in somewhere. And then the other thing is she always have a feeling that she is not doing good enough, because this is the feedback she got from her childhood. So I'm glad that if you can give some kind
How
of
about
opinion.
now though? How about now?
Yeah, there's the thing that I spoke to her 2 days ago, and then she said for some reason I'm just on top of my anger. And then
Yeah,
she
but
says
does
that
she have kids?
no, she didn't want to have kids because she didn't want to pass her anger and all the things to her kids.
Is she married?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
So I mean, when I see her, she's just like the calm sea, but there's a lot underneath. So it's very hard to understand. And then she told me this story after having a long-term friendship. I think I knew her for last 3 or 4 years, but she told me time to time she just opened up a little bit. But 2-3 days ago, she told me this part, and then I said that okay, the best thing that I can do is to talk to the Zoom discussion, and then you can listen what are the opinions that you can get.
Well, Vatsala, there's one thing I should tell.
Yeah.
When I try to communicate, the communication between you and me is different to communication between she and me.
Yeah, definitely.
So, because what I can feel is you. Now, it's very funny to say, but
I know. I know. But I asked her, why don't you
but yeah, I'll come to that. I'm not going to make her disappoint, but I have to tell this because as soon as you open up to say something, I feel you, not her. So there is an issue in there.
Yeah.
So if I say something now to you, I can really make it like crystal clear what I will tell to you. But this is quite different. Yes, but we can talk about it. If the Canada time matches, she doesn't have to. She can join the Sinhala Zoom discussion if she likes.
She doesn't understand because she's a Canadian lady.
She can't understand Sinhala. Okay, I got you now.
That's the issue. Yes.
Yeah, I got you now. So she needs to. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I get her now because if she's Canadian, then I have to actually get into her thinking pattern and discuss this. Yeah, but I wish she spoke to me.
One day she will come to that place actually, because I asked her, why don't you join? Then the problem is this is midnight to her. And the other thing that she says that if I try to talk to somebody about this, I will go for a very quiet period for some time, because I think she tries her best to calm her down.
I think it is the trauma. It's just a traumatic event, and I think we spoke about that yesterday as well. I took an example. She can listen to that yesterday one. I did a discussion with Joel. It was first time we met Joel yesterday through the Zoom discussion, and exact question he asked was, how can I avoid a recurrent thought? That was the question, and we discussed it, and she can listen to that particularly yesterday discussion.
Yesterday evening saying that she listened to that as well.
She did. Okay, yeah. So she might get a little bit of it, but the feel actually would be really much better if she can communicate directly with us. Anyway, coming back to that, the main aspects, there are so many aspects in this burning, because she has actually understood the burning, which is amazing, because in a way she knows that there is a burning and she has no kind of an answer to that, so she's seeking answers. So the burning itself, it doesn't matter what is the burning is for. Like it can be anything which happened in the childhood, which happened in the young age, and examples are so many. I mean, this is just one. Examples are so many. I have heard even people actually getting rid of their kids' lives, and there's no exact reasoning behind that. Even though there is a reason, like reason they give, it's very difficult to actually point out there are so traumatic backgrounds for everyone where this is stemming from. So she kind of did a very kind of an informed decision not to have kids. But, even that mother, even that father, whoever, the humans, they're all humans. So the humans have so much patterns of thinkings. The thinking pattern is stemming from whatever the experiences we had. So if we go back, we don't know how. No, if I take this story to myself, if I'm going to be that child, so if I'm that child, just imagine that I'm that child at the moment. And if it is very difficult for a child to understand mother's perspective and how much trauma mother has gone through. And this, if you really dig into that mother's mother also, we are not quite sure what went on in these situations, like there are some relationships that are really torn apart because that mother couldn't understand the pressures of life and how that is transmitted to the others because of the agitation in that mother's place. So actually speaking, the mother, I'm actually speaking that her mother's time means there was no psychological help at that time. I don't know about Canada. Maybe Canada had much more supportive health system 60 years ago. I'm not sure, but I doubt it because there's so much stigma around mental health, so much stigma about getting treatment. So how much is stemming from her mental health, her experiences, her trauma is really difficult to understand. We don't know actually, because if there's specifically no one to talk in that mother's childhood, I'm not talking about ladies, this lady, I'm talking about that her mother's childhood. We never know what went through her life. We have understood through humanity, there's always an experience coming back. Experiences are being repeated. Experiences are getting as a habit. So there are so many waves also, and when the wave get affected, I would like to add here some difficult thoughts that a young woman would encounter, even when the partner is not loving. That mental stress is actually flowing to the kids because the mother is not able to navigate through the feelings that she gets. So the understanding of feeling what is happening here is kind of actually mastering that. Some are masters of it. Some can actually identify why am I doing this? What am I doing this? Because I think this whoever your friend, Vatsala's friend, is actually very good because she has understood that there is burning inside, and she knows that it is not good for her. She knows that, and she knows that it is not good for others. She knows that it is going to ruin her. So she's seeking help, which is great. But going back to her mother, I don't think she had that idea. There are so many humans out there that they don't have any idea about their humanity or even the way they feel. They don't have an idea. They just get a thought and they act on that, and they get the consequences. They get angry when the things are not going in their own way and they act on that, then again they get angry for the outcome that is coming. So if we actually dissect or dissect each and every action, there is always cause for that. There is always actually like a background for that. It doesn't come just because she's angry with the small baby. That is that doesn't work that way. It is not that little baby's problem. That is what I'm trying to say. It is not that little baby's problem. That little baby is being like is getting affected due to that mother feeling so helpless. If mother had support, I would say, from mental health perspective, which was rare at that time, I know because a lot of literature we read, we know that it wasn't this evident. Nowadays, even child will know, I face this such and such a situation, I need help. Like kind of even children is aware that these are kind of traumatic events and that should be addressed. But olden days, that help wasn't there. So that help didn't, that mother's parents, usually they are busy as well. They are busy in their own way, so that they don't understand that child's stresses or mental health issues, because these mental health issues are very prevalent. Stress, some actually even the changes in the brain, some, there are so many issues related to the mental health. But anyway, I think because of the lack of the support, that even postnatal blues, postnatal depression was completely ignored, completely misunderstood, completely like not supported at all. And it goes on and on, because when one is having a cycle of low mood, or abnormal mood, there can be abnormal moods too, like paranoia. There's so many other stuff that can happen. So these things is going to be a pattern, and if someone doesn't actually pick it up, that this mother is acting weird, and that weirdness is affecting this little baby, no one is going to intervene, because that mindset was not there. Imagine this happen now as a doctor. I know if we even feel slightly that a baby's life is in danger, we act very, very kind of instantly. It would end up baby being taken away from that mother. It doesn't matter, but it just happens because we kind of sense the danger to the baby. But I think 60 years ago, these things were not in place. So the mental health problems in mothers were actually directed or flowed through the kids, and it traumatized the kids. Now we are trying to heal a traumatized kid, but we need to understand that there is always a background. There's always a background. There's nothing without a background. If you're feeling anxious about something, there's always a background. If you're feeling angry about something, there's always a problem. But the problem is, what are you angry about? Are you angry about the uncorrected issues or unresolved issues? Maybe. But the thing is, it has gone until 18 when she decided to go away from home. And any child, not she, any child, child's life is, we actually talked about this radiant mind. Any child, any baby actually seek touch, seek light, seek the everything. They kind of seek, when they grow, we know that they seek love. So they seek love mainly through touch, mainly through because it's a basic. They don't have a big mind, they don't understand the word I love you. They understand love by touch, love by getting getting satisfied each time that the hunger is there. Each time there's good sound system, like good satisfactory sounds, not like bad words. So these are the ways and means of how a baby would feel the world. That is what the radiant mind is. Radiant mind doesn't have feeling like kind of mind at all, like it's not developed properly. So they love the feel of love. So the feel of love, it is being felt. It is felt. It is a feeling that is needed. And we have talked in this world that more the child gets the touch of love, they kind of feel fulfilled. So their attachment to the world, the kind of the nourishment is better. So this friend has gone through kind of a different path because of mother's mental health, or abnormal mental health in that sense, but there was no help in that situation, and this child had to go through all that, and it has done a massive impact on that child's it's in directly in field level. That's why she's struggling, because she's scared to feel the love again. She's scared to actually love a child again. She's scared that someone will harm her. She's scared that someone will dump her. She's scared that she will be misunderstood. She will be judged. That's how it is. This is the repetition or the reoccurrence of all these in the experiences we had. This is the natural phenomena. More you understand about this natural phenomena, that actually it's kind of you kind of understand, you feel sad, yes, and you feel so sad that the mother didn't get the help that she needed. That little child, because that little child is no more. It's every minute, every second, every fraction of a second, there's a new thought occurring. That new thought is a new feeling of you. So it is not actually 60 years ago that you lived, is actually a view we have. It's a thought we have, that it is me that who suffered. That is a view that we should understand. That's what Lord Buddha is for. He was talking to an Thero. In your life, that Thero actually killed 1,000 people, and he was going to kill his mother to get 1,000 fingers. It's a story in our Lord Buddha's time. He was advised by a teacher, if you kill 1,000 people and give me evidence about that. I'll give you my daughter. I'll put you as my main disciple. And this very kind-hearted, very innocent child decided, okay, I'll do that. And now, initially, he struggled to even trying to provide evidence because he killed people, but there's no evidence now. So then he started actually putting the parts of the fingers, one person, one finger, into his necklace. So he collected the necklace, and he was going to have the 1,000th one by killing his mother or cutting his mother. And Lord Buddha actually avoided that. And Lord Buddha actually stopped him. He asked, that person told, Angulimala told, stop. And Lord Buddha said, I have stopped. You stop. And then that person, the person who kept doing these things actually stopped because he felt something. He felt the truth behind it. You are running, but I have stopped. So I invite my Canadian friend to stop. I invite her. I actually very kindly, I beg her to stop. And then the next thing that Lord Buddha told, after some time, he calmed down and he started to feel everything. He didn't have that rage to kill people. He started to feel everyone. He started to feel the mother's, labor pain. Then when you feel the mother's labor pain, that person who kills 1,000 people, but now he is feeling it so much that he couldn't resist. How am I going to help? He ran to Lord Buddha and asked, how am I going to help that mother? Then Lord Buddha advised, you make a vow that I have never killed anyone in this life, and in that power, let this woman be healed. And then he was surprised. No, I have killed so much, you know that. But then he asked, Angulimala, have you killed anyone in this mine? At this, no, I haven't. So this mind is a brand new mind. This thought is a brand new thought. This moment is a brand new moment. But in our view of self, we connect each and every experience to our life. That's a view. That's a view we have. That's the idea we have, that it is me. It is me who underwent all this. So this pattern is there until you really understand that it is each and every time it's just a stimulus which happens. It's just a thought which arises. There is no self who suffers, but because there is a mind sensor in humans, we have emotions. And also because we have ignorance, we connect everything together and we feel we have suffered in the past. So suffering in the past is one thing. It's actually a thought. I suffered a lot in the past. It's a thought. And that, actually speaking, it is not happening at this moment. It's not happening at this moment. But this moment is a beautiful moment that we have missed. We have missed the sun. We have missed the the beauty in the moon. We have missed the beautiful noises of the birds. We have missed the the light of the stars. We have missed the the sounds of the trees. We have missed the smell of the early morning mist. We have missed everything. Why did we miss everything? Why didn't we feel all this before? No, we didn't. We live in the past. So we can't go through that. We live in the past all the time, but it's just one thought now. So you have missed all these thoughts, just beautiful moments of awareness. Just you have missed the beautiful, every aspect because of this, because of the habit we have about living in the past thoughts, living in the past vibrations, living in the past episodes. They are playing again and again, and you feel like you are actually suffering, and the baby who suffered before 60 years ago is me. That's what the self-view is. So Lord Buddha actually explained, self-view is actually a wrong view. That's completely a wrong view. There is no self, but there is a feel, which happens due to the organs, sensory organs. Yes, you can hear, you can see, you can smell, you can taste, you can feel the touch, the temperature. You can also think. But we miss the whole beauty of that moment because of the the self thought that we have, thinking that it is me who suffered. So there are so many aspects to that, and one aspect is we have completely missed the mother's no one has helped that mother, because nowadays that won't happen to any mother. I don't think, if there is some help out there, if that anyone with common sense noted that this something is happening after giving birth, because after giving birth, whatever type of birth that is, any mother can get different mental health issues. It's very common, and it is very hidden, and the mothers suffer and the children suffer as well, and it goes on as a cycle because no one is getting help. And that's not a now we can't resolve it, can we? No, we can't. But if you can actually understand that these things happen, you can actually help every person, or you can actually go and help other mothers. You can go and help other pregnant females, or females who are just have given birth. There's always ways and means for you to give away your massive experience as a goodwill to everyone, to understand that this is what happens when things go wrong and no one actually notice it, and people keep ignoring these things. Why do people ignore these things? That's a good question, actually, because firstly, they don't know the answer. Firstly, they don't think it is abnormal. They think it's, oh yeah, mother is angry. Secondly, they don't understand that it is going to ruin the whole life of a child. So traumatizing experiences are there in every childhood. Not every child has like a rosy outlook in their dream, because this life is a dream as well. we can actually discuss more about Dhamma in that way. But I think another factor I would say, because there are so many factors I would miss here, I would say there are so many factors, but another factor is a child, like even a 4-year-old, manifests their mental health too, like the trauma they undergo. The 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, whatever the olds, they also manifest these things. And it is being missed as well. So we are actually learning these things through experience, that the child's experience has been missed as well. Because any subtle movement of the child, you can understand that child is traumatized. Child will be shaky, child will be hiding, child will be crying, child will be hesitant all the time, child will be, scared to come out. So no one has noted even that. So it is tricky when we say, if she asks, why did this happen to me? Then this comes back to Lord Buddha's Dhamma again. The me is a thought. It's actually some occurrences which happen, some experiences that happen. Yes, something went wrong, yes. But the experiences, we have a notion that it happened to me. It happened to myself. The experiences are mine. That is the thing actually Buddhism has come out with. There's no self, but there's a bunch of experiences. Are they real? They're actually not real too. But this dream is feeling so real because your skin makes you to feel the pain when someone hits you. Your tongue will feel when the food is not given properly. And your hunger pains, you will remember the hunger pains forever because you were hungry all the time. And the smell, if you were not changed, or if you were not given good clothes, if you were not washed properly, you will remember the bad smells. And these are the experiences, these are the actual experiences of the sensory organs that you had. The continuity of this flow is what we feel as me, because we feel this dream is flowing. That is because this human mind is very fast, and because of the speed, we feel that this film is flowing because it's so fast we can't understand. Can you feel that we are standing on a rotating world? Can we even feel that? No, we can't. It happens so fast. We can't even feel that. Can we feel that we are actually standing here because of the gravity? No, we can't. Because these things are actually taken for granted. So this mind power, or the mind, not the power, the speed of the mind is something that keeps this dream as alive, like dream as happening. So there's so many things for her to understand, but there are so many things that were missed. We acknowledge that, and we acknowledge that they were experiences. We can't erase them. They were experiences, yes, but whether they are actually happening to someone is a big problem that we have to resolve. This brings your friend to the basic question: is it me who suffered 60 years ago? Is it me who suffered this until 18 years of age? Is it me who suffered after running away, who suffered to survive? Is it me who suffered with scared to be judged, scared to be, to be able to understand what will happen to her, because uncertainty kills us. Uncertainty kills us, and because there is a self, always the uncertainty kills us. So we don't like uncertainty. We want everything to be in the safe zone. That's what it is. I mean, that's what the continuity of feeling, that's what we call this, mirage or the illusion. This illusion kept us going, and the illusion is so real. You feel that it's so real that we feel that it happened to this body, this mind, to me. So there's so much, so that actually I would like her voice to come in some way, but it's okay. She can take time. She can try to understand what we were talking today, because there are so many feelings to understand. But if you actually dissect those feelings, you will understand they are all experiences that had been labeled as my experiences. Unfortunately, that is how we know. That is how we know.